Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream today. Big news today. The Big Brother 27 cast has been released. And with it, I was finally able to announce that I have written a book about Big Brother. I have been keeping this in for so long. It feels super weird to be saying it out loud. I announced it on the cast preview podcast. I'm sure we'll be talking about it plenty over the summer and also here. Here and now. On the stream today, on the docket, I just did the cast preview. I want to continue to give some more thoughts about the cast, Big Brother 27, and also talk about the book and maybe answer questions and all kinds of stuff like that. It is available for pre-order already. I got this a few days ago. The first like physical copies of the book. These are the advanced reader copies. So this is actually not a hardcover, but right now for pre-sale are the hardcover copies. This is literally just sent out for for me to have some and for other advanced readers to have some. So I am currently in the process of sending some out to some of the people I talked to for the book, and some other people and stuff. Yeah, it's an actual book. It's wild. So yes, if you would like to get one, I talked about this on the podcast, but basically I reached out to a bookstore here in San Diego called the Catapult Books. And they have partnered with me to they have on their page. You can see this on the link. Actually, I should have the link on my Twitch channel and YouTube channel. It should be in the description for YouTube. On Twitch, it should be in the chats right now. I will eventually get a button probably on Twitch. There's been so many things to prep for. It honestly gets so overwhelming, and I really just like wanted the launch to go well. So yes, if you pre-order from the book Catapult, what they will do is on publish day or before the publish, once they get their orders in that they're going to send out, I'm going to go in and sign all of the copies that were pre-ordered from that store because they're local here in San Diego. So you can get a signed copy there. That is theoretically like the best way to buy it. You are not only getting a signed copy, but you're also not, giving more money to like Amazon than you need to. It is available on Amazon. It's available basically anywhere. I think Barnes and Noble right now is having a sale too on pre-orders. So, if you're particularly like cost sensitive, that might be the best place to buy right now. But if you would like the signed copy, that book Catapult link is your best bet. I'm very excited to go in and sign the copies eventually. But yeah, lots to talk about and tell about the I can finally talk about it. Will book Catapult ship to Scotland? That's a good question, actually. I didn't even think to ask that. I apologize. Let me just quickly look at their website. Domestic shipping, international shipping. We offer international shipping to the following countries: Canada, United States. I don't know what to tell you guys, but that's not international if it's the same country. So book Catapult seemingly does not ship to an international international countries. Well, when you selected shipping, it says it does. Oh, you're in Canada. Okay. Um, I can. This is not something I thought about, so I apologize. But if you are international, and you would like a signed copy, um, I will try to figure something out for you, whether it's a different store that might ship internationally or some other method. Um, I don't want to leave you hanging here. So it's called Behind the Mirror. Fun story about the title. Okay, so I feel like we'll talk about the book stuff first because, quite frankly, that's what I'm more excited about. But we will also talk about the cast later on. So if you don't care about the book, you can skip this if you're watching from the future. Uh, but I don't know. Hopefully you're interested. I think it's interesting the whole process and everything. But um, so basically, and I'll probably tell this story in more detail later on. The plan is to do like a 24-hour live stream when the feeds start, so there'll be plenty of time, plenty of time to talk about the book and answer more questions and tell the story. I also like, by the way, I would love to have the book like in my shot, but if it's in the background, it immediately gets blurry unless I make it so that there's like no depth of field. And then you see, if I have no depth of field, you see how bad my background actually looks. Like it's just a blank background right now. When there's depth of field, it looks like, oh, there's like colored lights behind me. And there's like a little kind of plant thing. And it looks like there's stuff. If you actually see what's back there, it's just like an empty room with some wires on the floor. So I'm trying to figure out what is the best way to like place this in the shot. So I mean, I could certainly put it back there. It's just it would be hard to actually see. I can put one in. I have a few of them at the moment, but so you can't like super tell what it is. I'm using the Kellis plushie to prop it up, but I have another one here. Yeah, big hype train. Thank you. Mysterious Galaxy. I actually looked into Mysterious Galaxy. One of the reasons I didn't go with them is because they seem like a really cool bookstore, but they do primarily like sci-fi fantasy. So I was like, I don't know if they're going to be interested in carrying my book. But I will definitely look into it. If it's possible to work with them or something else to make something else work, I will certainly do my best. I can do an overlay for sure, something like that. And yeah, book plates are an option as well for international. So I will ask the marketing team, and I will. Unfortunately, my agent is on vacation at the moment. It's bad timing, but I can see if we can get something worked out for that. Thank you for liking the sweater. I don't think I've actually worn this on stream before. It's one of my like nice sweaters. I've worn it to like a live show once, basically. But I was like, I'm gonna wear my nice sweater for the book announcement. But I don't know if you could tell, I am because I'm a streamer, and this is what streamers do. I am wearing sweatpants with my nice sweater. I'm not fully dressed. So, all right, let me tell you a little bit of a story about the book. Basically, it's been in the works for almost 3 years now. from very sort of like conception of starting to work with my agent to writing the proposal, and then selling the book to a publisher, then writing the book, and then basically waiting a really long time for edits to come, then doing edits, then waiting for copy edit, doing the copy edits. And actually, I am currently, this was not great timing, currently in the process of doing the final proofread, which is horrifying because I'm still finding so many mistakes and I'm, petrified of all the ones I'm not seeing. But I'm currently doing that. I have to get that done by the 16th. So I have 8 more days, and I'm about halfway through. So that is what's currently going on. But anyway, start at the beginning. I actually had an agent reach out to me. She asked me if I was interested in writing a book. And I didn't think it was real at first. So I had to look her up and I was like, oh, she's a real person. To which I said, yes. How did you know that this is what I wanted to do since I was a kid? Basically, she was just like, I am a fan of the podcast. Like, I listened to the podcast and I think that you would be a good writer. So if you're interested, I'm willing to help out. So I came up with the idea of I would love to write a book about Big Brother. I sent her a little intro to a proposal and she basically was like, this is great. This is like exactly what you need for this to be good. I think it's fantastic. I think this is a great idea and that this will do well. I think I can show this to you because I went back and clipped it. Let me see if I can. So this is from, I think, roughly 2 years ago. Let me see if I can pull this up. Oh no, you can't see it. Hold on, let me should be able to do this fairly quickly. I apologize. But I clipped this little you hear this? There's not much audio. This is so this is actually the moment a couple years ago. I was on stream watching the end of a Survivor episode. When I got the first feedback from my agent about what I'd written. It was just a few pages. But I got the email and I was so nervous. I need to explain this. I was so nervous. I do podcasts every day, right? Like, I never get nervous for podcasts. I've never been nervous on stage in front of a crowd. I've never been nervous, like, really, like, interviewing people much. Like, I wrote a couple pages and sent it to her, and I was like, it was like the most vulnerable and scared I've ever been. You just feel like there's so different writing, for me at least. Part of it's that I think I always wanted to be a writer, so I was like really hoping I was good at it. But also like there's just something else that's really vulnerable about writing, for me at least. It just feels so much more personal and vulnerable. And so, you know, you send it to an agent, she sees a bunch of this stuff, and it's like, number one, she could be like, ooh, okay, sorry. um, Number two, it could be like, what is this, you know, what does this reveal about me? This is my perspective, you know what I mean? And it's just like out there, and there's no amount of like, when you're doing a podcast, when you're having a conversation, there's, I think, a layer of like separation sometimes from what you're saying. Like, we're saying words, it's not every word is carefully thought out all the time, you know? And so there's a level of like grace I think you're willing to give people in a conversation that you wouldn't be as graceful toward in writing, for me at least. So it's like, when I used this word in the book, it's because I deliberately chose to use that word. I thought about it and I chose that word. And if that word is not a good word to use, if it's like not very eloquent, then that's on me. Whereas if I'm having a conversation, I can say things like, you know, party planningness, and I don't care. So anyway, I sent it to her. I was super nervous. I said like, hey, I've been working on this thing. I said it's definitely challenging to not nitpick every sentence, but I tried to focus on just getting it out. Now that I've had a crack at it, I think I have some questions about what areas to really hone in on. I figured I should send you what I have so far to see what you think. That's a lot of me hedging, right? Like, that's a lot of me like, so if it's bad, it's because basically I didn't try as hard as I could, and also it was on purpose, and also let me know what I should do to fix it, because I can definitely fix it if it's bad. So I sent it to her, and then I got her response just a few hours later, actually, same day. So I'd sent it right before I was streaming on about Survivor. And I got the email and I opened it up, and this was me on stream opening it up and reading it. And she said, oh, this is so good. She said it would probably serve me to manage expectations, but this is exactly what I was hoping for. And I can't even attempt to shade it otherwise. Headline here is, you absolutely understand the assignment. I think you're very much on the right track. So on and so forth. Phenomenal things. And I was losing it. Look at me. That was the first piece of like good news I had. And it was live on stream, and none of you had any idea it happened. So that was a couple years ago. And after that, I wrote basically the point was you write like a little intro to the proposal. You then, for me at least, like you put a bunch of other stuff in the proposal. And then I wrote, you're supposed to like write a sample chapter or two. Me being me, I wrote a sample chapter, which was the first chapter. And then I was like, let me make sure I write two chapters. Because it was like, you could write one or two. So I was like, let me write a second chapter just in case. And then I wrote a second chapter. And then I was like, but what if I wrote a third chapter? So I wrote 3 chapters for the proposal. I was just on a roll. And I can basically, I mean, I can give you, so, and this is the beginning of the book. So, this intro, this is what I sent to my agent. This is what she was talking about. This was the intro to the proposal that I turned into the introduction to the book. Then there's the first chapter, which is about how the show was brought to the US, and how it was not doing well in season 1 and how they changed it for season 2. And then the second chapter is about the evil doctor in season 2, and it just details the result of those changes in season 2. And then the third chapter, it's kind of like a wait, but pause. How did we get here? And it flashes back to the influences behind Big Brother, the inception of the idea from John de Mol in the Netherlands, and how the show was created, and a lot of, I think, interesting stuff about like where it came from and how it was created in the Netherlands. And then from there, it goes into more of the history of the show through the development of twists and strategy, and all the while sort of making a case for why I see it as such a reflection of society. So that's kind of the basics. Obviously, I didn't touch on everything in the history of the show. I basically told the story of the things that felt the most relevant to the things I was trying to say, and the things that I felt were the most important to sort of understand if you want to know what the show feels like. How many chapters are dedicated to Dan Giesling? 1. There's 1 chapter, but it is one of the longer ones. In fact, I think it's basically, as I was writing it, each chapter was like coming along at a good pace, and then toward the end, they started getting a little longer. Yes, so I finished the 3 chapters. We had the proposal, and then we started shopping it around, and luckily got bought by Source Books. My editor there was super complimentary of the book. She loved it. Basically, like, we had the meeting with her, and I asked my agent, I was like, is that how it normally is? And she was like, no. But who knows? Who knows? And from then on, I had a deadline to write it, which was basically like roughly a year. So I then wrote much of the rest of it over the next year. I finished the first draft basically just before season 26 started last year. Maybe a little bit before. And then, so I've like had this book like finished for over a year. And I've just had to wait to not only release it, but even talk about it. Because that's how publishing works. But yeah, so then I waited for the editor to get back to me. She finally did, and her notes were basically like, this is great. The notes were, this is great, and in fact, I really love the parts about you, so can you add more of you into it? Like more of those parts, because I love those parts. And I was like, more? More of that? Are you crazy? Nobody cares about me. And so that is honestly one of the parts I feel the most self-conscious about. I think that you guys will like it. I think that you will like the parts about me. There's not that many parts about me, I don't think. But to me, it feels like there's a lot. And my fear is that like a random person picking this up off the street would be like, what is this guy talking about himself so much? Because that's me, and I don't talk about myself. But I hope I feel like it's relevant. I feel like every time I read it, here's what happens. I finished it over a year ago. Then didn't read it for months. Didn't have it in my head for months. The longer I spend not having read it, I get more self-conscious about it. I'm like, I put too much of me in it. I should have done this. I should have done that. And then I read it for the edits, and I was like, it's pretty good. I like this. Man, how did I think of that? Man, that was a good transition. So every time I read it, I feel better about it. But when I don't have it in my head, I'm like, I screwed it up. I definitely screwed it up. So so I added some more. It's the thing is, in terms of like adding more about me, I basically just kind of like I threaded a little bit more of a needle in terms of the story of me growing up watching the show. I would say probably like 1 page max every few chapters is about me. Um, and in a way that I really hope and intended to be extremely relevant to the thing I'm talking about at the time. Um, so that's it. So I did that. There wasn't really much else in the way of edits. I'm hesitant to tell you this. You probably will enjoy this. I I think this is like a scary thing to say because this book is a little bit longer than the genre likes. But we're gonna keep this on the down low because you guys won't mind that. But again, like the general audience, they're like, oh, I don't like long books. I don't want to read a long book. I want a short book. It's not that long. It's not a fantasy tome. I did put in the proposal 60 to 70,000 words. I wrote 110. I expected my editor to be like, this is too many words. We're gonna have to cut some stuff. And I was prepared if I needed. I was like, I don't know what, because I wrote what I thought was necessary, but and then she read it and she was like, fantastic, phenomenal, keep it all. I was like, so that's why it's I think it says on the listing, the hardcover will be, I think, around 400 pages. However, to be fair, I would say likely, let me look at this. These are my sources, my whatever it's called. These are all of the sources. So that's a good amount of pages that are just my notes. In this book, that's like 30 pages. I was very detailed in the sourcing, in the what do you call it? Citations, thank you. I was very, very detailed. That actually was one of my favorite compliments that I got from my editor. Let me see if I can find it. This is what I got from editor after I did the copy edit and I worked on the citations. Favorite compliment. She said, I got some glowing praise from your production editor about how great a job you did with the citations. She was certainly would be a Herculean task, but she was marveling at how well you did with the new citations and that you managed to clean up and improve the existing ones. It was 400 plus endnotes, so you're officially a legend and potentially a favorite author ever to our production team. Great work. I had no idea how to do them when I started writing this book. And it did take forever, let me tell you. It took forever. They are Chicago, yeah. They're Chicago endnotes, right? Endnotes? Now I'm forgetting. But yeah, like pretty much every little bit is cited. Every little anything that I felt like was a claim at all, I tried to cite as much as possible. I mean, I did it in school, but I could not remember all the rules. I mean, if you told me to do it right now, I wouldn't. I literally had the Chicago, like, I signed up for their website. I had like the rules sheet with all the different, there was like an FAQ that I used that had some specific, because I had a lot of very specific things. I'm sorry, this is the least interesting part of this whole thing, but like, it was interesting to me. I actually had a lot of fun with it, but um, anyway, there's a good amount of citations in there, so it's not as bad. Front cover of the book on the website. You're right. Hold on. That will hopefully be fixed shortly. So it is correct on that freaked me out. I was like, oh my god, is it? Anyway, so finished the book, did the edits, worked on the copy edit, and so there were a couple things. One is that we went back and forth on the cover a lot, actually. The cover took a long time. I am, first of all, a terrible client when it comes to graphic design. I do not understand design. I recognize this about myself and I try to be as good as I can. Steph probably knows this. My direction is basically like, I don't know, a thing that looks good. My idea for a cover. Oh, I didn't talk to you about the title. Okay. So the title is Behind the Mirror. Sourcebooks loves data. This is what my agent told me about Sourcebooks. They love data. So basically, you get your book published, you're not necessarily in control of things like the cover and the title. You have input. If you really fight hard, you can maybe get what you want, but they're going to have their own ideas. And Sourcebooks really likes data. So basically it was like, you know, whatever they, you know, think will like test the best, or whatever they think will be like the best, they might make you go with something along those lines. And to be clear, with my experience with my editor has been phenomenal, and she's always told me you have the final call. So that's actually not been super true in my case, but theoretically, they would maybe have a call. And so my idea for the title was Behind the Mirror. I like I like that title a lot from my own perspective, because the book is so much about how the show is a mirror to society. And I know I talk about that a lot on the podcast, but like this is truly like the deep analysis into why I think that's the case and the different things that I think the show teaches us. And so on like, in my eyes, I felt like the title worked on a few levels. One is that I see the show as a mirror to society, and so we're going behind that mirror to understand how, like, what makes it tick and what makes it a mirror to society. It also works more literally, because one of the fascinating things about Big Brother is that behind every mirror there is a camera filming you, and then also, like, even just like the word behind hopefully invokes a little bit of like Yeah, like behind the looking glass, like behind the scenes a little bit. And I would not say that this is a super behind the scenes book. Like I'll say that. There is it tells the story of the show, but this is not like a gossip tell all kind of book. You probably have gotten that so far based on the way I've talked about it. Um, but you know, you still want to evoke a little bit of like this is a sort of like behind the facade of what you might see on the show. We're talking about it a bit more. Um, Cameras or mirrors. Yeah, I just felt like the title. I liked the title. It felt artsy to me, and I wasn't sure that it would work. Like marketing wise, I thought it was maybe a little too abstract. So for the proposal, we actually came up with a different title, sort of preempting the rejection of this title. And so we went with a different title for the proposal. Then once they bought the proposal, once they bought the book, they started testing titles. They were like, "Do you have any other titles you want us to test?" And I gave them a big list of the ideas I had, including Behind the Mirror. And they came back to me and they said, "I know you went with this title for the proposal, but this one, Behind the Mirror, actually tested the best. People liked this one the most." And I was like, interesting. That's very interesting. That's very nice to hear, actually, because that's the title I wanted. So that's why it's called Behind the Mirror. Now, in my mind, I thought a cool cover would be a mirror where you can see a camera behind it. This is because I'm stupid and I don't understand how graphics work, and I don't understand how good covers are, how to make a good cover. I just thought it would be kind of cool to have a camera behind it. I thought like I was trying to make it more literal still. They tried something like that. It did not work. They tried something more playful. It did not work. Because in this genre, playful is kind of the thing. People have lots of playful covers. But the book's not that playful. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not like dark, but it's not playful. So it didn't really feel like it had the right tone. And so they came up with this one, which I actually really liked. And they tested a bunch more covers. This one did the best of those, and this was my favorite of those as well. I've been a little concerned because when I look at the graphic of the cover, I'm like, I like it, but I'm not in love with it. I like it a lot, but I'm not in love with it. When I finally got the physical copies, I actually think it looks way better in person, and I'm way happier with it. I don't know why. I don't know what the difference is, but like, just like having it physically, as opposed to like the very bright, stark colors in the graphic, it just looks way better to me in person. So I'm very happy about that. But I like this cover a lot because I do think it still conveys a lot of the things that, like the themes of the book. It's it's like kind of a facade of a house, but obviously the house is not real. It's got like this sort of ominous feel with the shadow reaching back behind it. It's a little bit evocative of like Buster Keaton and that stunt he did, which I think is fun. Not that that's particularly relevant to the book. It's just, I like Buster Keaton a lot. And obviously like it kind of fits like behind the mirror, behind the facade of this thing, behind, all of that. Yeah, difference between digital and printed for sure. So has a pop culture feel. Thank you. That is exactly what they were going for. But the cover did take a while. So they did actually want me to push back the publish date, which was a whole thing. I had to fight them on that because the cover took so long. They basically missed some deadlines for getting it into certain big stores like Walmart and Target. Um, and so they were like, if we want to push to get into those stores, we need to push back the publish date. And I was like, they wanted to go spring 2026. And that would have been like 2 years after I finished writing this book. And it would have meant that I couldn't talk about it during the Big Brother season again. Or if I had, then it would have been like, I'm asking for pre-orders when it's not coming out for like basically another year. And that just would have felt weird. So I had to fight them on that. And they did cave. And so we got it out. We're getting it out in the fall. But pre-orders are up now. And that is very exciting. You have a screenshot of that cover from a year ago that might have been a test. But yeah, so the I did do some interviews for the book. Obviously, like the thing about one of the reasons why I wrote the book is that I already have like literally thousands of hours of interviews that I've already done with people. But I did specifically talk to some people for the book, mostly just to like get some quotes that I was, like can we talk specifically about this thing? I wonder if you were part of the test, Jennifer, if you saw this cover before. It had a different person's name on it. It was just a fake name. When they tested it, they wrote a fake name in place of mine for the testing. I don't know how they tested it. Maybe they just showed it to, I don't know. So yeah, I did go through a lot of old interviews. I did talk to some specific people. People like Taylor and Dan. I talked to Rob. I talked to Hamster Watch. So lots of very fun people for the book. And I'm very excited. Somebody was asking earlier, has anyone read it yet? Kieran. Yep, Kieran Ashford was the name on it. I was showing the cover to some friends. I was like, "Oh, this is the cover that I think we're gonna go with," and they were like, "Who's Kieran?" Like, "Oh, that's how they." Oh, I just got a text from a friend who just said he's pre-ordered the book. What was I saying? Not many people have read it so far. So my agent has read it. My editors have read it. And it is currently being like mailed out to some people. Taylor has one. She has, I think, started to read it and has said incredibly nice things to me about it and has been genuinely like so amazing. I was talking to her like last night about how like I was going to announce it today. I was like, I'm super nervous, and she wrote like the most nice, reassuring things. And I actually sent a digital copy to another friend of mine that does a podcast, and he has been reading it, and he is not a Big Brother fan, and he's been like, this has been super interesting. I love reading like a chapter every night, and it's been super cool to hear. Like basically, because my editor too was like not super familiar with the show. She was like a fan, but like not super fan, and she was like, literally after every chapter, I'd like run to my husband and I'd have to talk to him about it, and I was like, that's what I was hoping for. So Yes, that was wild. So it was wild that I didn't even know Steven was writing a book, but I have talked to Steven. We haven't locked anything in yet, but we would. I think we're both hopefully interested in doing like some co-promotion, like um, work together to sell some books. Um, so that should be fun. Um, so yes, in terms of, I think right now, there aren't any like live events planned for it, but there is there are theoretically like RHAP live shows coming up that I would theoretically be attending. That I'm hoping I could get some like I could do some sort of like signing kind of stuff there as well. Um, to just do like a little mini book event. Because basically, the thing is that like um my presence is mostly online. So I think doing like in-person events uh might not be the smartest decision. But who knows? Who knows? Um when I explained why Big Brother is such a masterpiece to the people from Jetlag is the perfect explanation. Thank you. Pre-orders will last right up until the publish date, which is in November. So you do have time, but so this is what I will say. And Steven actually talked about this when he talked about his book. Pre-orders are everything for books. They like a pre-order matters more than a post order. uh, for a few reasons. One is that the better the book is doing in pre-orders, the more the publisher is like, oh, this is doing well. We can put more, you know, um, like energy into it, more resources into it, um, and all of that. In addition to that, um, the pre-orders all count as like day one sales, essentially. So when you look at like bestseller lists, when a book first comes out, it's like all of the previous months of pre-orders go into that first like week of sales, essentially. And so like your best chance to get on any kind of list is to sell as many pre-orders as possible and hope that that's enough to like eke onto a list somewhere. Um, so I've learned a lot about New York Times bestseller lists, and basically they're not actually like an accurate representation of books sold most of the time. There's like a certain threshold you likely need to pass in order to be eligible to be on the list, but it's actually more like my agent described it as there's a little bit of magic. There's a little bit of like they just kind of choose. Um, but I think what I've also heard is that like they kind of like just ask bookstores like what's selling, stuff like that. Um, so you know, the point is the more you sell in the pre-orders, the more likely you are to get the book in front of whether it's on a list or just being pushed by a website or whatever. The more likely you are to get the book in front of people who would not have otherwise seen it. I wrote this book for you guys, really, more for myself and for you guys. It would be great if the general audience who didn't know anything about Big Brother or maybe were casual fans of Big Brother picked this up if they saw it because it sold enough. But the thing I care most about is that you guys enjoy it, to be honest. So yes, so if you are going to get it, getting it in the pre-order is for sure the most helpful thing that you can do. Is the book more retrospective or more analytical? That's a good question. So we just did the Big Brother retrospective, and what I would say is, I would say that like 95% of the Big Brother retrospective podcast was not stuff in the book. Like all of that, like detailed week to week strategy, like stuff, is not really what I'm getting into in the book. I'm not getting that deep into the weeds most of the time. So I would say it leans a little more heavily analytical with some retrospective elements, in the sense that I think the way that I wrote it was like, in order to properly explain the analysis, you need to have a baseline level of knowledge of what I'm talking about and why. So I explain big events of the show in the history of the show as a vehicle to help further the analysis in many ways. So there's a bit of both, I would say. But the hope is, because both I've had some fans read it, I have some non-fans read it. The hope is that if you are a fan of the show, there are bits of this that you will be reliving in a sort of me telling the story form, which hopefully you like if you like the live feed updates. And that's kind of fun. Like for instance, I tell the story of like Cowboy Nokomis and the twins, and the moment where that's revealed, and I'm like, sort of narrating that, and it's very fun. But also tying that into like, what did that mean for the show to make a twist like that, and stuff like that. I wouldn't say it's super academic. I wouldn't sort of like have such aspirations. I'm not an academic. This is much more pop culture-y, I would say. I try to be analytical. And you guys know me. I mean, it's the live feed updates. Let's be real. It's the live feed updates. You listen to a live feed update, I'm recounting events and giving analysis on it. It's similar to that, but like more thought out and well put together. That's a lot of what I'm doing there. No, I took it as a compliment. Thank you. I wouldn't, I'd feel like like an imposter if I claimed it to be academic. Yeah, so the book narratively ends at season 24. That's when I started writing. And honestly, it was a pretty good end point for the story of the show to that point. Quinn with a raid. Welcome, Quinn. And the Quinians. I'm talking about a book I wrote. I wrote this book. It's real. It's about Big Brother. I'm actually just talking about how Quinn in Big Brother 26 unfortunately did not play in time to be part of the book. I apologize to the Quinians. Especially Big Brother 20. I literally finished writing it before Big Brother 26 started. So the narrative ends with 24, but I do have bits from 25 in it because that season was happening like as I was writing it. That was another reason why I was arguing against pushing back the publish date. I was like, I can't be that far behind. Like it's not about like a recounting of every season by any means. There are seasons I mostly gloss over, but but it still feels like you want it to feel like it's mostly up to date, you know? And I think it is. I think that like season 25 didn't really have much more to say than I already did. I think 26 is potentially the start of a new era for Big Brother. And so um I think if I were ever to write like a sequel or something, then that would be a good place to sort of bounce or start from or whatever. Um Magro, thank you for the for gifting 5 subs. Let me see if I
Wow, a 5.
a 5. There's a 25 bit. Um Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, I think that 26's story is unfinished at this point. Um like I honestly don't know what I would write about with 26 right now. Like I know what I would write about, but there wouldn't be a conclusion to the story. And I think that what I tried to create a solid conclusion for the book. Um and I think I did a good job. I hope I did a good job. Um it was difficult to to write and do podcasting at the same time. That was a difficult thing to do. That was the other thing too about the copy edit was like um the because of the publish date stuff, it was like I had a very quick turnaround for the copy edit. So I literally was for a period of like 2 or so weeks waking up, spending literally all day on the copy edit, reading every word, going over everything, fixing every citation, and going to sleep and waking up the next day and doing it again. It was wild. Not really any BB Can, no. I do talk about it, but fairly briefly. It's really meant to be the story of Big Brother in the US. I do touch on some international seasons. Obviously, I talk about the Netherlands in the start of the show. I also talk a bit about BBUK, where I feel that's particularly relevant to Big Brother US. I Guys, I appreciate the questions. I'm having a moment right now of like it feels so nice that you're so interested in this. And I just had a moment of like, oh, I really just I want you to be able to read it. Like I'm actually like I'm excited. I'm really excited for you guys to read it because I think you guys I think you'll really like it. I I'm worried about other people reading it because, you know, other people are mean. But like I can't wait to share it with you. Um it's the published date is in November. So it's still going to be a little while, but I'm very excited. I mean, cuz okay, so like the thing is, we know this, right? I know this. Anybody who, for instance, thinks the cookout is racist, they're probably not going to like the book very much. Cuz I do talk about the cookout. Anybody who thinks that Aaron Grease was wrongfully canceled, they're probably not going to like the book very much. They're probably going to want to review bomb the book. So I've tried to prepare myself for that. Because I've never had to put something out that has had like a rating. You know, I rate things all the time. I'm a ruthless rater. And I now have to be at peace with the fact that this is going to be out on like Goodreads, which only has a 5-star rating system, which I do think is inferior. It's going to be on these places and it's going to have a star rating and it's not going to be as high as I want it to be. I know this. I'm at peace with this. And I've already told it could be the best book in the world. I think there are people who will auto rate it badly without even reading it. And I have to recognize that ahead of time and be at peace with it. Books about reality TV don't tend to do well to begin with in like ratings. Reality TV itself doesn't tend to be rated very highly. So I am... These are some of the many things that have been rattling around my brain. Yeah, I don't want to say too much right now because it's still in the works, but the part of the reason that you send out ARCs is for things like blurbs and like early reviews and promotion, stuff like that. So we'll see how that goes. I really do. Rob is going to be one of the last people, not one of the last people, but like, I haven't been able to send Rob would have been one of the first people I sent the book to, but he was obviously gone. So I need to send it to him. The other thing too, though, is that like, and it says this in the arc, in the thing. Typographical and layout errors are not intended to be present in the final booklet release. I'm going through the final proof right now and I'm finding so many things and I'm so embarrassed for myself about every person I've sent this to who has to read the mistakes. This is the thing too. I didn't realize this. Because they tell you this. They were like, try not to change anything too big. Because the thing about making changes in your book is that the more changes you make, the more likely additional errors will be introduced. I didn't think about this. As a person who hadn't written a book before, who certainly hadn't published anything before, I was like, if you publish a book, they're gonna, professionals will be fixing everything for you. Turns out, every time somebody new handles your book and edits things, they're not robots. They make mistakes. And now all of a sudden, I have other people's typos in my book. And that's terrifying. You know what I mean? It's like, if it's my typo, oh well. If it's somebody else's, that's not even my mistake. It's in my book. Oh no. So hopefully I'll catch as many as possible. Yeah, just increasing variables is just things I didn't know. Thank you, Spooky. Somebody asked earlier too, is there like stuff on the back? Yeah. There's a whole thing. I guess I think I could read you the back of it. Some of it's on the website. I gotta say, I'm a little self-conscious about the back cover copy. I want to read it before I read it to you. Okay, no, here we go. In a house designed for manipulation, paranoia, and power plays, 16 strangers are cut off from the outside world, watched every second by cameras, judged by millions. Welcome to Big Brother, a show ahead of its time. It was once dismissed as fluff television. Now this voyeuristic reality show has quietly become a cultural juggernaut, capturing the rawest truths of human behavior while building an intense, obsessive fan base along the way. But what are the costs of turning human lives into entertainment? What kind of psychological toll does it take to be put in isolation, under constant surveillance, in a perpetual state of suspicion? And what does it say about us as a society that we love to watch it unfold? In Behind the Mirror, Taran Armstrong, content creator and podcaster on the RHAP network, best known for hosting daily live Big Brother live recaps, peels back the layers of the historic franchise and dives deep into the game that never sleeps. Through years of live footage, online discourse, and controversial castings, this eye-opening book unpacks how Big Brother has shaped and exposed societal dynamics around race, gender, identity, power, and surveillance. It's the story of a show that thrives in chaos and reveals a reflection of us all: ambitious, flawed, strategic, and deeply human. Whether you're a diehard fan or an unimpressed skeptic, Behind the Mirror will challenge what you thought you knew about reality TV. Because if you think Big Brother is just a game, you haven't been paying attention. This makes Big Brother sound much less cringy. That's kind of the hope. I'm glad you like it. It's really like, I like it. It's not my favorite bit of writing that I've done. I felt like, because like I said, I was in a bit of a time crunch to get some of this stuff done. So I haven't spent as much time on that as I've spent on like other stuff in the book, I guess, is part of it. So I feel like, did I leave something in there that doesn't work? Jamie, thank you for the 4 months in advance. No. Yeah, 3 months in advance. Sorry. That's what we all describe to the show to our friends. Yes. Okay, so I said this on the podcast. I think I might have said this on the stream already. I apologize. I'm rambling at this point. Like I said, the book is, I think, hopefully very fun and entertaining and insightful, hopefully, for people that have watched the show. The other part of like the goal of this book, and I tried really hard to thread this needle, and I think I did it well, because I enjoy reading it myself, which hopefully is obvious. But the thing I tried really hard to do is write this book in a way that allows somebody who has no idea what Big Brother is to pick it up and understand the show, while still not over explaining and being boring to people who already know a lot of those things. So there is some setup for how the show works, stuff like that. That like, and there's, there's things where I describe events that happen that you already know about because you've seen the show. But my hope is that those parts for you are still fun, because you're getting to relive some of those moments. And I'm also weaving analysis in through description, and you're also maybe learning some things, little details that you didn't know before, while still being completely accessible to somebody who doesn't know the show at all. And so the idea would be, you could read this yourself, hopefully have a great time, and then exactly, you can give this to the person, because everybody has this. Everybody has this. You can give this to the person in your life that does not understand this show, that does not understand your obsession. And hopefully, this book would help explain it to them. You know what I mean? Like, hopefully they would read it and be like, you know what? I understand now. Maybe I still don't want to watch it. but I understand now a bit more about why this is so important to you. And obviously there's plenty of like criticism of the show in here, but it is kind of ultimately like a love letter to the show in a lot of ways. I don't have a foreword at the moment. I don't think there will be one likely. Um, but so I do a lot of the thing. It's sort of like if you've ever watched an adaptation of a show, because the thing is, I especially felt Big Brother viewers are particularly willing to sort of like do this, but like the idea of, even though you know what happened, if I'm like, say, describing Kaser saying, I sealed your partner's fate, for instance, as an example, if I'm describing that moment, the hope is that even though I'm describing that moment to you, it's fun to experience it via my description of it, my storytelling of it, even though you already know what happened. Like seeing an adaptation of a book you read, or vice versa, or even like seeing the show play out when you've seen the feeds, or hearing my live feed update when you've watched the feeds. It's like that I tried really hard to make sure that those parts were still super interesting to people who already know them, while also being descriptive enough that people who don't know them will be able to follow them. That is the line that I tried very hard to walk. And also, again, like part of the reason that those parts exist is to help complement both the storytelling and the analysis. And I would say that somebody asked earlier, and I was talking about it, like, is it more analysis or retrospective? I would say more than anything, I would say that I tried to tell a story first, the story of this show and why it exists and how it exists and how it's changed culture, how it's changed people, how it's changed me. I tried to tell that story first. With that story comes analysis. Through that analysis comes some level of retrospecting. Does that make sense? Um, oof. I've been a mess the last like couple of weeks, and especially like the last couple of days, because I knew I wanted to announce it on the in the cast preview, and I didn't know when the cast was being released until like, nobody did for sure until pretty recently. So it was like, is it going to be Monday? Is it going to be Tuesday? I don't even know. And I also like part of it too, because I tried to explain to Rob, like I was so nervous. I know how important the launch is. Like the first time you hear about a thing, it's like a first impression. It's like, judging a book by its cover. It's the first time you're hearing about it. It's the first impression you're getting of it. And so I really wanted to just like nail the announcement. And I wanted to convey properly like what this meant to me, and what it was. And I think I did okay. I'm not like 100%. I feel like I rushed it a little at the start of the podcast, but like, because I was a little self-conscious. But for the most part, I think I did an okay job. Yeah, all the books purchased from the local bookstore will have a signature. It does. That was actually part of it. When I talked to the book catapults, one of the reasons why I went with them is that they had like a very delineated section specifically for pre-orders and signed pre-orders. So, and this is wild, because I go to the website at the book catapult, and you go to the signed pre-orders section, and there are two books there. It's me and RF Kong. I don't know how to pronounce her name. who's like an author I've read. So that's pretty cool. She wrote Poppy War and Babel. She has a new book coming out called Catabasis. Wow. But you could also order signed pre-orders from her at this bookstore. And then yeah, it's like on Amazon, which has been weird. It's on like I said, it's on Barnes and Noble. They're having a sale for pre-orders right now. If you wanted to go in that direction, it's basically anywhere you can buy books. I think there's a good indie books online. Bookshop.org, I think, is a pretty good one to buy from if you if for some reason you didn't want the signed copy, but you still wanted to buy it from an independent bookstore. You could buy it from bookshop.org. So how long it took to write it is kind of a hard question to answer. But because basically like I wrote the first 3 chapters, then a long break while we tried to sell the book. And then I wrote more, but not all at once. But yes, all copies from Book Catapult will be signed. If you pre-order. Once the pre-order ends, I cannot promise that they will all be signed at that point. I'm not sure if that's going to be an option moving forward, because like basically for the pre-order it's easy because I can just sign all of them before they send them all out once it is released. But once after it's released, it's like harder, like orders will come in at all times, and so it's not one big batch of signing. But I would still love to try to do something with that, but who knows. I would love to write fantasy. I don't know if it's in the cards for me, but it's certainly another like dream of mine. This to me felt like I knew I had this in me. I knew I could write a book about Big Brother. So it made the most sense to me as like, can I write a book? If I can't write a book about Big Brother, I can't write any book, basically. So, this is where I decided like, let me try this. I can't sign one and copy it. I mean, you could, but I think, you know, if you buy a book, if you buy a signed book, I think you ideally want like it actually to be signed for you. Anyway, in terms of like length, I would say like the time from when I started writing it to when I finished writing it, the first draft was like maybe close to 2 years, maybe less. I honestly don't know. Actual time writing is less than that. Like actual time writing was not, but then time writing also would include things like the edit and the copy edit and now the proofing and stuff like that. So, getting it out of my brain was a pretty quick process for me. I binge wrote this. It just came out of me. I basically for like months at a time, I couldn't hold a conversation with anybody because I was running through the next thing I wanted to write in my head. Like I'd be working out and I couldn't even listen to a podcast or a book because I'd be like, so then I want to say this, and then I'm going to say this, and then it's going to go here. And then I would finish the workout and go upstairs and keep writing. But there was a lot of prep that went into it too. Like there were a lot of interviews I wanted to do, and a lot of research as well that I had to do. Um, so that wasn't like writing time, but it was part of the process. You don't need to feel bad about getting a Kindle copy. Um, the fact that you want to read the book is awesome. um, I mean, obviously, like buying the hardcover, I think is the best way to like support the book. Buying the hardcover, the signed hardcover from the independent bookstore is the best way to support independent bookstores. I think that it like a hard in terms of like so this is by the way, I don't know how much I can say about this exactly, but I learned about this from um this whole process. How you get paid as a writer is kind of interesting, or at least how I'm getting paid as a writer. That basically they pay you in advance for the like essentially the rights to your book. And then you make a certain percentage of every book sale when it comes out, but that percentage goes toward the advance. So basically, it's like it's sort of like a little bit of an insulation. Like you get paid a certain amount regardless of how much the book sells. Like the book could severely underperform and the publisher would kind of lose money. I would still get paid the same. And if the book overperforms, once the percentage of sales reaches the point in the amount that I was paid for the advance, I will then start making that money on every book sale. Does that make sense? It's kind of confusing. But I do believe that the highest percentage is on hardcovers. No hardcovers exist at the moment. This is just a soft cover, which also doesn't exist for sale at the moment. Basically the same as a record deal. I guess so. Yeah, exactly. Once the publisher is paid, I start making that percentage myself rather than it just going to the publisher or toward the advance. I have actually no idea. Quite frankly, the numbers are quite confusing to me. But from my perspective, I still want it to do well for multiple reasons. But like in terms of like I personally don't expect to make more than what I got for the advance. Like I'm not expecting this to be like a massive moneymaker or anything. It would be awesome if it was. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not expecting that. Like genuinely, my agent said that like she, when negotiating the sale of the book, will try to get the price of what they think the book will sell. So like if it sells more than that, then it means that basically I was underpaid to begin with, right? But I still would like the book to do well for multiple reasons. The biggest of which is how well this book does will influence my ability to write books in the future. So the better this does, the more likely the next time I'm pitching around a proposal that the publisher is to be like, oh, this book, your previous book did really well. We're more willing to take a gamble on you, essentially. Will it super translate if I try to write fiction? Like, who knows? But it still would matter, I would imagine. Because for as much as I think I appreciate how excited you are for this book, I think less people would be interested in reading fiction from me. Not in like a bad way, just like we're all here for Big Brother. So obviously the most amount of people are going to be interested in a Big Brother book. But hopefully enough of you would be interested in reading fiction from me that like I could use that as a selling point to some degree. But yeah, definitely don't hold it against you in any way if you buy it on Kindle or anything like that. How will your life change for the better? um, what would my fiction writing be about? I have some ideas. Um, I really actually like so Stephen Fishback's book is essentially like a fictionalized version of a reality show, which I think is very fun. I wouldn't necessarily go down that route, but I do really like the idea. And it's kind of played out by now, so I might not do it, but like I love the idea of writing my own like death game kind of story, like a Squid Gamey kind of thing. Um, that is primarily focused on like social strategy and like actually intricate strategic maneuvering within like a death gamey kind of format. Like that's what I would love to read a book that is like that, and I don't think it exists. I think most death game stories are a bit loose with um the mechanics. Uh so it would be cool to write something like that. Like I said though, I think that by the time I got around to writing something like that, like I don't know if it would be really in season or anything. It's Squid Game I think is probably like really satisfied that market for a while, but that's one of the ideas I've had. I have lots of others obviously, but um it's honestly the kind of thing where like even if I never get to write fiction, um I'd also be happy to write more nonfiction. I really enjoyed writing this. In fact, there's part of me that fears that I might not enjoy writing fiction as much as I enjoyed writing this. Uh, at which point I would be like, oh, maybe I just need to write more nonfiction. Um, oh yeah, Dungeon Crawler Carl. I have read a lot of that. That is pretty death gamey. Um, the Long Walk is coming. I love the Long Walk. I mean, listen, I love these kinds of stories. The Running Man, yeah, that's also coming out. But yeah, I mean, it's 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 wild. I talked about this a bit at the start of the podcast. Um, but I grew up reading books and stories constantly. Um, I watched a lot of TV, but I also read a ton of books, and I always wanted to be a writer. Um, I always had, and I don't think this is super like unique or anything, but like I just always had stories in my head. Um, I actually mentioned this in the book a little bit, but like part of that is just like me crafting worlds that weren't my own to live in, if that makes sense. And so I just loved storytelling. I loved its ability to take you away from to like real life. Um, and I always thought like, hey, I would love to, I'd love to be able to write. When I was in like middle school, I actually wrote what was essentially like a little horror novella on the forums of IMDb. I might have told this story before. Um, back in the wee old days of the IMDb forums that they have since erased from the internet, there used to be these things that people would play often on the horror forums that they called RPGs. Which, I mean, everyone knows what an RPG is, but like, uh, what they were they were stories written. I was essentially it was essentially Dungeons and Dragons. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it was basically like somebody would write a story in the horror forum and write up a list of characters that then regulars of the forum, could sign up to play that character in your story. And then you would present them with decisions to make that could lead to either their death or their life in your horror story. And I was never much of a forum person, but these fascinated me because I loved stories. And so I was playing as characters sometimes, making decisions, trying to survive the story. And then eventually I was like, I need to write one. And the way that it worked for me then is the same way this book worked for me now, is that I had a line in my head that was the opening line. And I just went from there, and I just wrote. It was over 100 pages of story. Like week by week, I would present different chapters and then offer. The thing about my RPG is that the choices, I did kind of have a set story in mind. So the choices they did impact things, but sometimes I would not have made a good video game writer, is what I'm saying. I do remember how a lot of them died. Yeah. I'm getting ahead of myself, but like one of the ways that somebody was chased, they chose to climb up a tree, which was a bad idea. They then got injured as they fell from the tree. They were carried all the way back to the cabin because they were in a cabin in the woods. And it was this harrowing journey of heroism. The person thought that they were going to be able to save that person's life because they stayed back and helped instead of like running away. But I was very cruel, and that person their fate had already been decided. I'm sorry. Even though they were alive as you carried them, right as they got to the door, the person dies. They did not make it. And that person was upset. But overall, very well received. In fact, it was nominated and won an award on the forums. There's a whole thing. There was another one. I was a sick child. I put a couple into a room. This was very Saw inspired. Saw was huge at this time. It was a couple in a room, and there was a gun in the room, and it was like, only one of you can live. And I thought it was really interesting because I was like, they're both characters in this game. They're going to make this decision. I actually don't remember how I resolved that. I think one of them killed the other one and survived. And then there was a big twist at the end that I was very proud of. The big reveal. But anyway, I loved that process. Unfortunately, I've looked for this and I can't find it. It doesn't exist online anymore. It's not in any of the archives that I can find. And I have no idea where, like, the computer I wrote it on is long since been trashed, I'm sure. So I think it's completely gone to history, which is such a shame because I would love to read it now. I was very proud of it at the time. Should you do it again with patrons? That actually might be fun. That actually might be fun. I think I started in middle school. I think I might have been in middle school. So I was, how old are you in middle school? I don't even remember. I think it was middle. I don't think I was in high school yet. That was the other thing too, is that I was pretending to be older. I think I told people that I was like in college. And oh boy, that was such a bad lie, because then I had to keep pretending to be old. People started asking me like, "Oh, how's your first year of college going?" And I was like 13. Um and I was like, "Oh, it's good." I made some good friends on there. There was someone from wait, was that person Xbox Live or were they IMDb forums? There was definitely someone from Russia. No, that was Xbox Live, wasn't it? No, it was the forums. As a child, I befriended people from around the world on IMDb forums and Xbox Live. On the plus side, the fact that they read my story and did not see that I was actually 13. Maybe they were all lying about their age too, though. Who knows? Anyway, I loved that process. I loved writing that, and that especially was like, this is why, like that experience made me feel like I will be a writer someday. Yeah, maybe they were lying about being from Russia. That's a good point. That's a good point. They told me all kinds of things about Russia. They might have been lying. They might have been making it up. All those facts about Russia. Talking about it being cold. Talking about their freedoms. They were making it up. I remember befriending someone on Xbox Live who was from California when Arnold Schwarzenegger was became the government being governor. And thinking that was so foreign. Like, oh, they're from California. They say hella and hecka. That's like Californian slang. And then they were like, I think they moved from out of California because when Arnold became the governor, or was that just LA? Actually, I don't even remember now. Yeah, remember hella? And they did say hecka too, because they were this was an actual child that I was friends with. I was also a child at the time. We were both probably 10. Good friend of mine on Xbox Live. Wonder what that guy's up to. Anyway, that experience made me feel it boosted my confidence as a writer because people loved it. People loved my story. The thing that like the response I got about the story was that it was like a lot more artistic. Like I think the thing it got nominated for was like best writing. Like it was well written. It had some criticisms about the choices I gave people. But everybody agreed that it was really well written. And that it was a really cool story, even if it wasn't the best RPG. And so I was like, I'm good at this. I would really love to do this someday. And I was in middle school at the time. And then I didn't really write anything else. Just like a couple of little stories here and there until I went to college for real. And I went to school for screenwriting. Mostly because like this was really like a story of me thinking that I needed to make practical choices. And my practical choice was trying to be a book author felt absolutely impossible. But maybe I could be a screenwriter. Maybe I could write movies. That feels more possible to me. I was delusional, by the way. So I went to school for screenwriting. Uh, first class, first screenwriting class, the professor says, um, less than 1% of you will make any money doing this. And I was like, oh, well, maybe this wasn't very practical. And so I went through my screenwriting classes and I did enjoy it, but I did not enjoy screenwriting as much as I do prose writing. And I found that I was good at editing, and I felt like there was a lot of really cool creative storytelling you could do with edits. And so I decided this feels a lot more practical to me. I can be in post production, I can still flex these creative muscles, and you know, I can actually get a job. And I did. I got a job out of college, doing production essentially for like a startup. And I was just like, it's like being a writer is a thing for other people. Um, it's a thing for other people that have the drive and luxury to do it that I don't have. Like the luxury in the sense that like maybe they have enough of a safety net that they can afford to take a gamble and be a writer. The drive of like I didn't have enough of a drive to sacrifice those things and to be insecure. I took the safety of a practical job over the risk of um you know failing as a writer. uh and so I was like, I just don't have I'm not cut out for it. That was a big thing. The big thing that people always talked about in college was in order to be a writer, you need it. Because if you don't need it, you shouldn't like you'll never get it because you'll have to sacrifice too much. Um and that's it scared me off. I was like, I guess I don't need it. Um like what I feel I need is like a home, like a place, a roof to put over my head. That felt like the entire goal to me growing up. Like you have to, dreams are great, but like money is what matters, and I did not have it growing up. So um, I was like, I have to go, and I think it was the right decision for me at the time. Uh, and it was massive. Like getting a job out of college was huge. Um, and I was and am so lucky that I even had that. Um, but then I started the podcast, and I was like, this is where I am now. Like this is I'm not a writer. The other thing, by the way, the other thing I wanted to be when I was a kid, writer, psychologist. Psychologist was the other thing. And psychologist was this is a part of the story I shouldn't leave out, because the reason I went to Emerson, the reason I chose Emerson College was that they had a great psychology program. And so I wasn't so delusional. My idea was I'm going to try to be a writer, and if the writing feels like it's not working out, I'm going to transition into psychology. And then the editing stuff felt like it was working out. I had a few jobs and internships during college, and I never even ended up doing my psychology minor. Actually, I was planning on doing that, and then I stopped it because I was like, this is actually working. And the other thing about psychology is that it would have required a lot more schooling, which I did not have the money for. So that was another big part of it. But so I went to podcasting, and I was like, this is amazing. This is wonderful. I love. It's not something I dreamed of doing, but it is a dream that I live in. And then when I got this opportunity to write, it was really like such a full circle for me. Um, so uh just really cool, and I feel self-conscious about it. Like I feel like I still haven't earned it, but like I at some point I'm hoping that I feel comfortable enough to call myself an author, because I think that's really cool. I feels unearned and pretentious right now, but if someday I can feel comfortable saying that, describing myself that way, it'd be pretty cool. I'm an author. I wrote a book. I'm an author. Isn't that weird? um anyway, that's the book. That's a bit of the story. Um thank you for hearing about it, you know. Actually, Celestial, I have heavily considered uh getting a master's in creative writing. It feels like a huge waste of money, but I thought it might be fun. Um, maybe someday. You're doing it at 44. See, I feel like it's always an option. I feel like I'm not going to count it out, you know? It's just the main thing is that like it's very expensive. And I feel like there's probably better ways to spend my money, but like at the same time, yeah, don't go for psych. Yeah, at this point, psychology I think is past me. Um, and the thing too is that like, whereas I had experience being a writer, where I had experience writing and creating things, I had no real experience of being a psychologist. You know what I mean? Um, the actual practical application of that, I think, is not what I imagined it to be in my head as a kid. In my kid, I sort of idealized this idea of like being a psychologist and helping people. The big thing is that like I really wanted to be a child psychologist as a child. Uh because this is stupid. I really wanted to help. This is not stupid. Um I really wanted to help kids feel better, mostly because I wanted to feel better. And I was like, if I could help other kids not have to feel the way I do, that would be cool. Um, but yeah, the actual process of working in that space, I just don't know if I have the mental fortitude for it. You know. I mean, it's sweet until you realize I gave up on that. Like, it'd be nice to help those kids, but I really enjoy podcasting about Big Brother. um. Anyway, let me You wanted to go in psych for the same reason, tried psychology, sociology. It was brutal. Let me just make sure I'm up on the social media, because I did make a post. And I'm getting lots of nice responses. Oh my god, so many. Congratulations. There's Hamster Watch. Hamster Watch was great, by the way. She was super great to talk to. Somebody just sent me a screenshot of a text chain. FYI, I bought you an early birthday present, Taran's new book. Wanted to give you a heads up so you don't buy one for yourself. And then they said, "Oh, I already bought it." Oh, that's great. Um, Sharon, I did talk to Sharon. Congrats to Taran on his book. No one is more qualified to talk Big Brother than him after providing us years of consistent feed updates, crucial strategy breakdowns, and more. That's so sweet. Mike Bloom. Oh my God, this is too much. I can't read this on stream. I just have to make sure there's nothing I need to respond to. Anything on Blue Sky? Oh my God. Tons. All right, I'm going to read more of that later. Did I talk to Grodner? No, I did not. It's not really meant to be like I said, it's not really like meant to be a from the perspective of production kind of thing. It's much more so from the perspective of, it's not really from any one perspective necessarily. It's certainly from my perspective. But it's not like here's the story of Alison Grodner or anything like that. She's certainly in it. But I pretty much just use, because the other thing too is that, quite frankly, I'm saying quite frankly too much lately. I felt as though there wasn't much that I could get from production that didn't already exist. Like, what would they be willing to tell me about that wasn't already publicly available, if that makes sense? And how likely was it for it to be relevant to the story I'm telling? And I felt like the odds that it was basically 0%. Like, it's just like, because again, like it's not a story about them. It's not a story about, it's a story about what they have helped create. But they've already given a lot of information about, their views on things at the time. I have lots of quotes from them that were publicly available. And then the other part of it too, and I had some suggestions for this and some options, and I did think about it, but like obviously there are like former employees that I could talk to. Like I could really have tried to go down the route of like, can I dig up the dirt? Can I find like who's willing to talk to me, who's willing to give me good, juicy insights and stuff like that? And it just didn't feel like it fit for what I was doing, if that makes sense. And if that's disappointing, I do apologize. I know there are going to be people, probably not you guys, but there are going to be people that are like, I wanted more juicy gossip, right? Like I wanted more like behind the scenes insights, whatever. And again, I'm just gonna have to tank that. Like it's just not the book I decided to write. And it might have been more popular for those people, but it wouldn't have been what I was interested in doing. So that is one of my insecurities for sure. I think that's something that some people might be looking for, but ultimately, I don't think production will have a massive issue with it. It certainly doesn't shy away from criticizing them, but like to be quite honest, it's probably less critical than the majority of my podcasts. Like it's like I'm really like I was more careful with my words than I am on a podcast. And ultimately I think I give them a lot of grace. Really. And it genuinely is much more a love letter to the show than anything else. Do I have a favorite quote from the book? I have a few that I really like, a few lines I really like, but I could not possibly tell them to you because I would spoil them. um, are you sure you can't? I listen, Matt, if you want. There is like one of the things that the marketing team talked about was they were like, you can like, would you be interested in potentially like releasing a certain like excerpt from your book or um, something like that? Like, and I was like, I mean, I have favorite parts of the book, but I feel like if I release them without context, I feel like it all flows into itself. You know what I mean? I like I'm very proud of the structure. I wouldn't want them to read it out of context. Um yeah, I'm excited for people to read it. I'm excited. Oh man, the thing too, by the way, because I'm currently going through this, I'm like, I am sending the book to people. And I did not realize how terrible that is. Like, I have realized recently, I kind of always knew this to some degree. I have realized I am really, really bad at asking people for things, for help or things. I really don't like it. I really like just doing it, just doing it myself and not having to ask people for help and not feeling needy or feeling like I'm bothering somebody. And so the process of, hey, can I send you my 400-page book so that you can potentially read it and then tell people you like it? Because like hopefully you like it, because if you don't, that's going to be super awkward. Um so it's like it's been bad. I know Matt offered and I still was like, nah. Nah, I wouldn't want to impose. um yeah, so that's been tough. That's been tough. I've been putting it off for some people too. I'm like, oh man. Um this tells you a lot about me. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I literally I don't want to I don't like talking about like personal conversations without like full consent, but I don't think Taylor would mind. I literally said to Taylor, I was like, sorry to be a bother, but like I need this from you. And she was like, Taran, don't you dare. Stop it. You're not a bother. It's like, okay, good to know. All right. Anyway, that's what's going on. Oh, I did ask the publisher if there was a way to track the pre-sales because I think that's very fun. They eventually basically got back to me saying it's going to be pretty tough. So I am currently still working on a way to track um, the pre-sales because I would love to like give you an update on how much it's selling if possible. Um, I think that uh, Amazon will update me on some level of sales through the author portal, but it's like a weekly report. Um, and then like other places, like I might be able to ask Book Catapult how many orders they're getting. Um, but it's all kind of like individual based on source. So I will try to keep a count going. I would love to like update you guys on that if I can. What I do have is let me see if I can find this again. Oh wow. So I have analytics for the website, and so far I have no idea how much this translates. So far we have uh a bit over 2,000 clicks on the buttons to go to either Amazon or Book Catapult. So I don't know how many conversions that actually is. I'm sure plenty of people click it without actually buying, but if even if like 50% of that converted, like that would be insane so far. Um, but hopefully I'll get more concrete numbers in the future. Uh, I don't have any like specific goals, but I think that like there are certain numbers that if I hit would be like pretty cool. I can also ask the publisher like what are some goals I should try to hit. Um, some click once and buy one. I mean that'd be great. You're in pre-order limbo creating a user with password. I always create a user account when I buy things because I feel like I get burned when I want to check the order status and it's like, but I don't have an account. Oh crap. I also, by the way, I have gotten into a bit of a uh, habit. I have a little bit of a vice that I've realized I have recently, which is that you can actually already see. So see in the little bookshelf, tiny one I have right now. There's some plushies, and they are sitting on 3 books. Those books have been in the background of my stream for a while. They are special editions of the Farseer trilogy, signed by Robin Hobb, Megan Lindholm, through a similar process where she has partnered with a bookstore somewhere nearby her, and she's willing to sign copies, go in and sign copies if you order through that bookstore. That's how I got those books. And I've realized recently because she was tweeting recently about a different special edition of that trilogy, and I was like, oh, that one's pretty cool, and I bought it. And then recently she was tweeting about another different special edition of those books, and there were 2 different kinds of special editions in those ones, and I was like, I kind of want both of those. And I haven't bought it yet, but like, I feel like I'm close. You know what I mean? I feel like she keeps releasing cool editions of these books, like special leather bound, all kinds of fun stuff. And I'm like, I want those. I want those books. But yeah, they're really expensive. I'm like, ugh. And it's the same trilogy. I can't keep buying the same trilogy. Robin Hobb, release a different trilogy. Please. But my goal is to build a bookshelf, like an actual bookshelf behind me. I've talked about this before. I want to build it and fill it with books. So I will need books to fill it with because I mostly listen to audiobooks. I don't have a lot of physical ones. So I plan to buy more physical ones so that I can fill up my shelf. Probably of books I've already listened to that I love. It's all my favorite books and cool special editions, but that's going to be expensive. But if I build it myself, the bookshelf itself won't be as expensive. But my hope is, because you don't see this, but this room actually has quite a tall ceiling. So I can build a tall library-esque bookshelf. And then, this is key. This is the thing that brings the whole thing together. A little library ladder. You know what I'm talking about? Little ladder for the library shelf? Come on. Come on. That's a dream. That's what I want. Right? And now, even cooler, one of the books on that shelf can be mine. Isn't that weird? I want to be Belle. Yeah, exactly. It's a very small room, I will say. You can see both ends of the wall in this shot. Calling it a room is a little bit of an overstatement. You could call this a large closet, and you would not be completely inaccurate, although it does have the high ceilings, so that helps. But there should be just enough space for this wall to contain a bookshelf with a ladder. And, you know, the ladder will probably be sticking out about halfway into the room, but what are you going to do? Ten books and a ladder. Yeah, if I keep buying special editions, it's gonna be real long time before I fill up that shelf. Anyway, oh, by the way, I also I don't know if you can tell. I feel like my audio is not great in here because there's still way too much echoiness. I need to fix that soon because we're about to head into the season. I do still plan to multi-stream YouTube and Twitch throughout the season. That is the current plan. And I am also, by the way, I did start a Patreon specifically for right now, some cool reaction videos to shows that I can't show footage of on YouTube, basically. So for instance, I did the entire season of Devil's Plan Season 2, and I just started the original Genius game in Korea. I did actually try to upload it on YouTube to see, and it was in fact either blocked or demonetized. I don't remember which one. So I have recorded episode 2 of the Genius. I need to edit it. I talk about it in this video. I'm hoping to, at the very least, keep a weekly release schedule for those on Patreon. So even throughout the season, even though, I mean, it's gonna be a little tricky when Big Brother starts, especially when it starts, because it's gonna be really weird. But I'm hoping I can keep a weekly release schedule for at least a weekly release schedule for that. I would also love to do some other stuff in there, whether it's book/author related, or if it's Big Brother related or anything else. I think that it's a fun little place. So I think that's about it. Any other questions about the book? And then I do want to talk a little bit more about this cast. Getting quite long. I didn't expect to spend 2 hours on that. If you were here for the cast, I apologize. I will put I'll put some. I've recently figured out how to do chapters in videos, because the last Big Brother video I did, like the first 2 comments were like, "This video sucks. This video is boring." He doesn't even talk about anything until 10 minutes in. And I was like, "Ooh, yeah. I mean, For a YouTube video, that's true. I mean, it's a stream. That's kind of what happens, but I get it. I get it. So I put little chapters so that you could skip to the part that is actually important. So I'll do that for this in the YouTube version if you were hoping to skip to. I guess you're not listening to this if you used it. But Jessica, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube. Thank you for the congratulations and the $10. Whoa, wait. Is that true? Hold on. Am I being lied to? I think I'm being lied to. I just So sorry. Somebody in the chat said that Hamster Watch said that Rachel was on Twitter. I looked on Blue Sky. I thought Hamster Watch was all a Blue Sky person now. Oh, okay. Hamster Watch says I think it's Rachel. Hmm. Hmm. I will say there's a difference between Hamster Watch saying it is Rachel, my sources say so, and saying I think it's Rachel. Because I think it's Rachel, I think to me implies. Now, Hamster Watch is probably more likely to be correct about a guess than somebody like me or you, because Hamster Watch has got those sources. And so, indications from sources might be indicating in certain indicative directions. However, it's still theoretically just a guess from what it sounds like. So I will not take this as confirmation, but honestly, in terms of like potential options, I think Rachel is one of the better ones, in my opinion. I have always wanted to see Rachel back on Big Brother. Rachel, Vanessa is another popular pick for theories. I would also be super happy to see Vanessa. I kind of doubt it. I feel like Vanessa would not want to come back and play Big Brother, but I would be pretty happy to see both of them back, to be honest. A lot of other people whose names have been thrown around, I'm like much less interested in, for the most part. Like I talked with Rob about it. I really doubt it's Boston Rob. I'd be okay with Boston Rob, but I doubt it's Boston Rob. Plenty of Survivor players I'd be down for, but like I just don't think so. So then it's like, is it some kind of celebrity? Is it some kind of like, other show? Like if it's not Survivor Big Brother, I'm not really interested. I'm not that excited about it. In fact, I might be against it outright, depending on who it is, especially if it's a polarizing person. Like that worries me. In the world of Michael Rappaport's on the Traitors, it worries me when we're hearing about a polarizing person. So like, I just feel like the floor is pretty low. If it were Rachel or Vanessa, I'd be like pleased, like actually happy to see them back. If it's a lot of other people, I'm mostly just looking for like, that's not egregious, But yeah, my thing is like, why would Julie say that she was surprised they landed this person and it's epic casting if it were Rachel? Not that Rachel isn't epic casting, but like Rachel, I think is a slam dunk. Of course, Rachel would come back. She tried. She wanted to come back for All Stars. They, timing didn't work out. So I don't think that anybody would be surprised if Rachel was cast. Vanessa, I would be surprised that if they cast Vanessa. But did Vanessa make enough of an impact on casual viewers for them to feel like this is epic casting? Do they feel like Vanessa is polarizing enough that it would be like a huge thing? Like, I know I'm reading way too much into what Julie said, but at this point, I'm kind of hoping that Rob is right, and it is just like a 1 week thing. Like maybe we don't even end up seeing this person on the feeds because by the time the feeds come on, they've been murdered. You know, Cody from PB19. Yeah, that would that would be polarizing. It fits that one. Dr. Will? I mean, let's be real. Dr. Will's never actually playing Big Brother again. We know why. But I guess that would mean that he would be surprising. So okay. Can I also say, so I actually did not receive the cast ahead of time before the podcast. I literally just worked off of Mike Bloom's article. I crammed that stuff. Like literally the cast was released. I had an hour to cram while being terrified and nervous about announcing my book. So that's all I've seen. Is there anything else? Because when Rob was like, "Does this guy have a Southern accent?" I was like, I haven't heard these people. I don't know if there's videos. I haven't even seen if there's videos. And then people in the chat were like, "Yeah, he does have a Southern accent." I was like, "Where does that come from? Like, is there something I'm missing here?" So, do you guys know? Are there videos I should watch? Mike has now posted videos. Oh, they were added later. That makes sense. I'm looking at Mike's. Oh, yeah. Here's the video. How long is this? 2 hours?
Hey,
What the hell? Oh boy, if I had known we had 2 hours of watching these, I wouldn't have spent 2 hours talking about the book. I mean, yeah, we'll watch them. I think we gotta watch them. Wait, Sharon has a separate video? That's not true. Wait, is this her watching Mike's? No, sorry. Are they the same? Are they the same interviews? And this is Sharon reacting to those interviews? Same answers. Okay. So it's not okay, that's good to know. Because if it were two different 2-hour videos. That would be a bit too much. So Mike's is just the interviews. Sharon's is the interviews with her reacting to them. I'm seeing Mike a little bit in the transitions as well, but I mean, Mike's video is shorter, so I'm more inclined to. He edited himself asking the questions. Sharon's are just answers, but hers is longer, maybe because of her reacting after it as well. Mike pretends to ask the question. That's so funny. I think watching Mike's makes the most sense here for me. We don't want to get into like a react get in where I'm reacting to Sharon reacting to the cast reacting. You know what I mean? But the thing is, so I will encourage all of you to watch the video yourself as well. Especially like if you want to watch Sharon's reactions and stuff like that. I'm going to be talking over this stuff. You're going to want to watch it clean. You know what I mean? And I don't want to steal views from my friends. I will need to take a quick break. Just give me like a couple minutes, and then we'll come back and start watching this. I do. You know what? I need to eat something. I might need a couple more minutes if I'm going to cook something real quick, but we'll see. Somebody wanted to see my keyboard. I got one of these. It's a split keyboard. I like it. It helps me keep my shoulders from feeling like this, like, you know, versus. All right. Give me a few minutes. I'll be back and we will watch these videos. back. I apologize. I made some mac and cheese. I love Goodles. I don't know if you guys have had Goodles, the boxed Goodles mac and cheese. But I recently discovered they have some new flavors. So I'm trying one. I also did get an email from the book Catapult. That said she said this was 2 hours ago, over 2 hours ago. She said, we already have over 100 pre-orders for your book. Amazing. She said, I wanted to check in to make sure you're okay with signing that many copies. I was like, yep, gotta do what we gotta do. But that's very cool. So that was at 12:30. So I'm not sure how many more theoretically might have been sold. I think at that point, no, I can't look at when. It seems like the conversion rate of clicks to orders is probably like fairly low then, I would say. I think at that point there were like 600 clicks on that link. So 600 clicks, 100 sold. So right now there are 1.9 thousand clicks. And I can definitely do that math in my head. This is not me getting a calculator. I am not doing 1.9 divided by 6. It's possible that we've now sold 300 if the ratio stays. But we'll see. Hopefully she'll keep me updated. All right. Let me get Mike Bloom up on the screen. That's right. Yep. Oh, wait, hold on. I should use this one. Perfect. Close to perfect. Hold on. Let me see if I can resize this a little. That's pretty good. That is just through the pre-order link, but that is the link that's getting a lot more clicks, so I expect it to be the majority. I did not set a limit for how many. I will sign as many as are ordered, whatever that ends up being. It's a good problem to have if it's too many to sign without injuring my wrist. You know what I mean? All right, so I'm going to put a chapter marker here if you're watching the YouTube video. We are about to watch the cast interviews. I have not seen these yet. And I'm also going to be eating a little bit, so I apologize if that disturbs you. Can you hear this?
Everybody, Mike Bloom here. Just want
Yes, I think you can.
to give a quick disclaimer before we get into the interviews. This season,
Sorry, I'm going to skip your disclaimer.
Then what make questions specific for the It's your name,
I'm from San
from, and what you do.
Hi, my name is Adrian. I'm 23. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and I'm a carpenter.
What's your reaction to getting to play Big Brother?
I don't think words can describe how excited I am to be here in the Big Brother
This is
house.
good.
Honestly, because
It's
in
low.
my head, I am the greatest Big Brother player this world has yet to see. I'm ready to prove it, okay? I freaking slept on the floor. I did every single possible. I've trained for comps. I slept on the floor. I made my own slop. I've been training. I've
Okay.
been reading.
Quick question. Did I already read the transcriptions of this? Because I feel like I've heard this exact thing. Is this just the video version of what I've already read? So we're just kind of trying to get a vibe, because I have read all of these interviews then, for the most part. So we're mostly just getting a vibe here.
So many psychology
How's
books.
the volume
I
now?
trained to beat this game in all three aspects: the social, the strategic, and the physical. I'm here to play the game and win Big Brother. I'm here to win the money for my family, but also to become the greatest of all time. Like that's my personal thing.
Can I just say, this is Adrian, I think his name is. This is exactly what I thought he was like. It's not even a little bit different.
Like, I don't think I've ever seen anyone analyze the game like I have, and I'm just excited to see myself after I win play Big Brother, because I think that's the best part for me. I'm like, I get to watch back and see greatness, you know?
Why will you win Big Brother?
I'm going to win Big Brother because there's no one better than me. Socially, strategically, and physically, there's no one that can outbeat the king. Dude, why wouldn't I be the one to win Big Brother? There's not, like I said, there's not a single
Outbeat the
aspect that I
king.
haven't trained for. This game is made up of three things: the social, the social, the strategical, and the physical. I train when it comes to the physical. I train to win any single comp that has been seen and unseen. Right? I built my own wall comp. I
I've
did
watched
balance
this guy
beams.
in my
I
brain
studied the
reading his
giant
interview.
dice game. I studied the stacking game. I studied every single possible Big Brother competition there is to know, and I train for anything else. I train my balance. I train for endurance, right? And when it comes to social, like I said, I've studied almost every social psychology book you could think of. I know what it takes to get someone to like you. It's not about how much you have.
Has he studied Behind the Mirror inside the world of Big Brother? Because I don't know. I feel like that might be helpful.
In common with someone, it's how much you can make them think you have in common with them, right? So and then the strategic, because the way I like to define strategic, right? The social is who you have influence over, right? And strategic is how you use that influence, right? So the first stage, the early game, because the game is made up of three segments, right? The early, the mid, and the end game. The early game, the social game is the most important part. You have to build up these relationships, because you can't be strategical in the first session, right? Because you can't use that influence if you haven't built that influence, right?
Do you plan on keeping any secrets about yourself from the other house guests?
I live and breathe Big Brother. I won't tell them I make my own slop. I won't tell them I slept on the floor to train for the have-not room. I won't tell them I built my own balance beam comps, my own wall comp, like the most iconic.
I know I'm pausing a lot. I read this interview and I was like, this guy has repeated himself at least 5 times. Like, largely. Like, large swaths of repeated talking points. And my thought was, these are probably, and I think they were, these are all like separate questions. So I'm not going to judge, because he's probably just answering separate individual questions from different outlets. And it's not like he's talking to the same person. It's not like he is talking to Mike Bloom, right? So I feel like I give him some grace on that. Like, it's okay to answer the same questions if you're talking to different people. I will say, though, in future subsequent interviews that I read, many of them did speak as though they were talking to one person. Like, many of them said, like, well, as I said in this other question, so and so and so. And I was like,
Iconic comp in Big Brother, the wall comp. Yeah, I built that. I have that in my backyard. I do it every Wednesday. It's called Wall Comp Wednesdays, you know?
What's your fan level with Big Brother?
Dude,
Wall Comp Wednesday. I'm sorry. He has to be playing. He has to be doing a bit. He has to be doing a bit. There's no way. There's no way he goes, I built a wall in my backyard, and I do it every we call it Wall Comp Wednesdays. Come on.
Dude, oh my lord. There is nobody more. I don't even like saying super fan. I'm like the biggest. I am the best fan. I am the like super genius. I don't even know what I freaking said. Like I'm like a social assassin, a freaking like strategic mastermind here. Yes, I'm a super fan of Big Brother. There is no one more qualified to play this game than me, bro. I studied the physical, I studied the social, I studied the freaking strategical. Man, there is no one that could there's no one that could beat me in comps. There's no one that can out socialize me, and there's no one that can out strategize me. And if you don't believe it, just watch. You'll see it in time.
No,
How
he's
will
doing a
you
bit. He's doing a
crush
bit.
your enemies?
I'm sorry. He is 100% doing a bit. Do you see this guy?
Watch. You'll see it in time.
That's a bit. He's playing a character.
How will you crush your enemies?
How would I crush my enemies? It depends because, like I said, like the way I break it down is in 3 stages: early, mid, and end. And in the early stages, you want to get rid of people. The earliest from the first 16 to the final 11 or 6 or final 11 or final 11 or 9.
Okay. He might not be doing a bit. He's definitely doing a bit. But this is also at least 80% him.
And you want to get those people that like you can't find similarities with, you don't have a bond with, right? People that you just can't see working long term or like you can't use, right? Mid game, you want to take out the comp beast. You want to take them out
because this is serious. He's being serious now.
Jury, but right before final 6, because final 6 every person could play the veto, right? So you could guarantee your safety all the way to the end if you could get out all the comp beat, all the people you can't beat before final 6, and plus in the mid game, if you get the comp beast out in jury, this is so underestimated. Comp beasts tend to favor a good game, right? So when you have the jury full of comp beasts that you taken out yourself and you strategically,
he thinks he's spitting right now. Like he's being serious.
Explain to them how you strategically kick them out of the house. I mean, they're gonna respect your game more than someone that may be bitter or not. I mean, it just depends who you are, but I mean, most likely I'll do it with a smile so that you love me at the end, you know?
What makes Big...
The bit at the end is the bit. He's playing up some cockiness. But he definitely is like, that frantic energy, I think is true to him.
Brother, such a successful show after 25 years.
Honestly, the reason why I love Big Brother, and I think why the fans love coming in, is because the drama, the strategic play. Yeah, honestly, we sometimes in Big Brother we have pretty faces, but to be fair, you could get that anywhere. This is not The Bachelor. This isn't Love Island. This is
I remember reading that line. I wasn't entirely sure that you meant it in the way that I read it, but it sounds like you did. You know, we have pretty faces here on Big Brother. Could you imagine on the podcast? Like, listen, I know us at RHAP, we've got some pretty faces, but we're not just pretty faces here at RHAP. No, sorry. That's not the same. That would be like if we had a guest on and it was their first time on the podcast. And their first time on the podcast. No, sorry. It's not even the podcast officially yet. It's we are interviewing somebody on the podcast. And then in the interview, they have a segment of an interview on the podcast. And they go, you know, us here at RHAP, we've got some pretty faces.
Other TV shows, okay? This is Big Brother. This is backstabbing. This is lying. This is strategic manipulation. This is social influencing. You gotta not only have to figure your way out through this social landscape, but you have to also survive for your survival. You have to vote other people out. You have to sometimes betray your own friend, maybe you're even your own alliance to get to the end. You know? So I think what makes Big Brother Big Brother is the social dynamic. Like I said, finding your way through the social landscape, competing to the physical comps, being strategic with who you get rid of, who you keep by your side, knowing that they could be a wolf in sheep's clothing. I think that alone separates Big Brother from any other show, is that it combines the physical, the strategical, and the social. Like, what other game's gonna have that?
What's your strategy going into the game?
My strategy coming to the BB house is, first we got to focus on the early game. The early game is all about social, building those connections, being social with everybody. Because the second.
Listen, guys, let me explain this to you. Big Brother, in the first part, you got to focus on the early game. You know what I mean? You got to focus on the early game. Then, you get into the mid part of the game. And that's when you start doing mid part of the game things. You know what I mean? And then toward the end of the season, that's when you got to take out those compies. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, you take out those compies, like Final 7, Final 6, That's what you do.
Second stage is strategic. At the end is physical. I mean, I want to win the first HOH to start establishing alliances, to make alliances, create alliances, final choose from a position of power. But it depends, because if I could get away with it, I would strategically throw the first HOH if I feel safe with the final two people standing there, because if I'm willing to be the third person out, as long as I trust the final two that are still hanging on or still competing for the HOH. But if not, if it's somebody that I don't think I could get along with, I'm gonna have to gun for the HOH.
What are your big?
Okay. This might be a hot take. Depending on the level to which he is hamming it up for this interview, I actually think he could work in the house. If he goes in there like this, he's toast. There's no shot. But if he goes in there and he's kind of quiet and reserved, and he is kind of like a likable, awkward person, there's a world where I think that can work. But it requires this to not be him.
Biggest strengths?
I grew up like pretty weird as a kid, so I didn't really know how to socialize. But as I got like older, I learned how to get along with everybody, the nerds, the jocks, young or old. Like today as a carpenter, like I work with a lot of like older ladies and single moms. But I mean, like I learned how to get along with sometimes it's older gentlemen as well, people that just need help. But other than just
I remember reading that line and being a little weirded out. But again, feeling like, benefit of the doubt. No.
Along with personalities, I think one of the things is like, I really do care a lot about people and like who they are. And I think I'm a great listener and observer. And I think I really make people feel seen and heard.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
I learned in life that like honesty is always like the best thing. So I think when it comes to like my weaknesses would probably be two things: being honest, even if it's brutal, like farting, or just like caring about people too much, because I think I might have a difficult time. Like, I know one of my rules is to play logically, not emotionally, but I really do care about the people I meet. And even though it's a competition and I'm going to have to evict everybody, it's still going to hurt. Like, I don't want to,
It only moderately makes more sense not reading it. Like farting. Does he mean calling out somebody else's farting? Because he's talking about being like brutally honest? Or does he mean that there is an inherent honesty in farting out loud? Deep questions we're pondering via Adrian.
My ride or die, if I'm with my ride or die and I know I have to win, right? If I know that his competition is like, his game is just too good of a chance to take to the end, I'm going to have a hard time like cutting him loose or her loose. But I feel like I have to do it because it's part of my rules. You got to think logically, not emotionally. But I mean, I think I'll be able to handle it when the situation arises. But I don't know. I feel like my weaknesses are my strengths in a way. Because honesty, you can't go wrong with honesty, right? I mean, I know I'm in the Big Brother house, but I mean, if there's one person to win, it's the greatest player of all time,
What are you bringing to the show that nobody has seen before?
I want to say honestly, I'm a bit weird. There's a lot of things you don't know about me. Like I like picking up things with my feet. I love playing with toys. I mean, people don't play with toys enough.
I
And
forgot about this. I can't believe I forgot to mention this on the podcast. Oh my god. It was too much at this point. I could only write down so much.
And I don't know, there's a lot of things that you're just gonna have to find out as the show goes on. But I think the thing I want to bring the most is a strategic game. I've never, like I said, I've never seen anyone analyze, break down the game like I have. And as the game goes on, once I meet these people, I could better strategize, get a feel for who they are, and you can see me how I manipulate, influence all these people to get them like me to do my bidding. And I've really excited to see like myself really kill this game better than anyone has before, better than Dan Giesling, better than Derek from season 16, better than Dr. Will, better than any of the greats you could think of. I believe that I could outbeat them in any day.
Outbeat them.
To start, tell us a little bit about yourself. Give us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
A quick question. Does Mike Bloom reuse all of the questions for each person? Like him recording, like, is it the same recording of a question for each person? Because I think that would be hilarious. I got a call from Sharon on that analysis line. Hold on, I want to watch that.
Her video. Okay, Ashley is
Like I said, I've never seen anyone analyze, break down the game like I have. And as the game goes on, once I meet these people, I could better strategize, get a feel for who they are, and you can see me how I manipulate, influence all these people to get them like me to do my bidding. And I've really excited to see like myself really kill this game better than anyone has before, better than Dan Gee. I believe that I'll beat them in any day.
wow, okay. That was Adrian. High energy, he's 23. He's excited to be on the show.
She's being so nice.
Excuse me. I'm still waking up. Yeah, I did the training for the comps might be. Listen, I love preparation and I'm happy he's going in there prepared. I worry he's a little overconfident, and I think it's fair to say that because he called himself a strategic mastermind many times. To say that no one's broken down the game like he has, I'm interested to see. I think people like Taran might disagree with that. Actually, Taran's too humble to say that, but yeah, he's just young. He's energetic. He definitely, his head, his mind moves faster than his.
Listen, I think we can all agree, having watched that interview, that he is actually telling the truth. Nobody has broken down the game like Adrian. That is, he has some unique perspective, I think. I think he's making an accurate statement. All right, let's move on. I'm gonna speed this up a little bit. Let's at least go like 1, 2, 5.
I'm Amy Bingham. I'm an insurance agent from Stockton, California.
Why did you want to compete on Big Brother?
I want to compete on Big Brother because I feel I can win. I know I can win. I feel like it's a game of strategy and connections, and I'm good at building connections with people.
What's your strategy going into the game?
I'm hoping to play the game and by having women's backs. Like I really, 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 I want us women to stick together and really get those boys out. I really do. I think that would be it hasn't ever been done successfully, and I feel like it needs to be done. 27 seasons, let's go. Come on, girls. Let's get it together and play together. We are so powerful together. Let's do this and get the boys out.
The
What makes
bleep.
Big Brother such a
That was so
successful show
loud.
after 25 years?
Big Brother has been such a success because people like to watch what people do. Are they going to backstab their best friend? What are they going to do to get...
I like this question in theory, but I feel like I didn't get many good answers out of it. Because the problem is that most of them aren't like actual fans of the show. So I feel like a lot of them just vamped. A lot of them were just like, oh, what makes it successful? I don't know. I just started watching last year.
that money? Who are they going to have to lie to get someone out? I am ready to play. I'm so excited. Whoever I need to blindside, I'm ready to do it.
Why will you win Big Brother?
I'm going to win Big Brother because I'm gonna make smart moves. I'm gonna have a girls' alliance. Hopefully, we get the good girls in the house that are able to do a girls' alliance.
Good girls.
And people are gonna love me.
What are your biggest strengths?
My
Hopefully,
strength.
this is how you know that they're not long-term fans, which I actually don't know if Amy is. She doesn't seem like one, but she certainly could be. But I'm saying this facetiously. This is how you know they're not long-term fans, is if they say things like, I hope there's good girls in there because I'm a girl's girl. It's like, ooh, that has some specific history.
Thanks. I can read people. I can read what they say. I can read especially what they don't say. So my social game is going to be my biggest strength in the house.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
My son said my biggest weakness is telling the wrong person the wrong thing. So I might trust the wrong person. I have to be careful of that. If I let my guard
When she
down
says
and
she's
I
a girl's girl,
spill
she's
the
saying
beans
to
and tell
me a
someone
wrong
something I
thing.
probably shouldn't. So I have to be very careful of that and mindful of who I say what to.
Would you be open for a showmance?
I'd be so down for a
Mike,
showmance
what
if
is
the
that?
right showmance partner was in the house.
Mike.
But my son said and mindful, and I like who showmance if I tell someone something. Then I had my big games.
Where'd it
be careful
go?
of that. If I let
Is
my
it less
guard
than 5
down
seconds?
and I like spill the beans and tell someone I am a lover. I will. Maybe I won't.
Will you be more of a hero or a villain?
Oh my God, I lost it.
I am a lover. I'm a girl's girl. And I feel like I might be the mama bear in the house if people are upset or crying. Like I don't like people hurting. So I will try to be there for them if they need someone to talk to or some advice. So I feel like I'll probably be more of a hero.
What will be your approach to the competitions?
Comps, oh gosh, I'm a little afraid of comps, but I'm going to try to do my best. Hopefully they don't crush me in these comps. I'm going to try. I've been working out, but we'll see. I don't know. I just have to see. Some of these comps I'm a little worried about.
What will be your secret weapon in the house?
My secret weapon is
Can we just talk about this? Why is the Big Brother DR audio worse than Mike Bloom's? Can we figure this out? Is it the same with Sharon's version? Or is...
let's get it together and play together. We are so powerful together.
No, you hear it there too. You'd think have that, like, you know, sound controlled a bit more in there.
My personality. I think most people are going to love me. Most people will like me, at least. If they don't love me, they'll like me. I think that's going to be my secret weapon for sure.
Tell us a little bit about your life in the outside world and how that has prepared you for Big Brother.
On the outside of the house, I'm such a woman's woman, like girls, all about the girls, women empowerment. Like I'm there for my girls.
Woman's woman.
I'm a ride or die for my girls,
girl.
and I'm going to be the same on the house. I can't wait to have like a all women's alliance in the house.
What's your reaction to getting to play Big Brother?
It feels so exciting. Oh my God, it feels like a dream come true being a house guest. I won't be afraid to make
Do you guys hear the noise, or is my noise gate suppressing it? I don't think my noise gate is on the pass-through audio though.
moves if I need to. I have made big moves in my personal life. I will make big moves in the Big Brother house. I will blindside anyone if needed. I won't be afraid to do big moves. I won't be afraid of it.
What are some standout moments for you from the past 25 years of Big Brother?
The standout moments are when Mackenzie gave Chelsea the win last season. It's kind of crazy.
All right,
That
she's
for
the one
me,
that
I
said
was
that. That's another giveaway, is when you ask somebody about like a specific thing and they name something from the most recent season.
oh my gosh, she totally could have won the game if she brought Cam because she would have won, and she didn't. So for me, I'm like, oh my gosh, that is such a bad move. Like that was terrible to make that move at that point in time.
What will be the easiest and hardest parts of being a house guest?
Oh, we got tissues here for when I'm crying in here and I miss my babies. Oh my God, the hardest part. I'm gonna miss my babies so much. I told them I'm gonna talk to them all the time on the live feed. So just watch the live feeds all the time because I will literally be talking to them all the time.
I'm also, by the way, realizing that the thumbnail for this stream, because it's being recommended here, and yes, that is a Northern Line recommendation, is the previous previous Big Brother thing I did. I haven't changed the thumbnail, so that's not great.
3 keys.
I'll have to do that later.
Angels.
What's your reaction to getting to play Big Brother?
Oh my gosh, it feels amazing. I am so excited. When I got the call, I was like, no way, no way. I am so excited to be here. Like I said, I've been watching this game for many, many years. And so it feels surreal to be in the diary room, spilling tea with you. I'm so over the moon to be here. It's an amazing opportunity and I feel truly blessed and I'm ready to get my hands dirty.
Why did you want to compete on Big Brother?
I want to compete on Big Brother because I have been watching this game since I was a little girl. I am ready to get the blood on my hands and take these people out one by one, baby.
Why will you win Big Brother?
I will be the one to win Big Brother because I think people won't see me coming. I think they see that I'm this like fashionable, cutesy kind of girl, but it's like, no, I'm a competitor. I was born to be a competitor. I, grew up doing pageants and competing in modeling and track. And so I've always been a competitor and I want to be the best at everything I do, not only for myself, but also I'm trying to knock the competition over. And so I think people won't know that I'm this really strategic person, that I have
This is night and day. I mean, she seems great.
a law degree from one of the top 14 law schools in the country, and they won't see me coming. They won't see the strategy coming, and I love that.
Tell us a little bit about your life in the outside world and how that has prepared you for Big Brother.
So a little bit about myself. I have a background in pageantry and modeling and performing. I grew up in the arts, but I'm also a competitor in the sense of athleticism. I, was on the competitive dance team. I ran
Tell me if this is too much for you.
I'm an active Pilates member, so I think I definitely have that side of me, and I definitely grew up trying to be the best at everything. I mean, my parents always prioritized education just because of their background. I grew up from a two-parent household where they didn't really grow up with a lot of money, and education was really that pillar for them to get success and to see success. And they're first-generation college students, and so I think I've always carried this weight to like be the best at everything I do and excel in everything I do. And so I did. I took the hard classes in high school. I took honors. I graduated with honors, and then I went on to Loyola Marymount University, where I graduated magna cum laude out of the business school. And then, of course, now I'm an attorney, and I graduated from Georgetown Law, which is the top.
Can I just feel a little bit of redemption for myself? Because when Rob asked me, like, where did she go to school, and I floundered, I feel like I was justified. I feel like that was a lot to retain.
14 law school in the nation. So I think I've had all of these pillars of education, and I am a secret nerd. And I think that's really led me to where I am. I'm very meticulous about the things that I do, and I think that is really going to be something beneficial in the game because I am someone who, is always trying to pursue to not only be my best, but beat out the competition.
What are your biggest strengths?
I think my strengths are that I am really strategic because I'm an attorney. So I call myself a strategy assassin because I know how to see a set of facts, take it, spin it in my favor, and spit it back out so that that person believes that what I'm saying is the only way and the only truth. And so I think that's going to be a huge strength in the game because I'm really going to be able to flip what people say to get my benefit out of what I want them to say and what I want them to think out of whatever it is. And I think another one of my strengths will just be my social game. I'm very outgoing. I'm very bubbly. I'm very warm. People, get close to me really fast. And I think I'm going to use that, unfortunately, against them in the game. I'm going to get close, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. And I will be, ready to stab someone in the back when it's time. And I'll be able to do that so seamlessly just because of my social game and making these emotional connections with other house guests.
What's your strategy going into the game?
So my strategy going into the Big Brother house is definitely to rely on my social game. I'm not going to be the one to win competitions in the beginning. I'm only going to win when I have to win. And I think that is also part of my strategy because I want to come off like I'm just this little lackadaisical little girly girl, not a competitor, not a threat, but really it's all up in here. I'm a mental threat, baby. And I think they're not going to see that coming. And so I think, I'm going to come in and build my social capital from day one. I'm going to be clocking who's talking to who.
As maybe my biggest knock on her so far is the idea of only winning when you need to win is nice in theory, but the reality of the modern Big Brother meta is that you kind of might need to win more often than that.
Who's flirting with who? Even if it's me flirting, I'm clocking that too. Because there can only be one showmance if there is one, and it would be mine. Because otherwise the showmance has got to go. Two people voting together, that's not good for my game. So I'm going to be someone clocking who is talking to who. I'm going to be someone who is very paying attention and connecting with everyone, even if I don't like them. Because I am going to keep my friends close, but my enemies closer. And I'm going to rely on that, building social capital in the house. And then towards the end, I'm going to ramp it up and win competitions.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
I think my weaknesses are empathy. I really empathize with people, and I feel very close to people really fast. Sometimes. I don't reveal too much.
A lot of people
but
said
I do
this.
feel, emotional connections.
A lot of people talk about being really empathetic.
Because you really have to be strategic about when to let people go. You can't be a wagon carrying everyone along, and so I think I'm going to have to cut that emotional side off of me and be able to just be like, okay, it's time for you to go, and I got to send you packing because I'm trying to get this $750,000, okay?
Do you plan on keeping any secrets about yourself from the other house guests?
Oh, for sure. I'm never going to reveal that I'm an attorney. I'm going to come in saying that I work in social media marketing in New York. So I am going to be truthful about where I live, but I'm definitely not revealing that I'm an attorney because people will be like, she's smart, we got to get her out. And I'm here to stay, baby.
How will you crush your enemies?
I think I'll crush my enemies by being very close to them.
Can I ask a stupid question? Is there a difference between an attorney and a lawyer? Or are they just the same thing? Because I use them interchangeably. Okay, I'm getting different answers. Okay, an attorney has passed the bar. A lawyer only went to law school. So you can be a lawyer without passing the bar, but you cannot be an attorney without passing the bar. So attorney is like you're actually practicing as a lawyer, whereas a lawyer can't actually practice. That just sounds to me like we use lawyer wrong, that we should be saying attorney. Every attorney is a lawyer, but not every lawyer is an attorney. Oh, hold on. This that's a fake definition people think is true, but in the US they are the same thing. It says Timothy saying, I am a lawyer attorney. Wow, who knew this was such a complicated question? They are not the same thing. Also an attorney. Guys, I think we need to go to court. They're having court cases on this. I mean, bottom line, at this point, I feel confident in saying, bottom line, nobody's going to get mad at me for saying lawyer, right? Like, everyone's going to be like, I get it. It's not like an obvious, clear mistake. If I'm like, oh, she's a lawyer, people aren't going to be like, wow, what an idiot. He thinks she's a lawyer. She's an attorney. All right, let's continue.
I think they're gonna think that I'm an ally, but really I'm their enemy, and so they're not gonna see me coming, like I said before. And I'll send someone out the back door if I have to.
What are you bringing to the show that nobody has seen before?
I think what I'll bring to the show that you've never seen before is someone who's super in touch with their emotions. I'm someone that's not going to react immediately. I'm going to really hold my cards close to my chest. And I feel like a lot of the other house guests in the past, they're like a damn leaky Chipotle burrito, okay? They are leaking information left and right, and I'm going to be the type to keep information in until it reaches my benefit to share it or spread it.
What makes Big Brother such a successful show after 25 years?
I think Big Brother is such a success because it brings together a group of authentic people. I think every season, that's something that we can say, whether you love them or you hate them, is that it seems like everyone's really their authentic selves. And I think they pick people that are their authentic selves. And
This answer did confuse me. As a fan, I feel like that's not a super common opinion to hold. That you would specifically, like, the one thing you'd pinpoint is like everyone on Big Brother is super authentic. I feel like most fans would tell you that's not really true nowadays. But
people love to connect to people that relate to them, whether it's the underdog, whether it's the pageant girl, the athlete, you know, the mathlete, the gleeks. I think there's someone for everyone to root for. And I think people in America love to see that representation. Also, the diversity, I think that is amazing and is something that Big Brother and CBS do so well so that, again, people can see a representation of themselves. And also, Big Brother's just fun and exciting. The gameplay, the competitions, all of it. I think everything together just has this perfect blend of entertainment.
Why will you be the player to watch this season?
I think I'll be the one to watch this summer because I'm really goofy and funny. I definitely have my funny, sassy side. Okay, I am going to bring that side of me. But I think also just, I think I'm going to be a really strategic player, like I said before. So I think people will love to see the strategy behind my thought process and the behind the scenes because that my other house guests won't see to how I build my social capital in the game.
Would you be open for a showmance?
It just depends. What do the Big Brother gods say capital in the game?
Would you be open for a showmance?
It just depends. What do the Big Brother gods send me?
look at his face.
Would you be open for a showmance?
It just depends. What do the Big Brother...
I'm sorry. One more time. Look at his at the very end of it. Look at the
capital in the game.
Would you be open for a showmance?
He's giving.
Ooh, I love it.
I love it. I love it.
It just depends. What do the Big Brother gods send me on the premiere day? If they send me someone who's tall, handsome, nice smile, and charismatic, I think I might be in trouble because I definitely am a flirt and a lover girl.
Will you be more
Would you be open to a showmance?
of a hero or a villain in the house?
I think I could be both a hero and a villain. I think I'm really sweet and I'm really bubbly and I'm just a nice, warm person in general. So in that instance, I'll be a hero. And I'm also going to be someone like what happened during Taylor season would not go down with me. I'm someone to stick up against
That's
the bullies.
big talk.
I'm someone to speak my piece. You know, my ancestors fought for me to have a voice, so I'm going to have a voice when it matters. But I think that could also translate to being a villain because I'm outspoken and I'm going to say what I need to say when I want to say it.
What will be your secret weapon in the house?
I think my secret weapon is my brain. This brain is very expensive. Georgetown was $250,000. So I think I'm definitely, like I said, I see the game. I can see at the forefront, what's happening not only just now, but also thinking 10 steps ahead always. And so I think I won't just.
Georgetown was $250,000. I feel like that's. I think I would have expected it to be more expensive. Especially, she's what, 25? I feel like I paid almost that much for freaking Emerson College like 15 years ago. I was paying $50K a year. It was expensive. Stupid school.
Just be looking at what's in front of me, but also, how each vote is going to impact my future in the game. And so, yeah, I think my mental strength is my biggest strength.
What's your fan level with Big Brother?
I would say I'm definitely a big fan of the show. I have been watching since I was a little girl. I remember Big Brother when it was giving Big Brother After Dark. If you know, you know. And
Only
so,
3
yeah, I'm a big fan of the
years.
show, and I admire the game, social strategy.
That makes sense.
My favorite players are Kaser and Janelle and Tyler and even Andy, which, I mean, maybe to some people that's controversial, but I thought Andy's social game was excellent. He played both sides of the house so much to the point where neither side even knew that he was playing them. And I think I'm going to take little drops of each of my favorite players and bring that to the game this season.
What's on your Big Brother bucket list?
What's on my baby bucket list is definitely to just make friendships that will last a lifetime. I'm a girl's girl, but I also, some bromances here and there. And I think I'll also add to that a showmance on my baby bucket list.
What will be the easiest and hardest parts of being a house guest?
I think the easiest part of being a house guest will definitely be like friendships. I love making new friends. I'm a friendly girl. I'd like to think that of myself. And I think the hardest thing will definitely be watching your best friends go home. I think you're living with these people every day. They become your family. And of course, it's going to be sad for people to leave, but also get out because I'm trying to win this $750,000. But it will be sad.
Oh, here's Ava.
To start, tell us a little bit about yourself. Give us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
Hi, my name is Ava Pearl. I'm 24 years old. I live in New York City, and I'm an artist. I'm an art instructor for teenagers and kids in an after-school program, and I also paint aura portraits for people in various New York City.
What was that? For, like teenagers and, kids, stuff like that. Like,
Sparks. When I'm making an aura portrait of somebody, I sit them down, I draw them, and then I paint what I see around them. So the colors that I think best reflect them as a person.
like the tiny humans, they're like not elder days.
Those colors indicate to me who they are as a person, what they may think, how they may view the world, etc.
What's your reaction to getting to play Big Brother?
I am so excited that I'm on Big Brother. It honestly feels surreal.
Why will you win Big Brother?
I will be the one to win Big Brother because I need the money the most. I am broke as hell, and I will do whatever it takes to win that $750,000.
To be clear, also, I just want to be clear. I'm not like making fun of her for not knowing the word. It happens to me constantly. I'm also not making fun of Mike Bloom for his funny showman's question. I just think all of these things are funny. They're funny when I do it, and they're funny when other people do it.
What are your biggest strengths?
My strengths going into the game is the fact that I read people's auras for a living. So I literally read people as my job, and I'm ready to take that skill into the Big Brother house and read all these house guests down.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
My weakness is going.
You can tell she's very much doing. I mean, not doing a bit per se, but she's very much like playing a character right now.
To the game is the fact that I am an emotional artist. I was also raised by strong Long Island Italians, so my emotions may at times get the better of
This is her being more genuine.
me, and I am known for not taking crap. I've lived in New York a long time now. I was raised by extremely strong women that tell it like it is, and I'm not afraid to do the same.
Do you plan on keeping any secrets about yourself from the other house guests?
I would like to hide the fact that I know how to read people's auras in the house, mainly just because, number one, I don't need them getting freaked out thinking I'm a witch, and number two, I don't need them knowing my secret weapon.
That's her playing a character.
What will be your secret weapon in the house?
My secret weapon is knowing exactly who they are just by my first glance at them, seeing all their amazing or horrible colors.
Would you be open
That's also her playing. That's her DR persona.
for a showmance?
Hell no, absolutely not. There is no showmance in the cards. Number one, I have a boyfriend. Number two, all the guys I like could not pass the background check to get in here.
Will you be more of a hero or a villain in the house?
I am not afraid to be the villain if I have to this season. I'm trying to go in there and win my money. If I have to be the supervillain, I gotta be the supervillain.
How will you crush
I've
your
heard people say she's giving Nicole Anthony. I'm not sure I see that personally.
enemies?
I will crush my enemies in this house by using these go-go boots to walk all over them, okay? I am not afraid to... These boots were made for walking, and that's what they're gonna do, right to my $750,000, okay?
What are you bringing to the show that nobody has seen before?
Big Brother has never seen anybody like me. I'm a strong, Italian, proud woman from New York City who also loves to make her auras, loves to align her chakras, loves to get everything all together in a nice, cute 1960s package, okay? Y'all have never seen this before.
What's your fan level with Big Brother?
I think she does have more energy than no pun intended, than I felt in the bio, in the interview, in the written interview. But it does still feel to me like the DR persona more so than like how she'll act in the house. So I'm still trying to figure out how she'll be like kind of
I am
normal.
a huge fan of Big Brother. However, I would say the super fan of Big Brother would be my little brother, Nolan, who convinced me to even apply for all this. He has, oh my gosh, he makes like, oh God, what are they called? Like fantasy leagues for all the seasons and all the different players. And he convinced me to do this. And Big Brother was one of the ways I could really connect with my little brother.
Tell us a little bit about your life in the outside world and how that has prepared you for Big Brother.
So I'm an artist living in New York City, which means competitiveness is built into my system. To get any job in New York City, to get any artistic opportunity, to hustle in the parks, you have to have the mentality to be able to keep going. And I'm ready to bring that into the Big Brother house.
Why did you want to compete on Big Brother?
I want to compete on Big Brother for the money. Yeah, I need that money. I live in New York. It ain't cheap there.
What's your strategy going into the game?
My strategy going into the house is to use what the universe has given me, my ability to see auras, my ability to listen to my gut, and my ability to backstab any of the people I need to get that $750,000.
What will be the easiest and hardest parts of being a house guest?
I would say the easiest thing about being in the Big Brother house is probably going to be the fact that I'll be chilling, relaxing by the pool rather than hustling in the streets of New York City. In here, I know everybody's trying to backstab me. Out there, they're trying to backstab me too, but they'll do it for free. I would imagine, honestly, the hardest thing for me is not seeing my family, not being able to make my aura portraits, not having, a pencil and a paper that I usually have. I'm an artist. That's how I express my feelings.
What makes Big Brother such a successful show after 25 years?
Big Brother is such a success, at least for me, I know in my life, because it's legendary. It gaps generations. It brings me, my aunt who loves Big Brother that's been watching it since the first season, my little brother who just turned 18, and me, 24 years old. We all sit together and we watch Big Brother, and we love every single minute of it. It is generational, it is iconic, and it is legendary.
Why will you be the player to watch this season?
I will be the player to watch this summer because I am the iconic player that's going to do whatever it takes to win that money.
What are some standout moments for you from the past 25 years of Big Brother?
I would say my favorite moment, just because I experienced it, watching it on TV, is probably when Taylor won. Taylor Hale won. That was at least my favorite moment ever on Big Brother. I think she is one of the best players of all time, if not the strongest player.
To start, tell us a little bit about yourself.
It's interesting. I feel like I got a better impression of her, like a more positive impression of her based on the interview than I did the written. I'm not entirely sure because I think the most of that interview was like DR persona Ava more so than because like you occasionally got glimpses of her like being a little more serious and sort of like mellow, which felt to me like how she'd probably be in like a normal conversation rather than like an interview in a diary room setting. So I think there's promise there, but it's hard to fully see it because I think it'll be we won't really see it until we see her in the house.
Give us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
My name is Clifton Williams. I am currently a podcast host talking women's college basketball. I'm originally from Charlotte.
He's a podcaster. It might be difficult to see through the podcasting.
North Carolina.
Sort of.
What's your
veneer.
reaction to getting to play Big Brother?
I am so excited to be on Big Brother because this has been
this is all sort of
like
prepped.
one of those cherry things that are on top of the cake for so long, and I've been able to accomplish this, and just being in the house is amazing.
What are you bringing to the show that nobody has seen before?
I don't think you've ever had a contestant like Captain Will. I don't think there's been a ton of contestants that's been on Big Brother over the years and years and years, but I don't think you've ever had someone who is quite like me, who brings the energy, who brings the joy, who brings the love, who's a veteran of 22 years in the service, who got 5 kids, 9 grandkids, who loves this show.
Like I say this as a podcaster myself. The way that I'm talking to you right now is not necessarily the way that I'd be talking to you if we were having a conversation. You know what I mean? Like, I'm projecting a little more than I would. I'm honestly injecting a bit more energy than I might have in like a sit down conversation. So like, how would I interact with other people in the Big Brother house? You wouldn't really. I mean, you might be able to tell if you've watched enough of me, but like me just sitting here talking into a camera is not necessarily going to give you a good indication, especially because I'm really practiced at this. And if he's practiced at it too, then, I mean, maybe this is just how he is in person, but like, you know, there tend to be sort of different layers of sort of interaction, I think.
And it's going to bring something way different than has ever happened before.
Tell us a little bit about your life in the outside world and how that has prepared you for Big Brother.
I dare to think that there would be anybody in the house who's going to be sleeping beside me, or we chopping it up outside, has had many life experiences that I've had. And I think those life experiences are going to help me. It might hurt me because I might be that know-it-all person, you know, and I'm going to have to temper that down. But I really think that I'm prepared to be in a house with 15 other folks, you know, trying to win this money. I don't have it's just like a gut feeling, so to speak, that I'm prepared. And although I've never been, you know, sequestered away in a house with 15 individuals like this per se, I think being in Iraq or being in a military school for 6 months, I think it will help a little bit. You know, sit around and moan and complain about, you know, various different situations where I've heard and seen, you know, some of the contestants moan and complain about, I want to go home. I miss my mom. I miss my family. I miss my wife, my kids. But you know all that stuff when you signed up.
Do you plan on keeping any
Okay,
secrets?
I feel like I can see there's a charisma there. Like maybe he doesn't have as much energy in person, but like I think that he seems like a charismatic guy. I think that he can like hold his own. The question is, as I think the oldest person on this cast, how well will he fit in is the big question for typically for the older cast members.
About yourself from the other house guests?
I'm not going to tell the house guests that I did 22 years in the Army. That is not going to happen, no way, shape, or form. I am not walking in on day one with a target on my back, because people are going to insinuate, people are going to make up whatever the case, whatever agendas that they have and fill in the gaps. I'm going to walk in the house as a regular guy who got a podcast talking women's basketball.
Why will you win Big Brother?
I love that. A regular guy that's got a podcast. I love that because like it's so true. But like as the title of our podcast implies, like Rob is a podcast. Like the idea that just a regular guy has a podcast is just kind of like funny to me now, you know, like because it's true, but it didn't used to be true. Like it used to be, I mean, it was always more of a democratized thing than like radio or anything like that. But like having a podcast has become so mundane that this guy who has a podcast is like, yeah, I'm not going to say I'm in the Army. I'm just going to say I'm like a regular dude, you know, with a podcast. I just think that's so funny.
I think that my time in the military, the 22 years in the service, and my ability to be able to manipulate and adapt and pivot from various different situations will help me win Big Brother, honestly. And then I'll be the oldest one who's ever won Big Brother. I know the stats. I just turned 50, and I'll be the oldest one to win the show.
How will you crush your enemies?
I'm going to crush my enemies because, number one, I know when I walk into the house, I'll probably be the oldest one there. So everything they've done, I've done it 2 or 3 times. So I'm going to utilize the knowledge, the expertise, the wisdom, because the gray hair is not just a prop. It's like real. So the gray hair shows that I've been there a little while. I'm going to use everything that they think they know. I'm going to use it against them. I'm going to work these young kids like a puppet master. I'm telling you, I can't wait for it. I can't wait. There's been a lot of old people who came to the show, but you got a lot of old people who act old. So I just turned 50. I turned 50 about a month ago. And I'm not old, you know what I'm saying? So, but I know I'm going to go in the show. We're going to have 21, 22, 25-year-olds who are in the show. I'm going to be that cool old dude that everybody wants to hang out with. I'm going to be that cool old dude that wants to...
He's expressing what I try to express every preseason, which is like, when I say he's the older house guest, I'm not calling him old. He's just older relative to the rest of the cast.
chop it up. I'm gonna be that cool old dude that you want to sit around on the couch or sit outside, playing some pool and learn from the table of Captain Will. That's what I'm gonna bring that's different. You have a lot of cats who are older who want to stay off to themselves, or want to be the mom, or be the dad, or be the whatever. I'm not trying to be that dude. I'm trying to be the coolest cat in the room, and I want them to follow me.
What are your biggest strengths?
Ability to build relationships. That's number one. I'm a relationship builder. I'm a team builder. I love to talk, as you can probably see. I'm just able to fit into.
I do think it would not surprise me. In fact, I would be surprised if this didn't happen. I would be surprised if there wasn't at least one person who voiced a theory that Will is a cop secretly. Because how often is the older dude on the cast actually a cop? Pretty often. And he has a military background that he plans to hide. So like any of that slipping through, I think is just going to read cop to most people.
To whatever situation that would benefit me the most in this game. I understand it's a game. This is a game. I'm not taking anything personal. The object of the game is to win the 750.
Which really might mean that he would be better off just saying he was in the military rather than people potentially thinking he might be a cop, because I think people from the military you'd be better received as somebody who's openly was in the army versus somebody who's lying about being a cop.
$1,000. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to win that money and be holding that check at the end, and for Julie to be calling my name.
Additionally, really like proving he can hold his own in competitions, or indicating that he might be able to hold his own in competitions by saying I was in the army for 22 years. I think only benefits you in the early game. Like, hey, I'm valuable. Bring me in. I can win comps for you. It might hurt him later though, depending on how many connections he's able to make.
What's your strategy going into the game?
My strengths going into the game is my ability to pivot, to my ability to react to whatever happens. I know this is expecting unexpected, but bring it. I'm down for the unexpected, because I can change, I can morph, I can do whatever it takes for me to win that money.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
I don't have any weaknesses. Is that being blunt? I don't think I have any weaknesses, which might be a weakness. That's probably a weakness of mine. I don't think I have any weaknesses. So you can use the age thing, but I don't give a damn about the age. That doesn't mean anything to me,
What makes Big Brother such a successful show after 25 years?
I think the social experience of putting 16 different personalities into a room, into a house, and just watching it marinate and bake is so cool. I think it's much different than some of these other reality TV shows, because it's 24/7 and you got so many different microphones and so many different angles. So it's not like okay, cut and then move on like that. I think you're seeing it as it happen. You're seeing it as a sausage being made. I think it's real cool. And then the variety of the cast and
that's one of the best answers. That's one of the best answers to this question.
And the issues that develop once you're in a house in an incubator for so long, happens, and we just watch it and we laugh.
What will be your approach to the competitions?
I want to win. I'm a winner, so I want to win. I want to get off the couch and do what I've been talking about for a long time. In regards to the competitions, in regards to the relationships, because we can always be that armchair quarterback and say what I can do, what I won't do. I won this immunity, or I won this advantage, and I'm not going to tell nobody. And the first thing you do, you tell somebody. I want to utilize all the stuff that I've been saying for years and years and years in live and in color for everybody to judge and see. And I think I'm going to do well with that.
What's your strategy going into the game?
My strategy is to get 4 other people on my side. I'm walking into the house targeting 4 folks.
I forgot he was the guy that wanted to make the alliance of 5.
2 females, 2 males on my team. Captain Will's team. I talk about basketball, so I guess I'm building my own basketball team when I get into the Big Brother house. I love analytics. I love facts and figures. I love numbers. So my starting lineup, my basketball team of males and females, and when I'm building this team, I'm looking at a person who has perception of they can win a competition. So you need some dogs on that team. You also want somebody who's that ultimate Big Brother know-it-all, who's seen every episode backwards and forwards, who knows some of the strategy that I might not know in that realm of Big Brother, because they watch every season over and over and over again. I want that type of person on my team. I want a person who is old as me. If not as old as me, pretty close to old as me, so we have something in common. So we can talk about, jacked up knees. So we can talk about blood pressure medication. So we can talk about things like that. So we vibe on some level like that. I want a team that not necessarily look like me, because I want to catch people off guard.
So like he's talking about the next closest person to him in age is Amy, I think, at 43. And then, man, everyone else is like 35 max. Like Mickey's 35. Yeah. Like 35, a bunch of 33-year-olds, a couple late 20s, a few mid and early 20s. So there's really nobody even close other than Amy. And she's so pro women, which I think will not be great for him. I don't think she'd be like super opposed to working with him, but like he's a sports guy, you know? Like I think that's kind of a tough reach if she's like really concentrating on playing with the other women. He does talk about women's basketball. That might be something, but he does not like strike me as somebody who would like really wants to work with women would like gravitate immediately toward.
Right. You know, you see a 6 foot, somewhat athletic black man who served in the military. You want to look at him a certain you look at him a certain way. But my team is going to be made up of all different flavors and colors and nationalities, and we're going to run this game. And then when it's time to cut my team, when that time does come, then it happen.
I think it's possible though. Again, it's hard to see exactly how he'll interact with other players, but I do think he's charismatic. I think he's going to be pretty likable. It's hard to say, but I think that the possibility is certainly there. And so it's definitely not impossible.
What's on your Big Brother bucket list?
I want to, okay, Zingbot, that's a given. I want that. I want all the smoke with that. I want my kids to clown me when I get home. I want the costumes. I want a crazy costume. I want the worst. I really do. Because my wife and I, we typically dress up for Halloween. So that's we always poke fun at ourselves. Last time we dressed up, I think I was a pimp. So I have fun making fun of myself. So that would be cool.
I think that's great. I think that's a really good sign, especially for him. Being able to poke fun at himself, not having a big ego. Especially for like the older player, I think is huge because it's a great, I think, universal because, and I say this because he seems like a really confident guy. And so confidence combined with humility is a great mixture. If it's just self-deprecation with no confidence, it's a little bit like it's too much, right? If it's all confidence with no self-deprecation, that's also too much. But if you mix the two well in the right way, it's a great combo and a great way to sort of universally draw people to you or be open to people being drawn to you, I think.
The OTEP, that's always nice. Oh, the one where you riding on the comic book thing. Oh my God, because I'm a Marvel nerd. So to see me as a comic book, oh my God, that'd be insane. You can vote me out then. That's cool.
He's funny.
Why will you win Big Brother?
My name's A. I'm 23. I live in Utah. And I think I have what it takes. I know I have what it takes to win Big Brother because I'm gonna be the most fierce competitor out there, physically, socially, and mentally. I'm gonna sweep away the competition like a janitor. I will be the one to win Big Brother because I'm the most well-rounded that's gonna be in the house. I have the physical aspects. I'm gonna kill in the competitions. I have the mental game on lock, and I have the social game. I know I'm gonna get along with everyone in the house. I'm gonna be able to vibe with everybody. I'm gonna be able to kind of chameleon myself and make sure that everyone likes me. I'm vibing with all the people in the house,
this is,
all the house guests. I'm gonna kill the competitions. That'll be one of my strengths physically. I'm I'm smart up here, but I'm also strong like in athletic.
What's your reaction to getting to play Big Brother?
It feels insane to be a house guest on Big Brother in season 27.
Sammy.
It's been a long process, and it's kind of felt like it's never gonna come, and now all of a sudden it's just here out of nowhere, and it feels unreal.
I mean, I think that there's like an initial impression of him that feels a little like you're a little wary, perhaps, if you are not always fond of this archetype. But I think Sammy was pretty fun on Survivor. He does sound a lot like Sammy. I actually feel like if he's got a lot of Sammy in him, then he might be like kind of a funny guy in a way that I don't know that this interview is giving so far.
What will be your secret weapon in the house?
I would say my adaptability is my secret weapon. That I can fit in any situation. I can adapt, and it doesn't bother me. I'm so go with the flow that like, you can throw me in any situation. I can, mix and mingle over here with these people. It won't bother me. I can, turn up on these ones, make friends with these ones, and I'm going to be chilling.
What's your strategy going into the game?
Honestly, I have zero strategy right now going to the Big Brother house, but I feel like I'm very adaptable, and I'm good at going with the flow and adapting my game set to the game. I feel like every season is so different that it's if somebody prepares a rigid strategy, they're only doing themselves a disservice.
Have
So
I
I'm gonna
seen
go
the
in there with an open
Instagram
mind
post?
of
No,
my
I
strategy.
haven't.
I'm gonna have plenty of time to think about strategy
What's
while I'm
on
in the
his
game. So I'm
Instagram?
just gonna try not to think about it too much right now.
What makes Big Brother such a successful show after 25 years?
And I think Big Brother's been such a big success because every season is so different and exciting. Every house guest is so unique, and there's so many different dynamics all playing into each other. So much excitement, new challenges every season, new twists. And so I think it makes it always really exciting to watch for people. Will watch it 25 years later. I think being in a house with 16 or 15 other people, 15 other house guests from all different walks of life is super interesting, and I'm excited to learn from them, compete with them, beat them, but also like learn a lot about myself in the process.
Oh boy.
Why will you be the player to watch this season?
Why will I be the one to watch this summer? Because I'm gonna be so fun. People are not gonna be able to keep their eyes off of me. They're gonna be logging into the live cams and watching me. I don't know, eat, plot, strategize, all the good stuff.
Would you
The
be
live
open for
cams,
a showmance?
man. I just had a moment of like, I've had lots of these moments over the last few years of like, oh, this is relevant to my experience of writing the book, but I can't talk about it. And then I was like, no, I can't talk about it now. Live cams is genuinely what they used to say about the live feeds. They called them live cams, like way back. Like not everyone called them live cams, but that was like a term in like the early 2000s. Which,
my intention is to
people
not enter
talking about the
showmance.
frosted
Honestly, I know
tips
the
too.
viewers probably will not want to hear that. My intention is to win $750,000, and I know showmance could put that in jeopardy. And so my eyes are on the prize. I would be very surprising if they put a girl in here that was worth sacrificing all that money for.
Will you be more of a hero or a villain in the house?
Honestly, I want to kind of play the hero role a little bit this season. Just because those juror votes really come in clutch at the end, and my intention is to go to the end, and I don't want to make too many enemies. Like I want to play smart enough where people respect my game, but I don't want to make so many enemies and be a villain that I don't get votes at the end, and I'm play a good game, but I walk away in second place. That would kind of blow.
What will be your approach to
It
the competition?
sucks.
I feel like I could easily make myself too much.
It sucks that a guy like Zay feels that way. I think the show has been giving the wrong message. If a guy like Zay, who doesn't know the show, comes onto the show and is like, I can't play too hard. I don't want to burn too many bridges. It's like, that we are giving the wrong message. You know what I mean? Like a player like him should be coming on like, I'm going to slit some throats. I'm going to play hard. And not be worried that they're going to lose the game because of that.
Much of a target like early on. If I come out and I'm like doing a little too much or win a little bit too much off the bat and make myself a little bit of a target and have people gunning for me right off the rip.
Do you plan on keeping any secrets about yourself from the other house guests?
I haven't decided yet if I want to talk about the fact that I do sales. I feel like it can go either way because I've seen people get targeted for being in sales, but I don't really think I can hold up a lie very well. Like a long term, I feel like it's gonna slip, and so part of me feels like I might just get out of the way early and just hope that they don't target me because of it. I actually haven't decided yet my strategy at all going into the house. I feel like I'm just gonna kind of go with the flow. Like when I'm in here, I'm either gonna say it or
so
I'm
glad
not.
Rob reminded me of
How will
that
you crush
thing in
your
Survivor,
enemies?
because that
I'm going
makes
to
so
crush
much
people
more
multiple
sense
ways.
to me
Like
now.
I'm gonna crush them in the competitions and have power that way. But I'm also gonna crush them mentally. I'm not afraid to backstab, blindside somebody when the timing's right, pull a big move in the game in order to put myself on top, kick somebody else out of the house.
That's what he should be saying the whole time.
To start, tell us a little bit about yourself. Give us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
Hi, I'm Jimmy from Washington, D.C., and I'm a strategy consultant.
What's your reaction to getting to play Big
Strategy
Brother?
consultant.
It feels incredible, all right? I've been on edge on my...
I noticed that he seemed to avoid using AI in his bio/interview. Does he not even say AI at all? Well, let's keep track of it because he's labeled as an AI consultant. But AI is not exactly a very popular thing. And so perhaps there's something going on here where he's like, let's call it strategy. In the same way that I might not say I'm a podcaster now, I might say I'm a content creator. Lest somebody get the wrong idea of me as straight white man in his 30s who has a podcast. This guy might be like, let's say I'm a strategy consultant, not an AI consultant.
my seat for like the last few months at this point. Well, I guess a month and a half, but it's incredible. I mean, like if you had told me a year ago today when I was celebrating the 4th of July in Idaho that I'd be now sitting in the Big Brother diary room talking to you, I would tell you, there's no way that was the case. And right. And especially like younger me, Jimmy, who was watching BB16 10 years ago, shortly after coming out, and shortly after having my parents lose our house. Like if you had told me, flash forward 10 years, the 25th anniversary of the show, I'd be sitting right here. I wouldn't have believed you. And I am so excited to be here. It's insane. And I'm ready for this summer of twists and turns. I can't wait to see what's ahead in store for us.
Why will you win Big
Genuine, I still feel like I can't. Well, I already talked about this a little bit, but even so, I feel like I can't introduce myself as an author because then people will be like, "Oh, what books have you written?" And I'd be like, "The one."
Brother?
I'm going to win Big Brother because I have a strategy background, professionally and personally. I come from a world where manipulation and understanding who you want to get something from and when you want to get it is key. And I come into the house with a strong...
What does that mean? What does he do?
Amount of self-awareness. I know what I need to say, I know who I need to say it to, and I know exactly what I need to do to win. I'm ready to put my chips on the board, I'm ready to show my cards, and I'm just ready to play, and ready to play to win. I'm not here for the experience, okay? Some people come into the Big Brother house for the experience, but I am here to win because that $750,000 check is gonna have my name on it. I know I'm going to win Big Brother. First, I've been manifesting it for weeks now, all right? I've been seeing myself walk out of onto that stage, seeing Julie Chen. For some reason, the confetti's purple to me, so I've been seeing that. I'm excited for everybody else to see it too. But I have the smarts. I have the social game. And I know what it takes to win competitions and when you need to win competitions. I know how to play people.
He's obviously like, he's in DR mode right now. There's like barely a hint of like lounging around the house, Jimmy.
And I know how to manipulate them. But at the end of the day, I also know how to build relationships with and create friends. I know how to work a house and a group of people in a way that strategically matches the goal that I'm trying to achieve, which in this case is winning Big Brother. So I'm going to lean into that social game. I'm going to play with my competition and strategy smarts. And I'm also going to make friends along the way and walk out of that house collecting a check of $750,000, all right?
Tell us a little bit about your life in the outside world and how that has prepared you for Big Brother.
Outside of the game, I'm Jimmy. I work, I play tennis, I hang out with my animals and my long-term boyfriend, Sean. And I have a lot of really close and tight-knit friends. I've moved around a little bit. I went from Florida to a college where I knew nobody and built a whole network from there. And then after college, I did it all again in a whole new city, built a whole new network and a whole new group of friends. And through that process, you find a lot of confidence in yourself. You really understand who you are, what you want to put out into the world, and then what you want to get from the world too. And I think that breeds a level of insight and maturity that somebody at 25 actually has that I think is really cool. And so into the house, I bring my smarts, I bring my life experiences, and I bring this unabashed confidence and understanding of who I am and what I want to put out into the world and what I want to receive from it.
Why will you be the player to watch this season?
Listen, I'm going to be the one to watch this summer because I'm going to give y'all strategy. I'm going to give y'all...
He fully avoided... I mean, he sounds like he works in DC because he's really good at avoiding answering a question.
Gameplay. I'm going to give y'all personality if you couldn't tell. I'm going to give y'all interesting television, all right? Because that's what we're here for. We're here to play a game, we're here to make friends, and we're here to make good TV.
What are your biggest strengths?
Yeah, I mean, going into the game, I have a strong strategic background, again, both personally and professionally, and I'm really ready to see that exercised in the house and in the game. I'm also really resilient. I think that's really important in the game as well, whether it's a competition where you're behind and have to catch up a little bit, or
it's
maybe
annoying because he plans to hide it in the game, in the house, so I won't even find out on the feeds because he's theoretically not going to talk about it.
Up on the block and back in a blind side, and you really have to lean in and use last minute time to talk people into letting you stay or getting them to vote maybe a way that they didn't expect to. And I think not giving up, fighting for every point, something that I'm really used to doing, is going to serve me really well in the Big Brother house. And I'm also a triplet, so I know how to stick out amongst a crowd, and I know how to play that to my advantage. Know when I have to lean in and know when I have to lean out in the key moments, and I really think that's going to work to my advantage in the house.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
Can I also say, again, I'm pausing quite a lot here, but this is taking quite a while. He says, I'm a triplet. I'm just getting used to that as a phrase. Because I'm very used to, I'm a twin, right? I'm a triplet. It feels like triplet should be like a plural word, but it's not. It's a singular. I'm a triplet. I'm just trying to get used to it.
Gosh, I think I'm really trusting. I think that's going to be a weakness of mine. Once I really latch onto people and feel like I have a good connection, I feel like I'd be vulnerable to a blind side. So I definitely think that's a weakness I'm looking forward to, or maybe not so much. And I also think a weakness I have is maybe I won't think I need to win a competition because I don't want to show how strong or how smart I am. But maybe it was the right time to win that competition. So those are the two things I'm kind of weary about, is that I'm over trusting and maybe in a way that leads to me not winning a competition that I might need to win.
He's a weary guy. That's pretty common on Big Brother.
Because I don't feel like I have to win it at the time.
Do you plan on keeping any secrets about yourself from the other house guests?
Absolutely. You think I'm going to walk in this house and tell everybody I have a professional strategy background? Or that I'm from Washington, D.C., especially right now? No, I am a tennis coach and I'm from Bradenton, Florida, all right? I don't need people worrying about my professional background. I don't need people worrying about where I'm from. I want them to focus
I'm worried about your professional background.
on this personality.
Tell
I want them to focus on
me.
how fun I am. I want them to focus on the fact that I'm a triplet, but I 100% will not be telling anybody what I do for work or where I work.
Will you be more of a hero or a villain in the house?
I'm definitely more of a villain, but see, when I say that, most people actually tell me I'm more of a hero, so I think it could go either way. In my mind, I'm more of a villain. When it comes to Snap 2, I really do, and I also think I tell it how it is, and I'm kind of a I don't know if I can say but I kind of am, so
What?
I also read it down very consistently, so I think I'll definitely lean more towards the villain. I don't know if I can. I'm more of a villain. When it comes to Snap 2, I really do, and I also think I tell it how it is, and I'm kind of a I don't know if I can say but I kind of am, so I also read it down very consistently, so I think I'll definitely lean more towards the villain side. But again, a lot of people tell me I'm good-natured and a lot nicer than I think I am, so who knows? Maybe I could be a hero. Maybe a villain who's a hero. Does that work?
Maybe it's just on too high of speed. What is he saying? Okay.
How will you crush your enemies?
I'm going to crush my enemies by being their friend. I think there's something so interesting about being a frenemy with somebody and then turning around and putting them on the block. You know what I mean? And then sitting there in front of the entire house, telling them exactly what I think of them. So I think that is a really good way to shut somebody up. Also, like a few reads here and there definitely help, but I'm always ready to put somebody in their place. I'm the youngest of 3 and I've always had to fight for my own, and I'm ready to do that in the Big Brother house.
What are you bringing to the show?
He's the youngest of 3 triplets? Is that a thing? I mean, I knew twins in school, and one of them was older, and they did talk about that. But like, I feel like the younger one wouldn't have said, "I'm the youngest of 2." You know what I mean? I don't know, just the way. I think I'm just not used to verbiage when it comes to triplets.
That nobody has seen before.
Well, you guys have never had a triplet on, so that's new. I also think I'm going to bring like a unique and interesting energy. I don't really give a shit what people think about me, and I think that's going to bode well for me in the house and with America. I'm also not afraid to run right up to an edge and just jump right off and see where it goes. And I think that's a unique twist that especially maybe the more modern seasons, some people have been afraid of. But again, I bring a level of strategic knowledge, ingenuity, and also a level of happiness and energy kind of all wrapped up into a cute little gift basket, if I do say so myself.
What's your fan level with Big Brother?
Yeah, I would say I'm a solid fan. I've seen most Big Brother seasons, not all of them. I started watching with my mom, primarily around like earlier Big Brother seasons around BB10. And then I've just watched since then. So I've seen a lot of the show. I wouldn't consider myself a super fan, but I'm definitely a big fan of the show and definitely understand how the ins and outs of the shows work, the unique characters that exist, and really how to play a solid game that you really want to do to win, right? Not showing all your cards at once, but moving strategically through the game.
What's your strategy going into the game?
Yeah, so going into the house, I want to be a part of the bigger alliance right away, right? I don't want to form the alliance. I want to be in situations where the alliance comes to me.
Okay. I'm starting to get a vibe. Let me see if I can I'm gonna put this up on the screen. You tell me if this is wildly off base. This is my vibe. Nick Uhas. I'm getting a little Nick Uhas from him. It's not just that they look similar. It's the way that they talk about the game in the preseason. It's a little bit like very strategic in a like friendly, energetic package.
Because the last thing you want to do is everybody finds out you're trying to form some bigger alliance, right? Then within that bigger alliance, that's usually around 6 to 8 people. I want to form a couple different threesomes. I want to find 1, 2, maybe even 3 different groups of 3. I said group of 8, maybe group of 9. All right. So I want to find those threesomes within the larger group. And within that, I want to find a ride or die and what I call a good div. Div is too long, div is just right. And through that, I want to make a few final 2s and a few final 3s. That way you have an alliance within an alliance. The bigger alliances, they always break up. They always implode a few weeks into the competition. So you need to have those smaller alliances together so that when the bigger alliance breaks up, you have something to latch onto. Then from there, you figure out who your competition is. You figure out who's running the other side of the house, who the masterminds are, and you eliminate them. You get them out right away. You don't want to be like Cody in BB16 when he had the opportunity to send Derek home and didn't, all right? I'm going to be the one who's going to send my competition home when given the opportunity and when I have all the power, all right? So my strategy going in is to build that bigger alliance, build smaller alliances within that alliance, and have a few final threes and final twos that I could really lean into when the time is right. And at the end, you want to take somebody to final two that you know you can beat. You don't want to pull a Chelsea and Mackenzie all over again. When Mackenzie should have taken Cam with her, come on, she would have beaten him, all right? I'm not taking a Chelsea with me to the final. I'm taking somebody I can beat, and that's how I'm going to win.
You can tell he's watched since BB10 because he uses Cody as the first example. More recent fans either wouldn't use Cody as an example at all, or wouldn't use him as an example, wouldn't use him because they haven't seen him, or wouldn't use him as an example because they only know him from All Stars, or they first know him from All Stars.
BB27.
Whereas this guy has lived with Cody's decision for like 6 years before Cody sort of changed his story.
What makes Big Brother such a successful show after 25 years?
Big Brother has been such a success because every season, there's something a little different. There's a new twist, there's a new turn, and the house guests always have a willingness to adapt to what's coming. And the house guests are always different every season. There's always a different crop of people with interesting personalities. And I think that brings America coming back to see what's in store, right? But there is a framework, right? It's literally like a box of chocolates. You open the box and you know there's chocolate in it, but you don't know if there's a macadamia nut inside. You don't know if there's peanut butter inside, right? And it's always a welcome surprise. So I think Big Brother's been successful for so long because there's a...
Is he explaining the box of chocolates metaphor? It's like, in case you've never heard this one, here's why I'm using this. Here's why this works as a metaphor for what I'm saying.
A formula and a lot of variables within that formula that keeps the show interesting and keeps people coming back. And hell, this season they get to see me on the screen, all right? So that's even better for them to come back 25 more years after this.
Catherine.
To start, tell us a little bit about yourself. Give us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
Hi, I'm Catherine Woodman. I'm from Columbia, South Carolina, and I am a fine dining server.
What's your reaction to getting to play
She does
Big
say
Brother?
fine dining server.
I mean, it feels really good. I'm super excited to be in the Big Brother house and to be a house guest this summer. I think no matter what happens, I'll have a lot of fun and I'll learn a lot about myself. But the goal is obviously to win that money at the end of the day.
Tell us a little bit about your life in the outside world and how that has prepared you for Big Brother.
I'm going to say this. Is fine dining server like me saying I'm a content creator?
Side of this game, I am a waitress. I accommodate to people's needs all the time, and I can keep a straight face when I genuinely don't like people very much, and they have no idea and still end up giving me money at the end of their service. So I think that's a skill that's going to really help me in this house because there's a lot more money on the line in this house than there is a tip at a table. I'm also I have a degree in public relations. I know how to twist things, which is something that the PR professors never want you to say, but I can twist a story to make it sound right and to work in my favor, and I have that skill from 4 years at a university. So I am ready to go with the skills that I've developed.
Why did you want to compete on Big Brother?
I want to compete on Big Brother to really prove to myself that I can do something like this. I can be taken seriously. I have gained all of these skills from experiences in my life, strength from going through a lot when I was younger, just some form of intelligence from going into school and learning how to read people at my job and in school as well and read situations. I think it's probably the best example to myself of what I can truly handle and also how much I can get out of a situation.
What's your strategy going into the game?
My strategy going into the house is to kind of try to be everyone's friend. I don't want to be too overly that way, and people think that I'm just trying to make connections in order to stay in the house because I'm likable. But I think definitely after the first couple of days, I'm slowly going to be trying to like infiltrate different little groups that I might see forming, just to make
People are saying she looks like Christmas. I don't really see it other than like they're blonde.
sure that I'm still in the background of their heads as somebody that they enjoy being around and like being there. So I'm not a target up front when people are just trying to get rid of people and not get too much blood on their hands.
Why will you win Big Brother?
I'm going to win Big Brother because I think people are going to underestimate me and they're not going to anticipate my strong social game.
What are your biggest strengths?
Some of my strengths going into this game are probably going to be the fact that people aren't going to look at me as somebody major to take out immediately, even though I'm going to attempt to do things kind of behind the scenes. I also think that one of my strengths is going to be the fact that people just end up trusting me all the time. I am kind of like the secret vault that people always tell things to in my personal life, and I think that's going to be applicable to the house.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
I think one of my weaknesses in the Big Brother house could potentially be me being a little too trusting. I'd like to think that I'm going to have my guard up, but I don't want to be one of those people that ends up blindsided for trusting the wrong people.
Do you plan on keeping any secrets about yourself from the other house guests?
I think when I get into the house, I'm going to be pretty honest about who I am. I think the way that I present myself might be a little falsified. I'm not going to intentionally try to get anybody to think that I'm smart or I'm thinking too much about this game. I'm totally fine with being viewed as kind of the ditzy person running around the house that brings a little bit of sunshine in, more so than somebody that's taken very seriously, which
So like, just to further elaborate on what I'm talking about when it comes to like DR persona versus maybe like how somebody is in the house, like I feel like you're getting a good sense of who she is and how she will interact with people. She comes as very natural in this interaction. And I apologize for the freeze frame here.
I think would be a bit.
Let me do her a favor. It happens to all of us. I get a decent sense from. I feel like she's gonna be likable. The question is, at 23, I'm not hearing a history of athleticism. Where is she going to find her like power? You know what I mean? Does she get to? Is she able to win competitions? Is she going to be able to like, a 23-year-old is gonna have a hard time leading an alliance. So, what kind of game is she gonna play, and how much influence is she gonna be able to get?
Bit of a misinterpretation of me.
Would you be open for a showmance?
I think a showmance this summer is something that I could be open to. It's not something that I'm actively going to be looking for, but I think if I can find a way to have a little bit of extra fun for maybe a week or two, I'll do that. But I don't really see it being something that continues on.
I could see her sticking around for a while though, and if she has that competitive edge to her, she could be a late game threat.
My entire gameplay in the house, like some people do.
Will you be more of a hero or a villain in the house?
I think whether or not I'm a hero or a villain in the Big Brother house is more so going to depend on the people I'm surrounded with. I think if the majority of everyone there is getting on my nerves, then I will more than likely end up being a bit of a villain. I don't think I can hold back my personality quite that much that I wouldn't get annoyed with them. But under normal circumstances, probably a little bit more so hero way. We just have to see who's there.
How will you crush your...
I say this all the time. If somebody tells you something that might be perceived as negative, you can bank on it pretty much being true, right? Like, if somebody's like, oh man, I do sometimes have an issue of like blowing up on people that I don't like. It's like, okay, so you definitely blow up on people you don't like. This is a showmance. This is, are you open to a showmance face? The fact that she was like, I might have a hard time with people, because her initial thing too was like she's good at pretending to like people, but she might be a little more of like a hothead, given that previous answer.
Enemies.
I think I can crush my enemies potentially by, once again, just them underestimating me. I think it's something that they're not going to expect if I go behind someone's back or if I make a slight bit of moves. I think I'm a bit manipulative, and I think I can convince people that my ideas are their ideas if I need to get some strong people out.
What will be your secret weapon
I think I could see it. I think
my secret weapon is going to be the fact that I'm going to come off extremely trusting. I think
she's got a little bit of iron in her. I think I can see that.
People aren't going to be expecting much from me probably going in, and I genuinely want to portray myself that way, so that's going to be a big part of my gameplay.
What are you bringing to the show that nobody has seen before?
I think I'm going to bring to the show somebody that is a bit younger, and there have been young people before, but someone with a lot more depth, I think, than anybody that's probably been on the show below 25 before. I've experienced a lot of things.
Dude, why would you say that? I feel like it was even worse hearing it out loud.
First 23 years of life already, and I think it's going to show a lot more facets of myself than I think a lot of people my age would be showing.
What's your fan level with Big Brother?
Honestly, my fan level is like, I'm a big fan. I love the show. I'm very entertained by it. Super fan, not so much. I wish I was. I think it would really help my preparedness, but I have seen a few seasons and I love it. It was something that I got kind of hooked on immediately in the past like year and a half, honestly. There's only so much you can watch in that short amount of time, so we'll see how that works for me.
Why will you be the player to watch this season?
I'll be the one to watch this summer because I am probably going to be one of the most entertaining people in the house. I genuinely think that I'm just going to be a fun person to see navigate the game. I think most people these days are super fans and they are so incredibly cautious with their gameplay, which yes is good, but also have fun, make moves, do something important while you're there. You know, you don't want your time wasted just being super cautious of everybody else in the house.
What makes Big Brother
that's a great perspective. I don't remember reading that bit. That's a great perspective. I'm telling you, I think she's got some backbone. I think she's maybe one to watch out for here.
Successful show after 25 years.
I think Big Brother is genuinely the staple entertainment for Americans. It has funny moments.
It's possible she just flames out early, but like, if she gets any power, I think she'll wield it. You know what I mean?
Big outlandish competitions that are just fun to watch and seem like, wait, I wouldn't mind competing in that just for fun, let alone for money. There's a lot of things at stake, whether or not it's relationships within the house, friendships, also the money at the end of the day. I mean, there's so many different things going on and it never gets boring. So I think that's why Big Brother is just such a staple American show for people to watch.
Keanu.
To start, tell us a little bit about yourself. Give us your name, where
He
you're
was
from.
one of my favorites based on the written version. So let's see.
And what you do.
My name is Keanu Soto. I'm a personal trainer and nutritionist from McKinney, Texas.
What's your reaction to getting to play Big Brother?
It feels great to be a house guest on Big Brother. It's been a long journey to get here, and I'm just happy that it's finally here.
Tell us a little bit about your life
He
in
is
the outside
big.
world and how that has prepared you for Big Brother.
A little bit about myself. Been doing personal training for
Dude's yoked.
15 years now. In that line of work, you do meet a variety of different folks. I believe that, and coupled up with my ability to do like improv and things of that nature, I feel like gives me the tools and the ability to, like I said, connect with a variety of folks. But the improv aspect of it gives me the ability to think quickly, on my feet. And when things might
Quick
not necessarily
thinkly
go
is
the way
great.
that you envision them to, that's a tremendous skill to have. And just my ability to dungeon master as well, if you will. And being a dungeon master, you got to step into different roles, become different people. And I feel like being able to do that will provide me with a unique skill set.
Okay. The downside here is maybe like an Austin BB17. Like big guy with a big nerdy side. But I think there's a lot of upside there too.
That a lot of people don't have or are not familiar with, and that will ultimately give me an edge.
Why did you want to compete on Big Brother?
Why did I want to compete on Big Brother? Honestly, I
He
really
has
just want to challenge
100K
myself.
followers
I feel like a lot
for
of people may
fitness.
look at it on TV and be like, I could do that. And I don't think people really realize what it takes. I realize what it takes, and I feel like I would do exceptionally well. So I really want to just challenge myself.
Why will
That's
you
interesting.
win
He
Big
comes
Brother?
off very naturally to me. He doesn't come off as somebody who's like prepped with like social media experience.
I'm going to be the one to win because I can tell you right now, I want it more than everybody else. I know everybody's going to say that. But
I mean, I guess fitness content, maybe he's not like, does he like talk a lot in his fitness content, or is it a lot of like doing fitness?
man, I feel like I have a complete game. I have the social, the physical aspect of it, the mental aspect of it. I feel like I just have what it takes to win.
What are your biggest strengths?
My strengths are my ability to connect with people. So my social game. And like I said, I'm no slouch on the physical side of things either. And I believe that people
He is a wrestler.
underestimating
He certainly
or by
looks
looking
like
at
it.
me and seeing that he's probably a physical beast, they will underestimate my mental game as well. So I feel like that is a strength I will have going in.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
Poof. Yeah, I trust people way too easily. I like to think that I have a good read on people, but if I don't, that's definitely something that they could take advantage of. I definitely trust too easily.
Do you plan on keeping any secrets about yourself from the other house guests?
No, I mean, as far as like profession and things like that, personal trainer, that's a pretty common profession. The fact that I'm like a super nerd or something like that, I don't
He's
think
33. He's the
necessarily that'll
same age
be
as
a
me.
detriment to know. If anything, it'll make me more relatable to people.
Even though hold on. I can. I'm much smaller than him.
So, no, I don't think I'll withhold any information. I'll gain my enemy's trust. And, this is Big Brother, so it may not be normally in my character to betray that trust, but you got to do what you got to do to win $750,000, right?
What are you bringing to the show that nobody has seen before?
I've seen quite a few seasons of the show now, and I don't believe there's ever quite been like someone who looks like me that is quite as charismatic. I know Brent from like season 20, I think it was. He was a pretty charismatic built guy,
Brett?
but he's definitely not like nerdy like me. And I like to think of myself as a chameleon, a very well-rounded person.
So if I were him and I were thinking of like, he's talking about people who look like him, and the closest he could come up with was Brett, which tells me he's mostly looking for size. And that tells me that he likely hasn't seen 17, right? Because you would have said Austin. So he probably started somewhere between 18 and 20. Oh, no. He's been watching forever. He's the one that said he liked Kaser. Huh.
Personality. So I feel like I have the ability to get along with a vast array of people in spite of what I look like.
What's your strategy going into the game?
Man, I really just
he said he liked when, we'll see it. He said he liked when Kaser told Maggie, I sealed your
want
partner's
to
fate.
focus on my strengths initially, which is just connecting with people.
And yeah, like
I
Jesse,
feel like
obviously, even further back.
someone or a player that was very good at that in the 2 seasons that he was on was Enzo. I know he's originally from season 12. I can't remember what the All-Star season was, but he was in that one as well with Cody. And I feel like his social game and his ability to connect with people always takes him far in the game. I feel like he just never quite built on the like capital, I guess, that he was building, and quite was able to utilize that to his advantage. I feel like his strength was just his social game, whereas I feel like I bring a little bit more of a complete package as terms of like physicality and things like that. So I feel like I would have a similar game plan, just being social, connecting with people, letting them know that I, will fight for them, and I could, in that vein, they'll probably end up fighting for me as well, and take each other to the end. And when it comes time to be one-on-one, that's when I'm gonna pounce, and I'm gonna show, my true ability, my true form, if you will.
Because like that too, like he gave an analysis on Enzo's game, talking about Enzo from 12 and All Stars, and he gave like I think a relatively good analysis of Enzo's game in the sense that like he's a really good social player but can't capitalize on it. So I mean, he strikes me as somebody who has watched these seasons.
What makes Big Brother such a successful show after 25 years?
From my personal experience, I love the strategy aspect of it. I feel like the nature of the game of building connections and sometimes having to flip on those connections and kind of really never knowing what's going to happen. As they say, expect the unexpected. When you don't know what to expect, it keeps you coming in for more, right? So I feel like Big Brother definitely has a good grasp on that, and that's why it's had such a long tenure. Yeah.
Why will you be the player to watch this season?
I'll be the one to watch this summer because, like I said, I have the capability physically to win comps. I know that's always like a fan favorite from what I understand. My social game's going to be there. So I'm always going to be having, game conversations, not too early, because I know that people that play too hard at the beginning end up getting the boot. But yeah, I'm just going to be very involved in a lot of different aspects of the game. And I feel like
I feel like the message that players learn, oh man, I don't want to play too hard too early. So many people on this cast talked about lying low in the beginning. And it's just like, why is that the message? Why is that the message people are taking from this show? That should not be the message. That should not be what we're trying to prioritize or develop or designing the game for. It's like we want people to be playing hard.
I have the capability to be very low key and slick about it without making it seem like I'm trying too hard, to put a target on my back.
Would you be open for a showmance?
I'm Team Nomance. I want to win $750,000. I don't need an Achilles heel.
What will be?
See that too? Like, plenty of people in showmances have won the game. It's weird that everyone acts like it's this big anchor on your game. It's actually usually a bit of a boon. Like it usually I think helps more than hurts.
Be your secret weapon in the house.
My secret weapon, I believe, is my charisma. Like I said earlier, I feel like I have the ability to connect with people. So it's a pretty it's an unsuspecting thing coming from someone who looks like me. So yeah.
What's on your Big Brother?
To be honest, he kind of looks like a charismatic guy to me. He's got a friendly, charismatic face.
Hit list. Well, number 1, win $750,000. Number 2, I like that game where you like throw the ball over the little hill 250 times. I feel like people look at that on the show and they're just like, I could do that. And I don't think they realize how much that makes your legs burn doing like a shuttle run 250 times. But I feel like that's a competition that I've always wanted to try and win. I think really, yeah, just honestly, I'm really looking forward to the comps. They just all seem like super fun. And yeah, so I'd say those are my big 2. $750K.
He's interesting because he, I think, would naturally fit in with like the bros, but his personality, like just physically, but his personality seems a bit more chill than that. So I'm trying to figure out like who does he click with the most? I saw a tweet from Hamster Watch. Just got word that 17 of them have moved in and they're off. I still don't know if number 17 is a full player though. Interesting though that seemingly 17 people have officially moved in today, meaning that the 17th person is not a delayed entry. Seems to at least significantly delayed. Yeah, we still don't know if they're staying.
Hey, playing the cops.
What will be the easiest and hardest parts of being a house guest?
The hardest part about being a house guest, for me personally, because I've always lived by myself, is going to be living with 15 other people. And also possibly having to wait to use the restroom. That sounds horrible. Probably another hard thing.
I'm a little worried that he will get into the house and be a little withdrawn, actually. That he's maybe maybe a little bit of an introvert. It might not be a right read. It's always hard to tell just from interviews, but like if he's not used to being around people all the time, it might be a little overwhelming. But I will say, generally, I think because he's such a big physical guy, I think that could be offset. Like he can maybe afford to be a little more reserved in the early game because people are a little more likely to be approaching him to join things because they want his physicality. But it's not a guarantee.
Would probably be like being a have-not. I feel like that would probably be pretty difficult. The easiest part about being a house guest. I don't want to say it's going to be easy. I feel like I personally will handle it easier than most. Just being disconnected from the outside world. That actually sounds like a vacation to me. So,
what are some standout moments for you from the past 25 years of Big Brother?
Favorite standout moments? Ooh, classic. I want to say it's season 6 with Maggie and Kaser when he goes up and she's like, "Oh, you just sealed my fate in this game." And he's like, "No, I just sealed your partner's fate." Badass line. That's a badass line. Let's see. Another one. Season 12, Rachel, floaters grab your life vest. That's classic. The Beast Mode Cowboy, Caleb. Yeah, when Derek is talking to Beast Mode Cowboy, Caleb, and he boosts his ego up and he's like, in the diary room, he's like, "And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you win $750,000. I'm telling you, if I'm coming in here to win.
Kelly. To start, tell us a little bit about yourself. Give us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
I'm Kelly. I'm from South Dakota, and I'm a web designer.
What's your reaction to getting to play Big Brother?
Being a house guest on Big Brother feels great. I'm so excited to make all these people my friends.
She looks like that actor. Do you know who I'm talking about? Yeah, Kate Mara. Let me see if I can get a... Right? Right? Can kind of see it.
Why will you win Big Brother?
Listen, I'm going to be the one to win Big Brother because I'm a farm kid and I have farm kid grit. Back on the farm, there's no such thing as I'm tired of this task and I'm done with it, or this task is too hard and I'm done and I'm just going to go inside. No, we finish the task. Whatever needs to be done, we do it. And that's what I'm going to do in this house. I'm going to be a farm kid.
Tell us a little bit about your life in the outside world and how that has prepared you for Big Brother.
A little about Kelly. So I am a solo traveler. I've been to 42 countries, all 50 US states, and literally half of Mexico. I've stayed in hostels. I'm good with communal living and sharing a kitchen and sharing a bathroom with 16 people. This is like second nature to me. This is going to be great. I also grew up in a super small town, like 50 people small. And my graduating class was 64, and it was us from kindergarten to senior year graduation, the same people, the same building, all 13 years. So I'm used to being locked in a room. Like this would be perfect for me.
What are your biggest strengths?
She's a good speaker.
My strengths are definitely my social skills and my ability to read people.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
My weakness is definitely going to be competitions. I'm not super competitive. Not that that's going to stop me from winning, of course, but not super competitive in like, I need to win this thing. I'm also very clumsy, so I have a feeling competitions are not going to be my strong suit.
Do you plan on keeping any secrets about yourself from the other house guests?
I would love to not reveal my profession, and like I have a couple really successful businesses that I run, and I would love for my house guests to not know that. So I'll try to downplay it as much as I can. Also, the fact that I've traveled so extensively. How will I crush?
Yeah, I didn't read this off the written word, but she has a lot more charisma than I thought based on the written version. I mean, let's keep going, but I think she's actually got like she's a lot more interesting than I thought she was.
My enemies? I'm definitely going to kill them with kindness.
What are you bringing to the show that nobody has seen before?
I'm going to bring to the show this weird, quirky energy. I'm going to be everyone's hype woman. I'm here to hype up all my house guests, and I'm going to be everyone's friend.
What's your strategy going into the game?
So, when I am traveling, I like to say the best way to go is with no plan at all, and that's sort of how I'm entering the Big Brother house. You know, I've only seen the 1 or 2 seasons, and I think having a fresh perspective is going to help a lot. My strategy is to lay low for the first few weeks, and hopefully make it till jury, and hopefully make it all the way. If I can rely on the social aspect and the friends that I make, they're going to have a really hard time voting me off. I just know it.
See,
Why will you?
that really turned me off. It's a really bad answer, in my opinion.
Be the player to watch this season.
I'm the one to watch this summer because I'm quirky. I'm fun. I'm going to bring the fun dances and the fun songs to the house. I'm going to make everybody do little dance parties, even if they don't want to.
What makes Big Brother such a success?
She could also like completely crash and burn, to be honest. I'm struggling to figure her out.
Show after 25 years.
So this year being the 25th anniversary of Big Brother, you can tell that it's a long-running show because of the drama and the social aspect, and that's what I'm here for too. I'm so excited to see how me and my fellow housemates get along, just like watching the show.
Would you be open for a showmance?
I am in a very happy relationship with my boyfriend of 8 months now, and I do not see myself getting into a showmance. Even if I didn't have a boyfriend, I wouldn't worry myself with a showmance.
Will you be more of a hero or a villain in the house?
Oh, if I'm a villain on this show, you know something has gone very wrong. I am definitely not a villain. I don't know that I'll necessarily be a hero, but, you know, if, like I said, if villain comes to mind for Kelly, something has gone very wrong.
What will be your secret weapon in the house?
My secret weapon is my spontaneity and my bravery. You know, I'm on this crazy show with all these crazy new house guests, and I'm embracing the challenge, and that's my superpower, is I embrace and I adapt.
I think part of her charisma is that she's got like this confidence to her that I think is really like attractive as a person. But I think my worry for her is that like does she fit in with the rest of them? Like she's so sure of herself, and I think that would make her like a cool friend. But is that a good thing for her in the game if she's going to be so distinctly her? If that doesn't click with other people in the house, that they are all, you know, a little more people pleasy, a little more like willing to be like, well, I'm going to figure out who I am over here. I'm going to like try to fit in over here. Meanwhile, she's just kind of like, hey, I'm me. And that might, like, you've sort of seen people like that before, and it sometimes can cause crash outs. But man, I think there's a lot of like, I think she could be total crash and burn early, or she could be like a little bit of a sleeper. I don't know.
To start, tell us a little bit about yourself. Give us your name, where you're from,
Bronte,
and what you do.
not a bad
Lauren.
comparison.
I'm from Lafayette, Louisiana, and I'm a bridal consultant.
Why did you want to compete on
Bridal consultant.
So I'm a super competitive person, and I've been loving Big Brother for as long.
I don't really know what that is. In my mind, a bridal consultant, unlike an AI consultant, is somebody that helps brides spend money on their wedding. To be like, hey, you should buy this. Just dresses? I figured it would like be the whole thing. I imagine that's a pretty lucrative business because I know weddings are like wildly overpriced.
As long as I can remember. So competing in this competition means a lot to me.
What are you bringing to the show that nobody has seen before?
I don't think Big Brother has really seen somebody who is
This is just
a
dresses.
super sweet Southern
Okay.
belle, but at the same time is willing to and will crush people in competitions if she needs to, and a super fan as well.
What's your strategy going into the game?
So I think my strategy going into the house is going to be really sort of like taking in each person and sort of feeling people out, getting really close to them, and sort of figure out what their strategies are going to be and sort of build off of that. I think going in with a set strategy and trying to play too hard too fast always gets people in the beginning. So I think I will sort of lay low starting off and then really start
More
to play
laying low in
a
the
little bit later on.
beginning.
What's your fan level with Big Brother?
This is the thing, right? This is why we see this every time. Yes, lately, there have been like, there's been like one person, like a Frenchie, who's playing too hard in the first week and he overplays himself out of the game. Sure, yeah, that happens. But for every Frenchie, there is a Chelsea, Tiffany, I mean, season 24 played out a little differently, but like, you do get that one player often that will like flame out, yes. But if 10 people go into the game saying, I'm going to lie low in the early portion of the game, what that means is they have opened the door for those other 6 people. One of those 6 people is going to flame out. The other 5, or maybe even less, the other like maybe 3 to 4, they're going to completely take the reins of the game. Though the few people that don't go in saying, I'm going to lie low, those people are going to be able to lightly tap the accelerator and find themselves in charge of the entire house structure. And what they do with that is up to them. They can do well with it. They can do poorly with it. But you're really just handing the reins over to somebody else if all of you say, we'll all just lie low.
I am a super fan of the show. I used to watch growing up with my parents. That was sort of like our family time. So Big Brother means a lot to me, and it's so crazy to be here right now.
What makes Big Brother such a successful show after 25 years?
I think people keep coming back because it's such a well-rounded show. It has everything you could possibly think of. It has love, it has friendship, it has backstabbing, it has drama, it has competition. It has pretty much everything, and I think that each season sort of brings its own, like, style to it, and I think that's why people always tend to come back.
What are your biggest strengths?
So I think some strengths that I can bring into the game is that I'm a very competitive person, so I feel like I might thrive in competitions. I also love talking and connecting with people, so I feel like my social game is going to be something that's going to be a strength for me as well.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
Some weaknesses I think going into the game is going to be I'm sort of a very empathetic person, and I'm a very bad liar as well, so I think that might be one of my weaknesses.
Do you plan on keeping any secrets about yourself from the other house guests?
I might not tell the house guests that I'm a huge super fan because I feel like it might paint a target on my back. They might think that I know the game too well and that I'll know how to play it.
Will you be more of a hero or a villain in the house?
I think that I would be more of a hero this summer, but I can be a villain if I need to.
Would you be open for a showmance?
I think that if I can use it to my advantage, I would maybe do a showmance, but definitely the end goal is going to be winning. So if a showmance takes me further, then that's something that I might do, but if not, then I definitely won't let it jeopardize my game in any way.
How will you crush your enemies?
I plan to crush my enemies in the house in competition. I feel like I'm not the most malicious person.
Has she talked about having like an athletic background? I feel like this is the second time she's talked about doing well in competitions.
I think my competitiveness can sort of like speak for itself in a way.
What will be your secret weapon in the house?
I think my secret weapon is that I can sort of like get close to people. I'm also really good.
Like if you told me she was an athlete, I'd be pretty high on her, I think.
Observer and learner, so I think I might like sort of take a backseat, sort of listen to conversations and what people are talking about and sort of use that to my advantage later on.
What's your reaction to getting to play Big Brother?
To be a house guest on Big Brother this season is absolutely insane. It's totally beyond me. I feel like I am like living outside of my body right now, but it's so incredibly exciting. I'm 22 years old, so I am a pretty young house guest, but I feel like being young, I can sort of use that to my advantage. I think a lot of people are going to think that I'm just like this sweet young girl who wants to be on TV, but what they won't know is that I'm an absolute super fan and will do whatever it takes to win.
What are some standout moments for you from the past 25 years of Big Brother?
Two iconic moments that I love are Dan's funeral and Keisha's birthday, just because they stirred up so much drama in the house and sort of like brought out everybody's personalities, and it was just so much fun to watch.
What's on your Big Brother bucket list?
Dancer.
Oh gosh,
Okay.
there's so much on my BB bucket list this summer.
Being a dancer, I think, is a decent athletic background to have. I think it's better than a lot of other athletic pursuits. Dancers are gonna have like better body control, balance, and enough general fitness to keep up with a lot of the like physical-ish competitions. So I feel like we haven't seen we've seen some dancers for sure. I guess to be fair, I can't really think of many dancers that were good at competitions, but also we haven't had a lot of, I would say, dancers in the modern era of competitions. I'm trying to think like within the last 6 to 7 years, Raven. That was just barely the start though. I would say from like BB20 on, I would say Tommy qualifies as a dancer. And he was not the best, but he was pretty decent at challenges. I can't think of many other dancers in the last 6 years. Um, I mean, this is a pretty athletic cast, so I don't know if she's gonna be able to like super break out, but staying competitive is, I think, the key here.
Seeing Zingbot playing in the iconic games like OTEV, Hide and Go Veto, meeting Miss Julie. There's so many moments that I just can't wait for.
What will be the easiest and hardest parts of being a house guest?
Well, I think the hardest part about being in the house this summer is going to be being away from my family because I'm super, super close with my family. So I feel like that's going to be super tough for me. The easiest part about being in the Big Brother house is going to be being in LA with a backyard and a pool.
To start, tell us a little bit about yourself. Give us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
So
Okay, I'm actually excited to see Mickey because I feel like I wasn't able to get a super good read from the bio alone or from the written interview alone. So I'm excited to see this one, but I've got to run to the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
For those that don't know, I am Mickey, and I am an event curator
All right,
based in
we're back,
Atlanta.
we're back.
I have literally done the most girliest things as well as the roughest things, from ROTC to planning birthday parties and whatever else you could think of. I dominate in a city that is full of men. I have to do a lot of business with them and dominate easily. And so I think I'll win the Big Brother house just because I have the talent of being very charming, being very, I guess, a person that people don't think is a threat. And I think I'm going to use that to my advantage. I'm going to be a neutral party. I'm going to be everyone's, favorite person. And then when it's time, I'm going to strike and make my move.
What's your reaction to getting to play Big Brother?
Oh my goodness. Okay, so being on Big Brother this year, honestly, it makes me, I'm a little nervous. I'm nervous. I'm excited. I feel like I'm supposed to be here. I have like little butterflies in my stomach, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, let's kick some butt and let's make it happen. Then there's also like, it's a game, but then at the same time, I'm so excited to meet new people. I think I have a whirlwind of emotions, but the most important emotion is the fact that I'm about to win this entire competition. And I'm nosy too. I'm wondering like, what the heck is going on in the world, I want to know, like, I don't know, did Drake drop a new album yesterday? I'm not sure. I wonder what's going on. I wonder, did it rain all day today again in Atlanta like it's been doing for the past like 3 weeks,
I mean,
which is turning to
of
Seattle?
all
Why, I don't know.
artists to name,
Why did you want to compete on Big Brother?
did
I wanted to compete
Drake
on Big
drop
Brother
a new
because
album?
I think it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. I don't feel like a lot of
Is
people get
he
to come on the
is
show
he
and
like
show America
set
what
to
they
drop
have.
a new
I think that's
album?
exactly what I want to do. I want to show the world what
Or
I
did
can do,
she
what I'm
pull
capable of,
Drake?
and
Like,
that's me winning
he's her guy.
$750,000.
You know what I mean?
What's your strategy going into the game?
So my strategy in the house is definitely going to be a person that no one pays attention to in the beginning. I want to be the girl's girl. I want to be everyone's favorite, everyone's friend, making everyone feel good about themselves. I do believe that, the more that you ask about others and the more you invest in others allows them to feel better about themselves and see you less as a threat. So that's actually my strategy. So being all about others, being all about other people.
Wait, to be
and
clear,
being
I'm not one to judge. My music tastes are bands that nobody knows about.
that's in
It's
the
just
background until it's time for me to actually be in the forefront. And when I do that, that is when I'm going to make all of my moves
surprising
and
to
make sure
hear.
that I come out on top.
What makes Big Brother such a successful show after 25 years?
25 years of Big Brother is amazing. And I honestly think that people love this show so much because it's real, it's raw, and it allows the house guests to be the ultimate decision makers for who wins and who takes home that money. I think it's very entertaining, and it's the one and only reality show that I know personally that uses real life people and puts them in real life situations with others and to determine who gets out on top. I think that's the most unique thing. It's not scripted and it's fun. I don't think that exists anymore.
Why will you be the player to watch this season?
So I will definitely be the one to watch this summer because I'm going to bring a lot of energy, a lot of flair, a lot of charm, all into the Big Brother house. I will be the one that is definitely going to dominate with nothing but femininity while wearing pink and kicking butt. I don't think you've seen that or heard of that before. So definitely watch out for me because I will be the one to watch.
Would you be open for a showmance?
I will definitely not be in showmance. I don't see that happening for me. I am here for one thing, and that one thing only, and that is to win this money. I'm not here to find a man or a husband. Listen, I live in Atlanta, Georgia. There's a plethora of men out there. I can find one easily. I'm not here for that at all. I'm here for the money.
Will you be more of a hero or a villain in the house?
See, will I be a hero or a villain? I think it depends on how you look at me, right? I think to some I might be a villain just because I am coming in, being very intentional with my strategy and, wanting people to be my friend just to obviously, overcome them. But then some people might think I'm a hero because, at least I'm being honest about it. I think there's a good balance. So maybe I'll be a villain hero. Hero villain. Hero villain. Ooh, I just made up a word. I'll be a hero villain.
What will be your secret weapon in the house?
My secret weapon in the Big Brother house is definitely going to be my charm. A little bit of flirting, which gets me a long way sometimes, and just being a genuine person, or at least to what, they might think is a genuine person.
What's your fan level with Big Brother?
I wouldn't consider myself a super fan, no. I have become a fan over the past couple of years, yes. I do remember some episodes when I was a kid, and then I remember most recently starting to watch everything when we hit season 24 is when I started getting locked back in again. So, I got hip to like the cookout and all the other things, and then since then, I have been an avid watcher, yeah.
What are some standout moments for you from the past 25 years of Big Brother?
I'll be honest, my favorite Big Brother moment in history, so in all the episodes that I've watched or seasons I've watched, would have to be the cookout for me. I think that was the most powerful thing I've ever seen on Big Brother, and it made me proud. Obviously, I hadn't even thought of being a part of Big Brother at the time, but in that moment, I felt proud to see people that look like me doing such exceptional things for other people that look like me as well. I think it was really cool. I definitely will be the one that will win Big Brother just because I want it bad enough, and I do think that me being here aligns with the purpose of being a winner. I don't lose, and win is pretty much in the middle of my name, so it's kind of like a must that it has to happen.
What are your biggest strengths?
Some of my strengths, I'm very charming. I'm a charmer. I think I'm very, very intentional. I am very good at observing others and reading people very well and quickly. I think I'm good at allowing people to like me, which I don't even know if that's a good strength, but it works well for me. People seem to like flock to me. So I think those are all strengths for sure.
A lot of these women feel much more natural in this setting than I feel like a lot of the men have felt to me. Which doesn't mean much in terms of the game. But she seems very comfortable in this setting.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
What are my weaknesses? My weaknesses are definitely, I am emotional. I am an emotional being. I have a very hard shell that it looks like on the outside, but on the inside, I'm like a ball of putty. So I'm a crybaby. That is one of my greatest weaknesses for sure.
I took his tree out because he didn't use it, and now he's staring at where it used to be like he wants to use it. I can bring it back. You just never used it.
What will be your approach to the competitions?
I might try to hide a little bit that I have a little bit of athleticism and I do have a little bit of a kick butt type of mentality. I think I might hold off on that just a smidge, but I think I want to read the crowd first. It could be to where I let it show immediately or maybe not. I haven't decided yet.
How will you crush your enemies?
I plan to crush my enemies by being the person that they least suspect. I plan to crush my enemies by being their ally, being the person that they think will not do any harm, have anything up on them, by being just a neutral party. So I think I'm going to use my softness, my femininity, and just my charm to make myself seem as though I won't do anything wrong that will harm any others.
What are you bringing to the show that nobody has seen before?
I am bringing elevated experiences to the show. I am going to bring a whole vibe, which is me. I'm going to bring charm, sass, and just a lot of intentionality, I should say. I'm sorry. A lot of intentionality I don't think has existed here in the house before, and just a lot of me. No one has ever experienced
It's
Mickey.
a trick, don't fall.
What's on your Big Brother bucket list?
So BB bucket list for me. So number one for sure is OTEV. That's like a must. I want to play in OTEV. And then two, I'm ready to get roasted by Zingbot because I think it's kind of funny. It's kind of cute. And then number three, Big Brother bucket list for me is I don't remember the name of the game, but it's where we have to hide things in the house and go and find them. Those are the three for sure that I'm looking forward to the most.
What will be the easiest and hardest parts of being a house guest?
Ooh, I think the hardest part of being a house guest this summer is going to be the cleanliness. So I've heard that we have to clean the house ourselves and all of that good stuff. And I think that, my standard of cleaning might not be the same as everyone else's. So that's going to be very hard for me. And then I think another hard part of being in the house this summer is going to be being away from all of my friends and family because I miss them so much. And I think the easiest part for me about being in the house is just being able to just be myself. You can't go to Atlanta and not get lemon pepper wings. Like, it's going to change your life. Whenever you go, you got to just find some lemon pepper wings and make sure they have to get the lemon pepper
That was
extra
so
wet.
abrupt. Okay, Morgan
To
Poe.
start, tell us a little bit about yourself. Give us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm Morgan. I am a Palm
She's the
Springs girl
gamer.
at heart, but I'm located in Los Angeles, California, and I'm a model and gamer.
What's your
Model
reaction
and
to getting to
gamer. So
play
that's why
Big
she
Brother?
said the model-esque stuff.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I need to pinch myself because I'm actually in the diary room. Like, hello, we all know the iconic diary room. It is very comfortable, I will have you know. That's crazy. That is actually nuts. Wow, I can't wait to turn this house upside down.
What's
That's gonna be
crazy?
so freaking cool. Y'all just wait. We're in for it. I'm gonna come in here, make sure you guys are ready. Bring your teacups. I'm gonna bring
She's
the
an
hot and
Apex
steaming tea.
Legends
Serve it up.
player.
I hope you guys are ready for it.
I
Why
used to
will
stream
you
that
win
game.
Big Brother.
I'm gonna win Big Brother because these house guests are gonna
I
have no
played it a
idea
lot.
that this gamer girl is here to rock their world. I'm keeping that secret because hello, if
I
I
would
tell them
say that I was moderately good at it. I think I got to the point where I was better than average. I was moderately good. I never got to like I'm really good at the game, but I think I was like pretty decent. And then I basically stopped playing before they added all kinds of other stuff. There's like different maps now and all that stuff.
that I'm a gamer, they're gonna boot me right out. So I'm just gonna keep this.
Who did I play as? I don't remember, to be honest. I don't think I was stuck to one person. I feel like the robot came out at one point and I wanted to play as him, but by that point I had already played a lot. Maybe. I don't remember. It was
little
years ago.
model-esque persona to go on and hopefully sneak by and take the whole thing home.
What are you bringing to the show
Yeah,
that
Pathfinder.
nobody has seen before?
Well, I don't know if you guys have had a gamer girl yet, so I'm really excited to represent for the gamer girls out there. But I also just think that
See, again, Alex Hour Erasure.
my just like natural bubbly personality is going to be really fun to see in the house. I'm a goofball and I'm a nerd. I mean, come on, like I just think that's really fun. And I think last but not least, I'll probably bring my humor, which I think is hilarious. Maybe people like to laugh at me, but that's fine. I mean, as long as we're both laughing, right?
Tell us a little bit about your life in the outside world and how that has prepared you for Big Brother.
So I'm a former Division I track athlete. I was raised to be determined, to be strong-willed, to be resilient, and to keep fighting no matter what. And I feel
Yeah, I mean, she's 33. She's a gamer. She's like competitive. She's a former D1 athlete. There's a lot to like here on paper. And on top of all that, she does seem to be pretty charismatic. Really, the biggest flaw is that she needs to be a bigger fan of the show.
feel like Big Brother is that. Like you have to keep fighting no matter if you're on the block, even if you're HOH. We have seen people win HOHs and go home the next week. Like it does not matter how high up you are. You can be at the bottom the next week. So no matter what, I'm
She
gonna
does
come
have
in,
great hair.
fight as long as I possibly can. And if I have to take some people down with me, I'm gonna do it.
What's your fan level with Big Brother?
So I am not a super fan, but my mom loves Big Brother. Her and I had watched seasons 5 and 6 when I was in high school. That's gonna age me a little bit. It's okay. Proud to be 33, first of all. But I just want to do this for my family. They do everything for me. We do everything for each other. We're a very small knit family, and I wouldn't be where I am without them. So I want to win this whole thing to be able to buy a house for my family and get them out of just what they've been fighting so hard to escape from, which is just, you know, not being able to own their own home or other things like that. There's just so much that I want to give to them, and I want to prove to myself that I can do this. Like I said, I've watched a couple seasons when I was growing up. Thought it was cool. I mean, for me as an athlete, I'm like, oh, I see these comps. Like, get me out there in the wall comp. Get me out there in VB Comics. Like, let me show these people that just because I'm not an athlete anymore doesn't mean I can't compete and win these games.
Okay, so she said she watched a few seasons when she was young, but she's referencing modern things, so she clearly has watched some recently.
What's your strategy?
Maybe as
going into the game?
research.
Okay, so strategy-wise, and before you guys come for me, hear me out. I am not going to come out guns blazing trying to win everything. As much as my competitive heart wants to do that, I have not seen a success story where someone just comes in and wins everything and wins the whole game. It would be nice if I could do that, but I honestly feel like for me, creating the smallest amount of target is just going to be what's best for me. So I'm going to lean on my social game and just keep in my back pocket that I'm a gamer girl that has a lot of strategies coming their way. So I'll pull those out when I need to.
What makes Big Brother such a successful show after 25 years?
So yeah, I talked about this, like, it's what she's saying is not bad. What she's saying is true. That you shouldn't win every comp right away. That does get you targeted. But winning one or two in the early game can be extremely valuable. So the thing is that if you go into the early game thinking, I don't want to win a ton of competitions, what I think ends up happening often is you give up your 1 or 2 shots at winning, and then even if you try all the other competitions, you still might lose them. And so it just ends up that you don't win any of those competitions. And now you've had no power in the early game at all. So again, what she's saying isn't wrong. It just is a potential indicator that she might make a mistake of not trying hard enough to win. in the early game.
I think Big Brother has been such a success because, just like they say, expect the unexpected. Every year, season after season, something's always been different. And I feel like from a viewer standpoint, that's something that we all look forward to, from the different house guests to just like the age range where everyone comes from. And I think the coolest part about Big Brother is they bring together people that would probably never hang out in real life, and they end up bonding together, or maybe not bonding, but they end up living under one roof and duking it out and seeing who is like the last one standing. So I think that's incredible. And I also feel like the fact that they pull in America to get their votes or to get their intake on things really allows for the viewer to just be engulfed in the season. And I think it's great. And hello, we have Julie Chen, the best host ever. Come on.
Is she thinking about international seasons? Or is she talking about like the occasional time they have a twist where America votes?
How will you crush your enemies?
I feel like I'm going to crush my enemies in the game through my social game. Now, I'm a former Division I track athlete, so I feel like naturally I'm competitive. I'm going to want to win every physical competition, but the whole thing of this game is not to win everything. It's to win when you have to. So I'm going to take that gamer knowledge and decide when I'm going to win and just rely on my social game to take me along the way.
What are your biggest strengths?
So, gamer girl here, my main game is a first-person shooter game, but I also love playing survival games. So for me...
Was she told not to say Apex? Or is she just used to like when I tell people I do content creation, I'm like, yeah, I talk about like a show. And they're like, oh, what show? Oh, it's a reality show called Big Brother. Because if I said, oh, I do a podcast about Big Brother, I worry that they might go, what's that? And I'd be, oh, it's a TV show. And then it feels like I assumed that they knew. So she might be doing a similar thing where she's just like, I'm not going to say I play Apex Legends because then people are going to be like, what's that? Instead, she says, I play a first-person shooter. She might just be used to saying something like that.
When it comes to my first-person shooter games, I play a battle royale, and essentially that is the final team standing wins. So you have to decide what angles you're going to take, maybe what transitions, what legends you're going to play. So for me, I'm going to take that into the house and decide when I'm going to pull out, maybe what personality.
Yeah, so clearly she's using language to help people who don't know what, like, games. Like a battle royale, which means this. I just got an email for Catapult. She says we're at 500 pre-orders. That's not bad. I mean, I actually don't know how good or bad it is, but it feels not bad. About 2.3 thousand clicks converted to 500 orders. Let's do that math again. That's like a... Hold on, I did the math wrong. Yeah, it's like a 20-ish percent. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. So before we were at like, I was estimating like 15%. So now we're up to like 20%. So so I might be able to generally keep track of that if we hold at that conversion rate. Oh, look, I can see 33 current visitors. There's 33 people currently on the website. Percent of people that clicked the reserved signed copy link. And that is also not counting Amazon at the moment. Or any other place. That is just the signed copies. That is just the 500 copies I will need now to sign. Which I'm excited for. I have no idea how long that will take. I've watched Brandon Sanderson do streams while signing stuff. But we'll see. Argentina's conversion rate will drop over time. Yeah, that does make sense to me. Conversion rate is likely to drop. my assumption was always that the first announcement would have the most amount of orders and then it would slow over time. That is my assumption. That is generally how it tends to go. So if we start with 500-ish, but then continue throughout the summer, I feel like that gets us to a decent place. I feel like hopefully, the problem is I really don't know what the target is. But I mean, it feels incredible. I mean, I don't know how the bookstore seems to be happy with it. So that's probably a good sign. The fact that she was at 100 and she was like, "Are you sure you're going to sign all these?" I'll keep you updated. That's exciting. That's exciting news. And then hopefully, like, as this has just been me. Like, this is the initial burst from me talking about it. Hopefully we'll have some more people as I'm sending the book out who can sort of vouch for it and promote it. And I'll start doing like more promoty things. I'm curious to see how much of that. I'm curious to see how much of a difference it is between me, like, just like letting my current audience know about the book and then going on like a press tour, essentially. I don't know what the extent of the press tour will be, but trying to convert like other people who aren't fans of mine into the book. I imagine that's going to be way harder, obviously, but theoretically, there's way more people out in the existence, you know? Thank you so much, Biscuits. All right, let's continue.
Maybe I'm being a little flirty today, or maybe I'm being a little devious today, or maybe I'm just being, myself, but we'll see. But I think being a gamer is going to be super helpful in the house to navigate, what angle I want to take.
What are your biggest...
500 books is so many books. Like, I'm just thinking about it right now. That's so many things to have in a physical location. It's wild. Okay, sorry.
Weaknesses.
I feel like the one thing I'm a little nervous about going to Big Brother house is I'm an empath. I feel for a lot of people, and I feel like that is an easy way to, be kind of like manipulated. But don't worry, guys. I'm an older sister, and usually older sisters are the ones doing the manipulating to the little brothers, so I think I can handle it.
Do you plan on keeping any secrets about yourself from the other house guests?
So I'm not going to tell the house guests that I'm a gamer because I just feel like that's going to already create a huge target. I mean, come on, this is the best and biggest game that we all know. So if they find out that a gamer girl's in the house, they're going to get me right out, and I just can't have that happen.
Would you be open for a showmance?
Ooh, a showmance. I mean, look, I'm standing in front of like a bunch of books. If one of these books that I just so happen to read ends up being a book involved with a showmance, I'm kind of open for it. I mean, hey, what's the worst thing that can happen? I can look at a cute
There are
guy
showmances in this book.
Doesn't seem so bad to me.
I talk
Will
about
you be more of a
showmances.
hero or a villain in the house?
Oh, honestly, as much as I
Read
think
this
villains are
one.
really cool, like one of my favorites is Scar. He's just iconic. I honestly would love to be more of a hero girl. I mean, as much as I play games where I go against villains, there's something about like defeating a villain and being the hero that is just so worthwhile. So I feel like as much as I would love to be a villain, I feel like naturally I would love to be the hero.
Why will you be the player to watch this season?
I feel like I'll be the one to watch because I feel like people are not going to expect the fact that little old me will actually be like the craziest gamer girl you've ever seen. Now, I know a lot of people are like, okay, big deal, whatever, you play games. Yeah, I don't just play games. I've competed in some of the biggest competitions against some of the biggest pros in the world, and I've stood my ground and hung with them. So not only have I competed against them, I've also competed alongside them. So I've taken a lot of tips and tools from the games that I play every day. Like I'm talking about, I wake up, my PC is on, I am gaming till the sundown, right? And I just take that into this game, and I feel like people...
Is her Twitch channel like turned off right now, or can we like, does anyone know what her Twitch channel is? Because it sounds like she's like a grinder. Like she streams like every day. Model Morgue. Yeah, she's got a ton of streams up. She was streaming 2 weeks ago. And she's not kidding. Every day, like 6.5 hours. That's dedication. I don't think she's hungry. Thank you, JT. Yeah, it looks like I'm seeing Apex. I don't know what Dead by Daylight. More Dead by Daylight. So these are pretty classic streaming games. Apex is a little off the beaten path compared to some bigger battle royales. She is playing some Grand Theft Auto as well. Is she doing the role playing? It kind of looks like she is on the, as I'm like doing the preview. She does K-pop reactions as well. That's funny. I did a little bit of a K-pop reaction when I watched episode 1 of The Devil's Plan. You can find it on my Patreon. Oh, by the way, if you haven't listened to my Tastemakers podcast lately, I did talk about the movie K-pop Demon Hunters, which I actually thought was great. That was a little bit of a K-pop reaction. Great songs in that movie, I thought. All right.
People are going to want to see what I can do and how I can pick up on little things that maybe some other house guests won't be able to. So listen, we all know Big Brother, you are gaming 24/7. So I feel like I was like born and raised for this game, you could say. I mean, I'm a gamer who plays every single
Deadline
day,
for the
all day long.
signature
Come on, this is made for me.
is
What will be the easiest and
publication
hardest
days. So you
parts
got
of being a
plenty of
house
time.
guest?
Great question. I think the easiest part about being a house guest for me is just to like be myself. That's like my whole plan. It's just to go in and be myself naturally. And that's probably a silly answer, but that's just the only thing that feels right to me. And I feel like the hardest part is going to determine who's really with who's really with me.
Sean, thank you for the $5. Appreciate pump for the coverage. Dan is the best player of all time. There you go.
Me more so, and how I can navigate when to take those big moves. Because I feel like a lot of times people are very shy or timid to take big moves too early. To me, it is never too early to take a big move.
What are some standout moments for
I
you
like
from the
what
past
I'm
25
hearing.
years of Big Brother?
I feel like a couple. One of them was when Janelle won HOH and she told Jenny,
Give me the key.
give me that key. I loved that line. Only
Yeah.
because if she didn't win that, she would have went home. And I just think like her resilience in the game was just incredible. And she was not afraid to let people know how she felt. And I admire that so much.
Yeah, the
start,
fact
tell
that
us a
she's
little
a run, like she's fast, that's huge. Being fast is a huge part of the athleticism that you'd want in the show, as long as you have the puzzle mind to back it up. She's a gamer, which makes me think that she's going to be good at puzzles. I'm not seeing her play any puzzle games, but lots of games have puzzle components. So I feel like that's some potential there comp-wise.
Bit about yourself. Give us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
My name's Riley Jeffries. I'm from Luther, Oklahoma. and I'm
Riley.
a professional bull rider.
What's your reaction to getting to play Big Brother?
Oh man, being a house guest on Big Brother this season is the freaking best thing that's ever happened to me, man. I mean, it's like just thinking about each and every single day. It's cutting down closer and closer. Just being, I mean,
Why did you want to compete on Big Brother?
being a house guest, it's just everything I've always dreamed. It's everything I've always wanted in life. I never expected to be sitting in the freaking DR right now, but here I am, and everything happens for a reason. And I'm just, I don't know. I feel so blessed. I feel so blessed, and
Kellis has been sitting with me, but he just wanted to leave.
man, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. I would say I'm a super fan. My mom and dad are super fans. My brother, my sister, they're all super fans. I mean, they've literally watched it since season 1, you know. And I just seeing them, it's been like everybody.
Usually when people talk about their families being super fans, it implies that they are not. But he did say, I would say I'm a super fan.
Everybody watches it. When everybody that watches it is like, oh, I want to go do that. I want to go do that. Like, I want to go. And like, I'm here. Right? Like, I get a chance to actually go win this deal, and I'm not going. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to let it slip out of my fingertips. They're going to have to try to yank it. They're going to try to pull this from me as hard as they can. All of y'all out there, I mean, to get me out of this place, man, it's going to be a hard time because I'm here, and I'm here to stay. I'm here to win. That's the only reason I'm here. I'm here to win.
What makes Big Brother such a successful show after 25 years?
It's a house, and you bring different types of individuals into it, and then you put them all together, and then it's like you see those types of different people in this world can actually get along and can actually have a relationship. It don't matter what race you are. It don't matter what what you like or what you believe in. The only thing that matters is right in that moment. We can't go anywhere. We can't do anything. We have to be with each other. So either you're gonna like each other or you're not. So you're in there for a couple months. So you might as well just make the best of it. I love everybody. I really do, man. There's not a person in this world that I don't love. I ain't even met everybody in this world, but I love everybody.
What's your
I'm predisposed because of his comment about weakness being pretty women. But I'm just not getting I feel like I'm not getting the genuine him right now.
strategy going into the game?
So my strategy going into the Big Brother house is just cool, calm, and collective. I'm gonna go in and be myself. I'm not gonna be too much or be too little. I'm not gonna stand off and make people think I'm like a weirdo. And I'm just trying to exclude myself. I want to surround myself. I'm not like usually the type of person that is a follower. But in this game, you kind of got to be a follower. You kind of gotta follow, go with the flow. So I'm just gonna go with the flow. My strategy is to just be myself. Compete how I compete. I'm not gonna. I got different type of stuff, I know when to kind of just throw some competitions or whatever, or to keep my safety in the house, I've been watching it for so long that I've picked different pieces and different people out of the show and took the good and what helped them out of their season and put it into, trying to put it into one person. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it happens.
Tell us a little bit about your life in the outside world and how that has prepared you for Big Brother.
I'm from Luther, Oklahoma. I'm a small town guy, small town kid with some big old dreams. I wouldn't say I'm a kid. I'm 27. So, but
see, I don't know. Maybe it's just like a way of speaking, but like small town kid, big town dreams or whatever he said. Like when people talk in sayings like that, it just makes me feel like, okay, but who are you really? You know what I mean?
Yeah. My whole life I've grown up and I've hunted and I've fished, and just a lot of stuff that you don't quit. Just shows you to don't quit, and to just keep on going after what you want, even if it is that trophy buck or if it is that trophy bass you're looking for, your PRs, just don't ever quit with what you want. That's, growing up, that's what kind of my town, my home really shows me in life. And my mom and dad, they've done the best they can to just make me into the man that I am today. And, I couldn't thank them enough. My mom and dad, they've really pushed me to just be respectful and be appreciative of others and others' feelings. And just growing up there has really taught me really a lot. We don't have a lot, we got a Sonic and some convenience stores and 2 convenience stores. And we had.
So I'm always looking for, like, when he starts trying to find the words versus what feels prepared, what he's probably thought of a million times before or said a million times before. So like him talking about his parents, like teaching him to be respectful, that felt a little more natural to me, like a little more like, okay, like this is maybe what it would be like to actually talk to him versus like an interview where he's giving lines of like, well, we didn't have much in my town, just a Sonic and a,
Had a Walmart market, but it got taken away, so now we got a Dollar General market. We still get eggs and our groceries and stuff there a little bit.
What are you bringing to the show that nobody has seen before?
What will I bring to the show? A bull riding son of a that means business, baby. I don't know if y'all ever had a bull rider on the show, but I mean business. I know what I want, so that's what I bring to the show. I bring the damn determination, baby, the grit, and I ain't letting go.
He's having a baby.
They're gonna have to try like hell to get me out of this damn house. I promise you, it ain't gonna be easy.
Why will you win?
Wait, is his baby mama came out on Facebook? Is that like confirmed though, or are we just rumoring? I mean, that'd be pretty hard to fake, I guess. Any bull riders aside from Steven and Jason? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think I have what
Unless you call Will a bull rider because of BB7.
Takes to win Big Brother because I have the mindset. I've ridden bulls for 15 years, and what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I've been bucked off, I've been thrown down, broken legs, jaw twice, and I haven't quit. I'm gonna go in the Big Brother house fully as myself, and I'm not hiding anything at all.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
Some of my weaknesses.
There are multiple women claiming to be the mothers of his children in Facebook comments. What is happening? Listen. This is not a perpetuation of this. I am not claiming that I'm reading this from chat. This is far from confirmed. There have been plenty of situations in the preseason where we thought we had information about a thing and then it turned out it wasn't true, or it turned out it was like not what we thought. So we should certainly not spread this as gospel by any means. But this is a wild situation.
A pretty woman coming in and just making me believe everything she says. I don't know. I believe people until they give me a reason not to believe them. So you can literally just sit here and bullshit your way through me, and I'll believe you until I get that reason to, to not really believe you.
Would you be?
You know what's funny? I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I don't believe that he would believe me. It's the until you give me a reason not to. It's the way you phrase that. It makes me think that you're trying to put it on me. Like if you don't believe me, it's because I gave you a reason not to. It's my fault.
Open for a showmance?
Love knows no boundaries, man. I mean, if a woman comes in and my heart sees what it sees and loves what it loves and feels what it feels, that's for time to tell. That's for the BB house to tell. I don't know what's going to step in that door. So I don't know what kind of women are going to be out there, but I know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the same amount of genuine love and care and just, what I have to give, what I bring to the table. That's what I expect in return. I know nobody's perfect. I know not everybody's the same or whatnot, but just like me and just like you and just like everybody else out here in the world, they know what they deserve. They know what they want.
Will you be more of a?
I feel like I'm trying to turn my bias off, because some of the things he's said are definitely. I'm judging him based on the things he's saying, but I'm trying to like maintain through the interview at least some level of neutrality. But like, I'm just getting vibes, and it feels weird too because I feel like I got vibes on Cam, and people are like, oh, he feels like Cam, and I don't want to be like, oh, I always get vibes on the Southern person. But I mean, it was right on Cam. And now this other, like, the rumors are also impacting how I'm seeing this. Definitely different vibes than Cam for sure, I would say. But not that different.
Hero or a villain in the house?
I'm a hero. I think I'll be a hero. I don't want to. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a mean person. I'm not the type of guy that's like to go out and just get my revenge or get like this or get like that. Like, man, just be happy. Like I want everybody to succeed. I want everybody to win in life. I want everybody to succeed. I want everybody to win in life. That's just the type of person I am. So yeah, I'd see myself as a hero.
What will be your secret weapon in the house?
You can be as mean as you want. I'm gonna kill you with kindness. I'm gonna smile in your face. I'm gonna love you while you hate me. So yeah, I'm gonna kill him with kindness and smile my way through everything, even through my pain. Even through the freaking slop and the dang anything I get put up on, I'm gonna smile my way through it. Because honestly, I'm just blessed to be here. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. Just even being right here in front of that little small camera right there, like I'm just blessed.
What's on your Big Brother bucket list?
My BB bucket list.
I'm being judgy. I'm being judgy in my own brain. And I feel like there are some genuine red flags, but I also feel like dial it back. Approach with an open mind.
Yeah, to just go in there and have fun and just be myself. And I don't want to try to just go in there and make enemies at all. I want to go make friends, lifetime friends. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. I want to actually walk in here and show people who Riley Jeffries is and what I'm about and how much love I have in my heart, how much I really appreciate people. I'm not a bad person. Bull Riders might seem like
I'm not a bad person. Who says that? You know who says that? People who think they need to tell you that they're not a bad person. Why do they think they need to tell you they're not a bad person? Who brought up being a bad person?
a little bit of hard butts or whatever, but I got a soft heart, man. I'm a people pleaser. I love people. I love helping people. I love helping kids. Yeah, so That's the way I am, man. I just want to make everybody proud. I've met like a lot of people and they're just like, man, I've never met a guy like you before in my life, you know? So, and I'm just trying to be myself. I got a lot of energy. I got a lot of.
Listen, genuinely, there's absolutely a chance that he is everything he says he is. Not a bad person. Very kind, you know? That's possible. I genuinely think that's possible. Would I bank on that if this is my first impression? No. If I were playing the game with him, that is not what he is claiming to be, is not what I would anticipate he was going to be. I'm just getting signals
of positivity. I don't like negativity. I don't like negative. I like being just positive. I like smiling. If there's ever like an argument in the house or something, I'll probably.
I like to think of it as like, I am open to you, right? Like, I'm not going to, if I met this guy, I would not be rude to him. I would try to approach him with as much open-mindedness and openness as possible. But I would be a little guarded, which I know is the opposite of being open, but I'd be guarded in terms of just like, I'd have my eye on him. You know what I mean? Personality-wise.
Probably start laughing because it's just funny to me. You know, I just
like he feels like the kind of guy, and I don't know how many people have this experience, but like for me, as a guy, sometimes you have conversations with other guys, and you're like, is this gonna be easy or is this gonna be awkward? Like, when we're with just other guys, is this guy gonna be like, women though, am I right? And am I gonna have to be like, oh geez? Or, you know, is it just gonna be easy? And this is the kind of guy that I would be trying to make sure I steer the conversation in a way that like let's not go there.
I don't like negativity. I don't like sad or harsh moments. I know there's going to be a lot of that because I can't control anything by any means. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just a happy person all the time. Really, I like to think I'm a happy person.
What are some
Like,
standout?
for instance, I apologize. I'm really interrupting now. If I'm talking to a guy like Riley and he says, I mean, it's very like Corey and Jared, I would say, actually. Where it's like, you're talking to Riley and he's like, man, my weakness, if a pretty woman walks in, I'll believe everything they'd say. I'd be like, what? What do you mean? Like, I'd try to lightly kind of be like, what do you mean pretty woman? Like, what is that? What do you mean? And honestly, it's just not an enjoyable interaction. Because you don't want to just like ignore it. You also don't have to get into that interaction.
Moments for you from the past 25 years of Big Brother.
Some of the best moments are just seeing the people win. You know, just seeing the people who really strategize and compete to the very end because they know what they want. That's some of the best moments to ever see. You know, like especially winning the competitions whenever they need to be won, and just seeing the people go up into the HOH room and getting to see like, you know, pictures of their family or just, you know, reading certain things. I love that. Those type of moments are the most heart-filled moments, and that's kind of what I live for. I live for the heart-filled moments. Life isn't as serious as we make it, but it is what we make it, if that makes sense, you know?
He's just full of sayings. This is the thing too, and I mean this genuinely. There are, in my experience, plenty of people and guys who don't really live in the world of, like, I don't want to say online discourse, but like, I would say are just kind of maybe what you'd say is like loosely ignorant of some of the things of like, hey, when you say that, it kind of gives the impression of something that like this. And I think that you can be that and not be like a bad person. I think that you can just be kind of loosely ignorant. It's not the best thing in the world. You could certainly educate yourself, but you know, it happens. And if they're open to being like, hey, you know, like when you say something like that, like it does kind of give the impression of this. And they're like, oh man, I didn't realize. Thanks for letting me know. And then they don't go trash talk you behind your back, which happens. Then that's you know, that's chill. You know what I mean? How often does that happen? I would say not that often. I would say most of the time that person will go talk behind your back about you. Well, can you believe that this person said that I couldn't say this? Because they'd rather be defensive than open to changing. But sometimes it happens.
To start, tell us a little bit about yourself. Give us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
My name is Vince. I'm 34 years old. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, and I'm currently unemployed.
What's your reaction to getting to play Big Brother?
I am so excited. It hasn't hit me. It doesn't feel real yet. I am a massive fan of Big Brother. I've been watching since season 16, and I started watching the live feeds in season 18, and this all just doesn't feel real yet. I'm trying to keep my feet on planet Earth.
Sorry, can I also say, like, I'm certainly, again, red flags. I feel like the amount to which I'm implying things about Riley, I think is, going further than we need to. This is all about speculation. I'm not actually going to judge Riley until we actually see him in the house and we see like actual concrete things. Just to be clear.
I'm trying to keep my head out of the clouds, and I'm trying to take it in and just absorb all of this as much as I can until it hits me that it's real. It feels
he's giving me like big head vibes.
A house guest on Big Brother this season. Again, it hasn't really hit me yet. I know that no matter what strategy you have coming into this, it could go out the window immediately. So it just is excitement, anxiousness. I've just sweat through my deodorant thinking about it. I am just ready to go. I'm eager. I've been waiting a very long time for this opportunity.
What's your strategy going into the game?
I think my strategy coming into the Big Brother house is to compartmentalize this game down into...
You see what I'm saying? Hold on, let me pull this up. Right? A little bit.
Weekly mini games of Big Brother. I want to view every single individual week as its own mini game of Big Brother, and all I need to do for those weeks is survive it one at a time and slowly take one step at a time. You can't say you're going to win the World Series without winning enough games to get to the playoffs. So I have to win the individual days, individual conversations, weeks, whatever that may be, take it 1 week at a time and adapt. And wing it, and then adapt, wing it, adapt. It's the wah-wah technique. You just wing, adapt, wing, adapt. That's what I got to do.
Why will you win Big Brother?
I will be the one to win Big Brother because I think I naturally have the perfect formula of what it takes. I like to call myself a master of none. I'm not really the best at anything, but I'm pretty dang good at almost everything. So I don't think I'll be, I clearly won't be a physical threat. I think I'll be social enough to be able to make the genuine connections. That is the foundation of strategizing. And I think I'm athletic enough to compete with the best of them when I need to. I think if you can do all of those cohesively, you'll be in good shape.
What are your biggest strengths?
I would say my strengths are having empathy, which is important in the Big Brother house. My communication skills. I think
that is a pretty
my
good
self-awareness.
mustache.
I like to think I'm self-aware, which is a surprising amount of people, something that a surprising amount of people don't have as much as they should, I'll say. And again, also in the Big Brother house, self-awareness is huge because you don't want to be too...
I remember him talking a little too much about self-awareness.
Obviously obnoxious or rubbing people the wrong way, especially early on. The first impressions are huge. So yeah, I think empathetic. I'm very competitive. I'm very, very much a one-track mind person. If I set my mind to something, I'm going to go at it 120%. And yeah, hopefully all of those make for a pretty successful season. We'll see.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
I know I said one of my strengths was my self-awareness, so I'm going to do my best, but a weakness could be if I get too excited, if I get too riled up, maybe I might say the wrong thing. I'm going to try not to. I'm going to try to be mindful of that self-awareness and my competitiveness. I'm not a poor sport, but I don't want to get too riled up if I'm not doing as well as I expect myself to do.
Do you plan on keeping any secrets about...
That's genuinely concern. As somebody who gets tilted when I'm playing games, and wishes I were better at not getting tilted. It's a genuine concern.
About yourself from the other house guests?
I don't know if there's any secrets, because here's the thing. I don't want to have any lie where I have to hold on to it for an entire 3-month period, because I don't know if I'm going to forget. Like, I don't want to lie about my age, even though I look maybe a little younger than I am. I don't want to say I'm younger, because then maybe we're talking about my high school graduation year, and I say 09, and people are like, that doesn't make sense.
He's 34. Do we think he looks younger than he is? I feel like I can't tell how old people are anymore. I feel like I lack objectivity because I'm 33 right now. I can tell if I can judge people that aren't around my age. If you're around my age, I can't do it. I don't know how to anymore. I think late 20s would be a stretch. I would put this guy in his 30s, I think. The mustache ages you. It's a good mustache, but it makes you look older for sure.
Pointless. I've thought about, should I not say I'm unemployed? Because they'll say that's weird. Why would a 34-year-old not be employed? Maybe he's a trust fund kid, or maybe he's a, I don't know, already successful or something, or he's lying about, I don't know. I've overthought anything. There's not gonna be any secrets that I'm gonna keep.
He is pretty wrinkle-free, I will say. As somebody who is developing more and more of my own. He's got a smooth face.
I will crush my enemies before they crush me by having the self-awareness of reading people. I really think I am good at reading people. And I know a lot of people probably say that coming into the Big Brother house, but I really think I have a hyper-awareness of how people are portraying themselves, or how people are acting towards me. I think I'm hyper-vigilant on those verbal and nonverbal cues of how their demeanor is. So I think I'm going to be able to figure out who might not be on my side, and then I will rally the troops to get rid of them before they get rid of me, and that is how I will crush my enemies.
Whoa, I just got Eric Stein vibes. Did you guys get that?
I will rally the troops to get rid of them before they get rid of me.
The way he says that, are you not hearing Eric Stein in your brain? I am. One more time.
Figure out who might not be on my side, and then I will rally the troops to get rid of them before they get rid of me.
Get rid of them?
And that is how I will crush my enemies.
What are you bringing to the show that nobody has seen before?
You'll never see anybody more genuine than Vince. That's who I am. That's something that I think I bring to the table. I'm a genuine human being, and I can't take that.
Wow, the more I'm thinking of it now, he sounds a lot like Eric Stein to me.
I think I have what it takes to win Big Brother because I just have the perfect formula. Again, it's who I am. It's just in my core. I have the social skills and the physical athleticism to compete with the best of them without ever actually looking like a massive threat.
What makes Big Brother such a successful show after 25 years?
So this is a huge season because Big Brother is celebrating their 25th anniversary. And I think what makes Big Brother so unique and have such a loyal following is the uniqueness of it. It's one of the longest reality competition shows, meaning it's 3 months rather than just a couple weeks. There's live feeds. It's on 24/7. So there's going to be something happening at all times where, the fans of the show can watch and enjoy. There's a lot of unique elements to it that changing the themes each season, keeping the beloved competitions, but adding in new competitions. It's always fresh. It's always new, but it also keeps true to who it is at its core. And that is Big Brother.
What's your strategy going into the game?
Got a little lost there.
My strategy for the Big Brother house, I don't even know what I'm doing on planet Earth, let alone know what I'm going to do in the Big Brother house. So that's where I have to wing it and I have to adapt. That's all I can do. Just gotta do my
this
best.
guy, he has watched since 16, been a live feeder since 18. The only person to mention watching live feeds. So potentially the biggest fan of the bunch.
Tell us a little bit about your life in the outside world and how that has prepared you for Big Brother.
I don't want to sound too lost in life because I know I should have things figured out by my 30s, but I don't really have a set long-term career path that I've found that I've been so passionate about. So I've had a lot of different jobs throughout my adult life. So I don't even associate myself with I am a this, or I formerly work long-term or regularly as this. I'm trying to figure out what the next thing is. I do have one of my hobbies is photography, and I would love to one day have a career in maybe sports photography or something along those lines. I think that would be a lot of fun. My main goal is I want to enjoy what I do. That's my biggest thing. I know what I don't.
I can't tell if he is a little bit of a trust fund kid. Not that he actually would have a trust fund, but is he somebody that has a safety net and that's why he's able to talk so cavalierly about yeah, I'm just looking for the thing that I find my passion in? Or is he a bit of a hippie, and he's yeah, I'm willing to live, dirt cheap while I find my purpose. You know what I mean? if I had to guess, I'd lean he's got a safety net, but
don't want to do. I've had enough jobs to know what I don't want to do, but I'm just trying to narrow it down and land what I do want to do. So all in due time. I'm not comparing myself to others. I'm not going to stress myself out too hard.
To start, tell us a little bit about yourself. Give us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
My name is Zach Cornell. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
he
And
also has a baseball background. The Vince? Because this guy is a baseball player, right?
Marketing manager.
What's your reaction to getting to play Big Brother?
I am so excited to be on Big Brother. It's been a dream of mine, and I really just have fallen in love with the show. I am so fired up to actually be in the house. I know that everybody's going to come in there day one and just be this crazy, energetic mess. And so I'm going to use that to my advantage. I'm already thinking strategy right now when it comes to it because people are going to want to be out there. People are going to want to show themselves. So I'm going to use that to my advantage. Hopefully we have somebody too crazy to vote out week one. And look, man, I'm just blessed and I'm really happy to be here. So.
Okay, I just went on a roller coaster with Zach. First impression was like, oh, he's like more energetic and charismatic than I thought based on the written interview. And then quickly went to, oh, maybe a little too much. Maybe a little too much energy.
Why will you win Big Brother?
Might have a little crazy eyes in him.
I really do feel like I am the complete package. And I don't say that in a cocky way. I just know that from all the different steps in my life. I mean, I was a pastor's kid that grew up very shy in a very sheltered home. And I had to come out of my shell when I got to college, right? I mean, it was my first day in college when I saw somebody smoking weed for the first time, right? So I had to really adapt. And then you ultimately move from there to into professional baseball, right? You're living with 7 people in the same house.
He strikes me as the kind of guy that might be holding court in the pantry when the feeds start.
All at once, you know? And so there's a lot of different aspects in my life that I've had to really change myself to understand what's going on in my environment. And ultimately, that is going to be the #1 reason why I'm going to win Big Brother, right? I feel like this is always an ever-changing game. And when I see people there in day 45 sleeping, taking a nap, not really paying attention to their surroundings, it drives me insane. As somebody who is a competitor, who's somebody who really appreciates the show, I just know that I'm always going to be on my feet. Whether it is like, you know, working out, I'm going to make sure that I'm always there with somebody, right? Or if it is somebody that is not even, you know, closely related to me, that has different, you know, likes and dislikes, I'm going to be that person that is going to be there for them.
Give me room
I have
to
an interest of getting
breathe,
to know
bro.
everybody. I'm really interested in getting to know all their deepest, darkest secrets. And I know ultimately that is what it's going to take to win Big Brother. So that is why I'm going to win Big Brother.
What's your strategy going into the game?
So, I mean, look, when it comes to my strategy entering into the house, I know that I will be perceived as a threat day one. I am somebody that is more athletically built, somebody that can really...
I mean, okay, jeez, it's genuinely overwhelming to me. This could very much be DR persona, but like if this is how it is sped up. I will give him that. It is sped up. Let's get a taste of it not sped up before I comment any further.
interact well with other people around them. And so I am going to really push me being a pastor's kid week one. I want to be somebody that you feel like you can trust immediately when you get into the house, because I know that people are going to be worried if people like them, if they dislike them, especially when it's 15 random people that you've never met before, right? And so week one, I plan on laying low. I want to be that person that is there, just kind of holding your hand, somebody that you feel like you can talk to in a very stress-free environment every single day, right? And I don't want to be the type of person that is the, hey, like...
The thing, though, is you might have experience with this. I certainly feel like I do. Some people, and this is not like shade to them, it can make it more difficult to like talk to them. But like there are some people that when they talk, they don't give a lot of opportunities for like other people to jump in, if that makes sense. Like they'll just go from one thing very quickly into a next thing. It's something that I'm sometimes forced to do when I'm hosting a podcast. Like if I'm like, oh, well, we need to move on to the next segment, so I'm not going to give space for somebody to jump in to comment on this. And it feels so rude for me to do when I do that. But I don't think it's actually necessarily that rude. I think it's just sometimes, you know, different people have different communication styles. So I'm not like super judgy on that. But it does sometimes make it difficult to connect with that person. And that is an important piece on a show like Big Brother. So I worry a guy like him coming in and not really giving space for people when he's trying to talk to them, they might feel a little overwhelmed. They might feel a little bit like, hey, I can't really connect to this guy because I can't get a word in. And that could be bad for him in the early game if he's not able to make any solid connections, because there is certainly a meta strategy right now that is, land a big target early on. But other than that, we turn the speed down. He does seem like he's got charisma. He's obviously going to be athletic. I'm going to turn the speed back up because I want to get through this, but I'm definitely concerned for him is what I will say.
Let's create this alliance. I want you to be the person to tell me that, right? And so week 1, I do want to lay low for that reason. Hopefully there are a bunch of crazies in there. Hopefully there's another Angela that, goes off the deep end and is ultimately the person that would kick out week.
Dude, I would not say hopefully, because if there is an Angela, I'm worried you might be her target.
Right? And so that's my ultimate goal, build those deeper relationships. And then once we get into weeks 2, 3, 4, that's when you really start to see these alliances form. That's what I ultimately want to do. I want to be in there with a final 2 with somebody that you would have no idea who that person is, or you would never be able to guess them, right? And so I want to have that final 2. I want to be in a bunch of different alliances with people that I feel like I can relate to as well. So I am going to play a much more risky game when it comes to really interacting with people and trying to create those alliances. But honestly, I feel like that's your best case scenario to win the entire thing. And that's what I'm going for. I'm here to win it, not to get 2nd, 3rd, or 4th.
What are your biggest strengths?
Yeah. So when it comes to
and I want to say this too, that this judgment could be completely off, because when he's actually talking to somebody, he might be giving them more space. This could just be like, hey, I'm answering questions. I'm trying to fill space. I'm trying to make sure there's no pauses because, I'm trying to be on. So that may not be how he actually interacts.
Strengths, I feel like I'm very confident in myself when it comes to being a very athletic person, being somebody that can be the center of the room to really start conversations. I feel like I am that person, right? And so I do know that there are weaknesses that come with it.
What he's saying does kind of line up with what we're seeing.
I am that person.
What are your biggest weaknesses?
Well, when it comes to weaknesses, I also know that the way that I can play can be a threat as well. If you are somebody that is too far out there when it comes to trying to interact with people, if you are the person that is trying to start the alliance, people can perceive that as a threat. So I know that it can be a double-edged sword being somebody that is very confident in the game. So I'm going to have to use it very carefully and very wisely when I get into the house.
Do you plan on keeping any secrets about yourself from the other house guests?
I was deciding whether or not if I was going to reveal that I played professional baseball in the Washington Nationals organization, but I honestly feel like I can use it as a strength, so I will be revealing it when I get into the house. So no, to answer your question, there won't be anything that I will be holding as a secret.
What are you bringing to the show that nobody has seen before?
I'm going to be that person that...
You can tell he has... I do think... I'm going to make the prediction. I do think he's more charming. Not that he's not charming here, but I think he's more charming if you're in person with him. Even just the way he was like, well, to answer your question, he clearly has instincts to like be attentive to some degree to the person he's talking to. And I'm willing to bet that he has some level of like make you feel good when you talk to him. I would assume. You can have both. You can have like don't let them in and you make them feel good, and that can be a little bit of a contradiction, but you can have both.
That is an all-around player, right? I know that in last season you had people like Mackenzie, who was a challenge beast, or you had somebody like Chelsea, who ended up winning the show, that was somebody that was working behind the scenes and really dictating the flow of the game. And I want to be that person that combines the two, right? I really appreciate what Tucker did last season, flipping the house upside down. And so my goal ultimately is to go in there and be all three at once, right? I feel like I've watched enough Big Brother, I've watched enough competition shows to realize when you need to take that step forward and when you need to really reel it back, right? So to be somebody that you've never seen before, my ultimate goal is to be all three of those people from last season.
What makes Big Brother such a successful show after 25 years?
I wouldn't say I am becoming a super fan, right? And so like when it comes to Big Brother, I feel like it is the most raw and authentic show out there. I mean, you are stuck there for 90 days with the same people. A lot of these shows only last for 3 weeks, right? And so you really have to grit and grind your way through this show because it's all about mental stability in this house. And I really appreciate that about Big Brother because you always have to stay on your toes because you never know what the next step is. And you have no idea what, Big Brother's going to throw at you. It's all about surprises. And that's what I really appreciate about Big Brother.
Why will you be the player to watch this season?
I'm going to be the one to watch this summer because I am going to be that person that comes in there with charm. I will be the person that will be flirting it up with fellow people, getting along with other people,
with fellow
and being
people.
that person that everyone feels like that they can come to, right? And when it is time to flip the house upside down, when it is time to really dig my heels in and win those veto challenges, I am going to win them, right? If there is somebody that needs me as a pawn when it comes to an alliance. I'm not afraid to do it if it is for the right scenario. And I am very much so willing to play the game on the edge, right? And that's what I know America wants to see. That's what I envision myself coming into the house being able to do. And so that's the reason why people are going to want to tune in. So
would you be open for a showmance?
I am gearing up for very beautiful women to come into this house. Now, I will say this. My mom is very religious, and she's Filipino. And she told me, she's like, Zach, if I see you even sleeping next to another girl when you get back to our house, I'm going to murder you. So I do have that in the back of my head when it comes to a showmance. But look, I already told her, I said, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win the $750,000. And if I do happen to find love in the process, then I'm more than thrilled. So I know that's going to be lingering in my mind as I start to talk to women my age in the house. So
will you be more of a hero or a villain in the house?
Being a hero or a villain, it really just comes down to
he's
who am
for
I in the
sure
house
going
with.
into a
I'm gonna be
showmance.
honest with you, because I view like somebody like a Tucker as somebody, you know, in the house with the other people in the house with him view him as a villain. However, as somebody that's watching, like in America, we viewed him as a hero, or at least I did, right? And so it's going to come down to the scenarios when we get into it. And I'm not afraid to turn on people. So you could really perceive me as a villain when it comes to it, because I'm not afraid to turn on people, lie, cheat, steal, do whatever it takes to win.
What's on your Big Brother bucket list?
Honestly, my BB bucket list is to win head of household. I feel like that is the number one thing that I've always dreamt of, especially, you know,
Okay,
growing up.
this guy's gunning for the first HOH. He's going to make the first big alliance. I just bank on it.
So, yeah, that is my number one thing to do.
What will be the easiest and hardest parts of being a house guest?
I feel like the easiest thing being a house guest this summer is actually...
It's like in a house full of people who are all saying they want to lie low in the first week, he's going to go in and be one of the few people that's actually trying. And he will not need to try as hard as he likely will be trying. And he might end up rubbing people the wrong way if he pushes too hard. But a lot of people, I think, will be happy for him to be the one pushing, because they'll be like, oh, yeah, you go ahead and take the spotlight. We'll take you out later. But whatever he sets up will benefit either him or the people closest to him, and perhaps not the people on the outside of that, depending on how things go down.
To get along with everybody. However, the hardest thing is to get along with everybody for 90 days, because I know by day 60 there's going to be somebody that pisses me off by either not putting their plates away or something like that, and it's going to irritate me. So the ultimate goal is
Not
to
putting their plates away.
What are some standout moments for you
that was the best
in
you
the
could
past
come up
25
with.
years of Big Brother?
The two biggest things that I really enjoyed was when Zach in season 16 called out Devin and made fun of Pow Pow at the same time. I found that absolutely hilarious. And then in this most
Season
recent season,
16
I love
reference?
Tucker's run. When Tucker ran through and flipped the house upside down, that is something that I've always envisioned for myself. And yeah, I want to do the same thing.
Okay. There we go. Interesting cast. Not many big like super fans. I feel. Which is sort of what I anticipated before. I will say I feel a little better about this cast watching the videos than I did just reading. Some of the people that I was a bit down on just reading their answers, I felt a little better about seeing them. Some people were exactly what I thought they were. Adrian. So the main concern I have is how many people are talking about like lying low early, not trying to win comps. We'll see. But we do have confirmation that the AI arena is back, called the BB Blockbuster. Which I don't love the name, to be honest. Maybe it'll grow on me. But I think that's somewhat exciting. Like I said, and here's the thing too. I feel very proud of this fact that basically anytime Big Brother announces a twist, I'm usually on the front lines being like, this is a terrible idea. And I actually haven't gotten this super recently, but like back in the day, people used to be like, you just hate every twist. And my answer to that was like, I really don't. I don't hate twists. I'm not the anti-twist guy. I'm just anti-bad twist. and they only they only seem to come out with bad twists. If there was a good twist, I'd be in favor of it. And I feel genuinely very proud that like when the AI Arena was announced, I feel like I was one of the few voices early on that was like, I actually think this could be good. And then I do think it became one of their most successful twists. Now, having said that, it still has weaknesses. And the biggest weakness is that if the competitions are super lopsided, it could make things worse. It could not just make things better. It could actively make things worse if we get really lopsided competitions. So hopefully they have come and tried to return both aspects of what made the AI Arena good, which was slightly more equitable competitions, especially in the HOH competitions, and as well as the arena twist. Because you did obviously, like, you did still have Tucker make a huge run of competition wins, but the fact that he then failed and lost an AI Arena was huge for that season, and exactly what makes the twist work. Like, you can't just bank on the fact that you will obviously beat two other people in an AI Arena. So the fact that Tucker was able to lose, I think, was so key to making that twist function properly. And hopefully what that also means is we will see fewer volunteers for the block, because that was another big flaw of the twist, is that it did encourage people to volunteer even more. Luckily, that wasn't like as big a deal as it normally would be because of the twist, the other side of the twist, which is that things will continue to be uncertain moving forward. But there are things to be wary of with this twist. And as always, I would worry a little bit about like, do they know what formula worked for the AI Arena? Because it wasn't just the twist itself. It was some of the other choices that were made in conjunction with it that helped make it function properly. And if they don't realize that, they might mess with the formula, and then the twist might fail from there. Thank you for the subscriptions, by the way. We are now approaching 6 hours of streaming today. Quite a big one. Obviously, a huge part of it talking about the book Behind the Mirror. Thank you for the pre-orders, if you've ordered it so far. Thank you if you plan to order it soon or eventually. The draft tomorrow, I believe, is scheduled for 8 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I'm like a Pope. I'm like Morgan Pope. My 6-hour stream. Check out the book. Check out the Patreon if you're interested in some of the other stuff I'm doing. Basically, what I just did, watching and reacting to those interviews, is exactly what I'm doing with shows like The Devil's Plan and The Genius, and other shows, down the pipeline for the Patreon. I'm in the corner. I'm watching the show. I'm pausing. I'm analyzing. I'm reacting in the moment. It's a lot of fun. It just can't be on YouTube because YouTube doesn't like it when I have shows on the air, in the video. So check that out. Check out the book. Check out the live feed updates coming soon. Exciting stuff. We'll see what happens, who the mystery house guest is. Jenny, thank you for the 11th. Amazing race, yeah, with Aika and Dimitri. I'm very excited about that. Very happy for them. Hopefully they do well. Live feed starts Sunday night. The plan is to do a 24-hour stream Sunday night into Monday night for the first day of feeds. That is the plan. We'll see. It is basically 4 times what I just did. What I just did, but times 4. So we'll talk, I'm sure, plenty more about the book. We'll talk about the off season. We'll talk about the feeds, all kinds of stuff like that. Hopefully we get a little bit of a rewind feature. There's been some hints, like basically the live feeds are up and you can currently rewind 24 hours, which is better than nothing. But that is not guaranteed to stay. And even if it does, it seems like it's not like something like flashbacks proper are there. So we'll see. Will we get a preview? Maybe. But yeah, that is about it. Oh, they found a photo of Adrian's wall comp. Does it say wall comp Wednesdays on it? Wow, yeah, tons of people on YouTube here. Wow, YouTube is outnumbering the Twitch chat right now. Oh boy. Book tour. I did talk about that. Probably not, but don't rule anything completely out. Thursday night, the premiere. I will be streaming the episode, of course, here on YouTube and Twitch, here on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, that's it. Stay tuned. There's definitely going to be a lot of, like, at least hopefully, like, promotional kind of content for the book. I am definitely going to do my best to wrangle people like Dan and Taylor into doing, like, things with me. Trying to get used to asking people for things. And all kinds of stuff like that. I might do some more, like, small bits of writing to promo the book. There's maybe a chance I release some kind of preview content for it. All kinds of stuff like that. So stay tuned. More information as we go. And thank you. I, like, genuinely, this has been so cool to be able to talk about it. It's so cool to, like, have you guys be so interested. I know that's probably sounds stupid, but, like, it's genuinely hard to explain what it did to my brain to like keep it a secret for so long. Like, I've wanted to talk about it so much for so long. And to be able to actually do it is just weird. I have barely contained myself. If you may or may not have known, like, I have hinted at it multiple times. I've talked about, like, man, I've been working hard on a thing. I can't talk about it right now. Obviously I hinted at it during the retrospective. I was like, hey, maybe if you like this podcast, there's something that'll be coming. You can order it. The link has multiple options. You can order it basically anywhere. You can find it all over the place on the internet. There is a sale at Barnes & Noble right now for pre-orders, I believe. But if you want a signed copy, you can get one at the link for the book Catapult, which is a local bookstore here in San Diego that I will, as of right now, be signing about 500 copies before they get sent out. Um, something else that I'm learning about this also is that like I'm very bad at celebrating things, wins. My own wins, I guess. I think I'm decent at celebrating other people's wins. I pretty much every step of the process has been like, I got great feedback for the proposal. That was really great. That was one of my best wins. Then it was like, okay, but does it sell? And then it was like, I'm not going to celebrate until it actually sells. And then it finally sold. And I was like, okay, but things could still go wrong. They could renege on it. If they really don't like what I write, like it could still go bad. And then I finally finished writing it and I sent it in and I waited for the response. Like, she probably hates it. I wrote too much. And then she was like, it was great. I was like, oh, awesome. But what if the audience doesn't like it? What if the announcement goes wrong? What if it's just always like, it's hard to find a place that's like, this is like, I did it. I will say, when I wrote the book, I was writing the last chapter and I was just like I was in the zone. I was in it. I was writing. And then I finished a sentence thinking like, I'll of course continue. Like I'll finish the sentence. There's probably more to write. But as soon as I finished the sentence, I was like, wait, I think that's it. I think that's the end. And I stood up and I was just like pacing around for a little while. I was like, I think I just finished the book. That was a big moment for me. But it's hard. It's hard to like, I'm bad at celebrating. I'm learning these things about myself. I'm bad at asking for things. I'm bad at celebrating. But this has felt celebratory. I appreciate you guys hanging out here. I appreciate the interest, the support. So, whew, we'll see where it goes from here. All right, thank you again. I will of course be back. You'll be seeing me plenty of times here over the summer. So tomorrow the draft, Thursday the premiere. I'm sure we'll do some streams along the way. Sunday, episode 2, live feeds, 24-hour stream, book content, stuff like that. All right. Thank you again. I will see all of you next time.